productivity per capita. We offer students a flexible and an interdisciplinary curriculum designed to develop critical skills for success. And our approach has also taken us ahead in the rankings. Right now, we are the #1 business school in Florida and the 21 in the nations, according to Poet and Quants, and the 16th in the nations, according to the ranking of Princeton. We also have our executive rankings and graduate rankings moving up, and something that I know is going to make our students smile. Our current success in placing our undergraduate and graduate students is between 90% and 100% 6 months after graduation, so this also put us top in the nation in that regard. I would like to extend special thanks to all our distinguished participants and speakers for their invaluable contribution, to our sponsor, XP, for their generous gift that make this event possible. And I also want to give a special thanks to our benefactor of the school, Dr. Alan Herbert, that generously support, co-organized, and envisioned this series of conferences. I hope Alan is seeing us today, and we wish you a full and prompt recovery, Alan. Today's conference aimed to transform theoretical discussions into practical insights and actionable policy recommendations. We hope that you enjoy our program. So thank you again for joining us, and let us now start with our first keynote address that Manuel is going to introduce. Thank you very much.
So thanks, Manuel, for the invitation. Thanks, everybody, for coming. It's a pleasure to be in this conference. I'm based in Madrid. Now we don't say Instituto de Empresa, we call it AI, because it's a global school. We have a campus also in New York, no? And from Europe, we see Brazil with a lot of interest for several reasons, right? We are following a lot the fintech movement. Some of us even invest in those companies. It's something we are following, a strategic economy in Latin America, but I think there is something that makes it a systemic economy and country for the world, and it's the Amazonia, okay? Because especially if you are working on climate change, you notice we have this theory of what we call the tipping points. These are moments in which the climate of the planet, we have irreversible movements, and it's impossible to prevent the high speed toward global warming, and this depends sometimes on the behavior of some parts of the planet, and the Amazonia is one of them, okay? It's the largest forest of the world. The data show that because of fires, deforestation, especially the Amazonia in Brazil has been losing a lot of the mass. And this theory of tipping points, that sometimes in finance, economics, we think on these like jumps. You jump to a new steady state, a new situation in which basically you cannot come back, and what's going to happen. Everything else we do in the world may be useless if you lose some of these areas, okay? And I think this makes a very, very, very important discussion like what we are going to have today on Brazil, okay? What's going to happen. And we have two great papers on the Amazonia. First, Tatiana Escobar from the Inter-American Development Bank, then Jose Scheinman from Colombia. So Tatiana, the floor is yours. Thank you. Pointer, that's a good question. I don't know. I haven't seen one here.
Hello. Good morning. Let me see if it works. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Paulo, very much for inviting me for this conference. And it's quite challenging, right, to be talking in front of so many big names in macroeconomics and coming to talk a little bit about, this small, big territory, which is Amazonia. So what is Amazonia again? Because sometimes we Brazilians, I'm Brazilian, we tend to look too much into our umbilical cords, right? So we think about Amazonia, maybe Belém, Manaus, and inside ourselves. But when we think of Amazonia as a whole biome, we're talking about probably in terms of extension, the 6th largest country in the world, if it were a country. And it's extremely diverse. That's why I wanted a pointer, because I wanted to show you, because you can get a direct flight here to Paramaribo in Suriname, which does not speak Spanish. They speak Dutch colony. They have their own language, which looks very much like Portuguese, but it's not Portuguese. It's a mix of Portuguese, Spanish, French, and Dutch. It's a country with 93% of the forest protected, and it is a Caribbean country. For us in IDB, Suriname and Guyana are 100% Amazonia, including the mud banks, which protect the country from the rising of the oceans, because the mud banks are a reflect of the sediments that come through the Amazon River and protect Suriname. So if we get to Paramaribo, and you will see there Paramaribo in Suriname, we can, from Paramaribo, go by land to Peru and the port of the new port that the Chinese put there in Chancay. How can we do that? And this is very interesting, because the tendency we have is to think of Amazonia as an isolated place. Not only COVID showed us, especially in Manaus, where I'm coming from in Amazonas, there was this large spread of COVID, that COVID reached the most distant places very quickly, because you can go from Paramaribo by road, cross the river to Georgetown. Georgetown to Lethen, all paved until now. You can arrive in 2 hours. Lethen to Linden, and Lethen in the border to Brazil, and then you cross to Boa Vista, you come down to Manaus, Manaus, Porto Velho, that's the BR-319, which is a big discussion in Brazil now. Manaus, Porto Velho, Rio Branco, you can go to Cobija, Assis Brasil, Porto Maldonado, you can get into the Pacific. So it is a very interesting and very complex place. It's extremely diverse. To start with, usually very romanticized, we think of Amazonia only as forest. Manaus, 2,200,000 people. Belém, 1,800,000 people. Santa Cruz de la Serra, 2 million people. So we have very big cities. Manaus, most of you, as good economists, are thinking about the Polo Industrial de Manaus, right? And thinking that what that big cost it is to the country. It might be a cost to the country, but on the other hand, it's the only industrial pole in an ecosystem of industries in any place in the world where we still have a significant amount of forest standing. What to do with that? This is a question for Brazil. And it's also, the first there is Paramaribo with this very strong Dutch influence. Then you have Iquitos, then you have Manaus, and here you have Atalaia do Norte, which is the frontier with Brazil and Peru. We all know today Atalaia do Norte and Vale do Javari because of a very sad happening in 22 when they killed Don and Bruno. Again, what is the economic cost that we have in Amazonia today? We all probably saw how high gold prices are going. $3,000 the gold futures last week, something like that, right? So what are the people in Amazonia putting onto their table and looking at when they're taking their economic questionings and they're looking at the prices of gold. And also this is very, very important when we start thinking about the dynamic in Amazonia. And then sometimes we start thinking about the markets, right? When people say, oh, there is a market in bioeconomy. What are the markets in Amazonia and how do they look like? This is Tabatinga. This is the port of Tabatinga. 2 piers, the same place twice a year. So there's the high level and the low level of the rivers, and things change dramatically. They change in the landscape. So in the dry season, this wasn't even so dry. This is 2015. I was there last year in the extreme drought. The river was much further away. And this is a high water season, again, also 2015, which was a very high water season, and it's all flooded. So this has a very important impact. And it has an important impact on people. It has an important impact on prices. I'm going to just, again, thinking about the diversity of cities, thinking on the diversity of climate and climate impact in local economies, looking into 2 cities, Manacapuru in Amazonas, in Óbidos in Manaus, in Pará. Both of these cities are not linked to the rest of the country by road, so they have the same infrastructure logistic. They are on the same river, so Manacapuru is Solimões, Óbidos is Amazonas. Óbidos is very interesting, as you can see by the river quotas, by the river pulse. So Óbidos has a very different type of pulse than Manacapuru. This is the level of the rise of the river and the lowering of the river. So during high water, it can go up to 1.2 meters, and during the low water, it can go to 20 centimeters. So this is very impactful, and where does that impact? It impacts on the prices of food. When I started working in Amazonia, the hypothesis we had is that during the low water, due to transport prices, food prices would be higher. When we started looking and really collecting prices in the city, so I did that for several years into 24 cities from Tabatinga until Óbidos, what we would see is a totally diverse pattern, because the Amazon functions as the Nile. So the river plains are very productive. There's no irrigation, but there's a lot of plantation in the river plains. So these two cities, we see the variation of the river quotas. They both vary a lot, but the prices don't vary. And then the question here was, why don't the prices vary if they have the same variation in the river quotas, and at the same time, they are not linked with roads? And the answer, which was very interesting, is that Óbidos, who knows where Óbidos is? You know, Óbidos is almost right in front of Santarém, where you have the port of Cargill, where you have the development of the road through the south of Santarém, and a lot of produce was coming in Óbidos from Santarém. Why am I saying all this? I'm saying that it's very difficult to have one answer for the whole of the Amazonia, because it's very distinct between itself, and climate, nature, and society impact the way the economies work. And Amazonia is very urbanized, and Amazonia has, in all of the 8 Amazonian countries, have the same problem, the worst statistics for anything, from HPV, cancer, to education, to violence against women, to violence against indigenous people, to access to sanitation. The worst in all the countries are in Amazonia. So we do have an issue related to enabling conditions for development in the region. And at the same time, when we're not from there and we decide, okay, I have a super solution for Amazonia, I'm gonna build this beautiful port, floating port. So they built this beautiful port. This is Novo Airão in Amazonas. It's a 2-hour road trip from Manaus. So you build a beautiful port, but it doesn't work, because people, the size of the port, the width from the river, these canoes, these boats, don't fit there. So they continue not using the beautiful and modernized port. So there's an issue of understanding what traditional geography says, like the ways of life, os modos de vida, and the ways that the people use the river is completely distinct than what we imagine they should do. And at the same time, we start talking about bioeconomy and how bioeconomy will be, let's say, the salvation for the Amazon. Bioeconomy is very important because it exists, but it exists in a very precarious way. This is in Suriname. So Suriname has a very big maroon community, which is like our quilombolas in Brazil. And this is the production of oil, an oil from a native palm tree, done in a very rudimentary way, with a lot of problems related to work conditions of the woman who produced this marvelous product, but which, when it reaches the market, it's like a ridiculous price, and it, in fact, never gains a market in the more broader sense of what market can be. And again, and there's these distinct type of products. This is guayusa tea in Ecuador that only exists in Ecuador. It's very big in Ecuador, but anywhere else in the Amazon or anywhere else in the planet, you don't even know what guayusa is. It's so how also to understand these different possibilities of products. And again, this is a market. It's a mix of everything in very bad conditions, in terrible ways, but with products which are very interesting and very rich. Because when we look at these fishes, when we look at these pineapples, these are from nature. So that they're like the wild salmon, you know. So we should also recognize them in a different way than just normal pineapple, which are grown on the farms. So all of this to say, well, how can an MDB, an Inter-American Development Bank, do and work in the Amazon? To start with, territorial perspective. So when we started an IDB and we launched the Amazonian Initiative, the Amazon Forever Regional Coordination Program, the first thing is it's not homogeneous. We have to understand the territory. We have to understand what we're talking about. We have to really look deeply. So the first thing, and this is a funny story because when I arrived in IDB, I said, well, this is a development bank. Where's a map? I'm an economist, but with a geography background, I like maps, you know. And where's a map? There was no maps in IDB. And IDB is a beautiful building, 17,000 works of art, and no maps. So they said, well, we'll give you a map, Tatiana. And they gave me a map. I said, I don't like this map. And then they gave me another map. I said, I don't like this map. Why don't you don't like this map? Oh, they cut Guyana and Suriname by half, or they have roads that don't exist. And so we started, at the end of the day, we built probably today the best collection of maps of the Pan-Amazonian region, because this is also difficult, how to get map layers that talk between the 8 countries. One thing is Brazil. We're very sophisticated in terms of map biomas and all that. The other things is looking into the other countries and looking for data in the other countries, looking for territorially based data in the other countries. So we put together Amazonia 360 Plus, where this is not only a map, it's also an intelligence hub. We're going to launch now. So on top of this map, we have hexagonals, small hexagonals, where we can really zoom in and put layers of information. And we have AI, which is able to answer questions. Because this is the new world, right? To be able, as a development bank, define what type of operation I'm going to do in the Amazon with very important local data. And the Amazon, for us in IDB, is structured around 5 pillars. Yes, we do have to combat deforestation and strengthen environmental and security institutions. Bioeconomy is very important, but creative economy is extremely important in the Amazon. If you think that the Ciro de Nazaré puts 2 million people in Belém and what that does to the local economy, and if you look into the different types of creative economies that we have generating jobs in the cities, this is an interesting place to put our eyes on. Of course, we have to look into people, education, and health. We have to look into the cities and the possibility of building these cities in a much more productive way. We have to think about resilient infrastructure, and we have to look into the forest as an infrastructure and connectivity. And we do have to look very carefully on what generates the GNP of the region, which is agriculture, which is cattle, and which is also the forest and regeneration of forest, and how we can bring this sector into a much more sustainable way. Transversal areas, we cannot talk about Amazonia without the Amazonians, without indigenous groups, without quilombolas, Afro-descendants, traditional populations. And we have to strengthen local institutions. For many years, I worked with the mayors in Amazonia. And the lack of support the local cities have is the basic problem for them to, in fact, be able to reach new founding, better quality money, and attract better quality investments to the region. All of that so that we can start talking about conservation, protection of biodiversity, and climate change. So what we're doing in terms of bioeconomy, we understand that, you know, we're not going to get into the discussion of what is not bioeconomy, but we understand we need a broad ecosystem where we can support activities that take the pressure out of the forest. Taking the pressure out of the forests might mean different things. So we need different mechanisms. So we do need access to finance. So we have to work on the public development banks and the way they loan money to the forest. In Brazil, of course, we work with BASA, with Banco do Brasil, com BNDES, but we're also working with NOB in Suriname. So we're also working, we have a coalition, a green coalition of regional development banks so that they can sit together and start discussing what is the better way to bring better loans into the territory. There's a lot of technical assistance to be done. There's a lot of innovative instruments, such as the debt for nature swap. The first territorial debt for nature swap that happened in Ecuador was also under the Amazonia Forever. There's a lot of research that has still to be done in terms of what is the most appropriate financial mechanism for that territory, or for that institution, or for that objective that you want to achieve. We do work very closely with indigenous populations, Afro-descendants, and traditional communities. We've been now relaunching the first ever direct implementation grant with CONAC, which is the Quilombola National Organization, so that they can strengthen their efforts in terms of their bioeconomy products. We have direct implementation with COICA, we have direct implementation with CONFENAI, and with IDECEP. And we're looking into having direct implementation projects with the indigenous national level organizations so that they can trigger down and start organizing the indigenous organizations to access finance. Because this is one of the big questions put on the table. How much access to finance do these people have? Also, we're looking into startups and how to, bring innovative fintechs adequate to the reality in the Amazon. There's a lot of risk. So one of the discussions we're having is how to de-risk territories. Because if we don't start de-risking territories, it's very difficult to attract other capital than the capital that is there that has to be, moved around a little bit. And of course, this is probably our most strongest role is government support, not only in the national level, which is needed, also in the subnational level, but again, going down to the mayors. Well, and with that, we have a forum of Amazonian mayors, also bringing them together and trying to understand what is needed to prepare them. What is the readiness needed for those cities to augment their productivity so that we can, in fact, de-risk territories and bring other actors into place. Again, because I was looking very much on this week on the price of gold because of gold mining and how much gold and narcotráfico and all of this is taking care of the territory. And we have a very big issue here is how do we stop recruitment of young men specifically that they will not go, so that they will not go into these illegal and violent economic markets, which are taking over Amazonia. So we do need to look into legal frameworks, public policy, capacity building, skills and education. And we've been working very closely to some interesting bioeconomy networks for Panamazonia. We have a GCF fund for bioeconomy, which is managed by IDB. And in this fund, we support the second level banks, the regional development banks, so that they can give better loans for bioeconomy. At the same time, we have grants which support with technical assistance. But also we're working closely with the Panamazonian Network for Bioeconomy so that we can understand the different sectors and how they're thinking of supporting bioeconomy, and the Bio-Amazonian Network supporting local institutions, which are very strong. So we have Museu Guild, has 170 years in Belém. We have IMPA, and we have Instituto Mamirauá in Brazil, which produce high-quality knowledge on biodiversity and on the uses of biodiversity. And we understand this is like part of the ecosystem we need to create in the Amazon so we can change that big territory. And one of the issues when we're talking specifically of bioeconomy, because we say bioeconomy, but not every country understands bioeconomy on the same way. So we did this short research paper where we looked into the 8 Amazonian countries, just remembering you, Brazil, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana, and Suriname, on what do they understand as bioeconomy. And the answers are very different. And this is interesting, because if we want to have a direct dialogue, if we in fact want to be understood, we need to know how to talk about it and what is the best framework of investment so that we can reach impact. So the big question here is, what is the impact we want in Amazonia? We've defined 3 impacts that we're working on and we're looking for alliance. One is by 2050, net negative deforestation, because net zero is not enough. We know that. Net zero is not enough. We have to get to net zero, but we have to get to net negative deforestation. We need more forests. And that's a discussion that will be the following panelist is going to do. What do we mean, and what is the cost, and what are we talking about when we're talking about reforestation? So we're looking into net negative deforestation by 2050. We also have to have a better impact of the data on bioeconomy, sustainable agriculture, and regenerative cattle in the GNPs, in their local GNPs. You know, my former boss, he used to, everything I did, he would ask me, how much does that impact the GNP? Quanto impacta o PIB? Quero saber quanto impacta o PIB. I said, I don't know how much it impacts the PIB. He said, you have to know, because if we don't have that number impacting there, we will never change it. And he's right. So there's a lot to be done. There's all the budgetary classification. There's a taxonomy to be brought forward. There's a recognition of what is produced. There's the scaling up. There's aggregation of value. But we need to think on impact of the GNP in the region by 2050. So we're looking into 30%. Now it's 0.6% of the GNP in Pará is related to bioeconomy. We want that to get into 30% by 2050. That's a big job. And we have to eradicate poverty. You know, and then there's a lot of discussion of what that means. Nayasu probably knows a lot about that, but for me, it's like, you know, maternal mortality rates in Amazonia are absurd. If we can move that needle, we have to do a lot of things, and maybe that will start moving the needle of eradication poverty. So thank you. This is just very quickly a little bit of what we're looking into Amazonia.
Maybe let's have Jose now presenting, and then we open the floor to questions, all the 2 papers together.
Minutes you want? No, I'll grab it. How many minutes you want?
So you are supposed to have 35, but...
Yeah, no, it's okay. I just wanted to know what it was. What was the thing? And how do I pass the, do you have a little clicker? Yeah. All right, the green, I suppose, is. Okay, so my name is Jose Shankman. Manuel was my student in Chicago. In fact, I have many students here. Paulo Lema was my student in Chicago. Alberto Ramos was my student in Chicago. There are many former students of mine from Chicago here. I'm very happy to be here. So what I'm going to talk to today is about the role of, you know, the effects of emission prices on biomass and biodiversity in the Amazon. And, okay, so first of all, this is work with my long-term co-author, also professor of many of these guys, Lars Hansen, and also Ted Munson, who is a computational scientist at Argonne National Lab, and Julian Assunção, who is an economist in Brazil, a very distinguished climate economist in Brazil. So what's the idea here? We want to investigate the potential social gains of preservation and reforestation in the Brazilian Amazon through the lens of a model which is both dynamic, because, you know, it takes time to accumulate forest. Okay, it doesn't take that much time to take the forest down, but it takes time to accumulate forests on the one hand, but also very spatial. That's what Tatiana said. If you look at the Amazon, all the trees, for me, grew up in Rio, all trees look the same, okay? But if you start looking at the data, they're very different, okay? So that makes the problem very different from a point of view of an applied mathematician. That's a very high-dimensional problem that's dynamic. Okay, so it becomes very complicated for computations. And by the way, we want to produce numbers. So we want to go beyond just making some qualitative observations, but get into the numbers, okay? So how do we do that? We need two kinds of things. We use a lot of satellite data, okay, to kind of figure out, and a lot of good econometrics. By the way, economists are great at getting data from particular places and kind of figuring out what's the general, how to extend it to places where you don't have observations. That's what econometry is all about, right? We're trying to figure out something from the data that we have, and because we don't have great data in general, when you look at data like this, you say, this guy should have done a much better job than they did, and we can do a much better job than scientists do. Because basically scientists believe on averages, because they have so much data, so they just compute averages. So we can do a better job at this. And the other set of data that we need, and that's why I'm only going to talk most of the time here about Brazil. I won't talk about the whole Amazon, because there's no good economic data except in Brazil, or there's no good economic data that we know of except in Brazil. I tried to ask help from the IADB, but apparently they don't know anything either, so probably the data doesn't exist. But it's very hard to extend this data. We'd love to do it, okay? So this data documents, as Tatiana said, a lot of cross-sectional variation. So you can't, I have a colleague with whom I've done some work. She's a great ecologist in Brazil. Her name is Mariana Hirota. And Mariana says, we wrote a paper together, we published in the Science Journal, and she tells me, you can't call something the Amazon forest. There's no such thing as the Amazon forest. What there are Amazon forests with an S at the end, okay? So that's a very important distinction, and it's true, okay? Now, there's, of course, computationally, we have two kinds of restrictions. The data on the economy is much more restricted than the scientific data. And also there's a computational problem. So we divided the Amazon in 1,043 sites. That has to do with projections. You get a strange number, dropping sites that don't really overlap the Amazon, but are in the same projection. And each one, it's Amazon, it's very big. So each one is 67 by 67 kilometers. That's like country size sometimes for in Europe. So the first thing I want to show you is this map. And again, I restrict it to Brazil, even though the map on the left I could do for the whole Amazon. I have it for the whole Amazon, but the map on the right I can't do. This map has each map refers to one type of productivity. On your left is the carbon absorption of the forest, okay? And you can see that carbon absorption has kind of a gradient to the northwest, okay? And on the right is the potential cattle productivity of all these different pieces of course, there are lots of places which no cattle, okay? By the way, cattle is 85% of the land which has been deforested and not abandoned is occupied by cattle. So what we did, we assumed that cattle productivity tells about the productivity of the whole region because you don't have other data than that. But that's what cattle does, and you can see that's almost the reverse. It looks very negatively correlated, but it's not so high. It's about 0.33. So it's negatively correlated, but there's a lot of choices to make. So something which is very important from an economic point of view is the model assumes, when we think about the potential for reforestation, we think of natural reforestation. It means just abandon the land and let it grow, okay? Do minimal thing like taking away the stuff which is there. It's extremely cheap. Few tens, it's on the tens of dollars per hectare, so it's pretty cheap. And why do we do that? Because, first of all, there has been a lot of the Amazon that has been deforested has been abandoned. 20% of the deforested land is currently abandoned. And you can look at sites that have been abandoned for at least 6 years. Map Biomas, which is this great data source, tells you year by year the use of land. And so you can see places that have been abandoned for at least 6 years. And you can measure how much carbon you have there from the satellite data. Okay? So combining those two things, you know how much carbon you have there, you can get a kind of, you can fit a growth equation. And in fact, they do slightly better than the growth equation that we use, which is fitted for the whole Amazon. Okay? So it tells you that natural reforestation works very well. So there's other reasons you want natural reforestation. First is that there's a lot of problems when you do local reforestation. You know, scientists, you know, ecologists know a lot about things they call edge effects. You know, you get fires from economic activity, the fires spread through the forest. So the only way you can think about reforestation in Brazil, or reforestation in the Amazon in general, is to do very large areas. If you don't do very large areas, you're going to be very inefficient. Okay, so that's one of the reasons. And you can't do very large areas by planting each tree. You know, you're never going to do this. Okay, that's not going to work. Now, in the model, we account for something economists call deep uncertainty, which is a mathematical concept. My colleague Lars Hansen has done a lot of work on this stuff. And it is important. I'm not going to show you any results with this. It's a lot of math, but also you can get concrete results. But the interesting thing about it is that in the presence of deep uncertainty, the results we get are even stronger, which means that we want to, and what are these results? And I'll mention them in a moment, but in fact, it just makes it stronger, okay? So, the other thing is our approach. You know, if you look at the history of the Brazilian Amazon, and it probably is true of most countries, by the way, no country has destroyed their forests as percentage-wise as Brazil, by a far margin, okay? Brazil is much worse than all our neighbors in the Amazon. But the history of Brazil is very simple. First, the military had this paranoia about the American stake in the Amazon and paid people to move to the Amazon, but also told them, if you don't destroy the forest, you lose the land that we're giving you. Okay? So that's really pure government action. Since then, we have had a history of changes in governments, okay? And these changes in governments were such that some governments help a lot to maintain the forest. Okay, they avoided deforestation. I'm talking here in particular about the first Lula government. I'm talking about really started with Cardoso, who built the technology, the first Lula government, and probably most of the second Lula government. And then you have governments that became much less protective, like the Dilma government. And then you had the disasters of Bolsonaro. That's another degree. But that was the history of protection of the Amazon. So the first thing we try to do is this: how much do Brazilians value the Amazon? Okay, that looks like a crazy question because the Amazon is big and so on. But economists have a tool for that. Okay, we call that reviewed preference, right? So we kind of look at people's actions and trying to figure out how much people value this stuff. You know, if I go to a restaurant and the price of steak is the same price as tuna, and I order steak, at least that day, I prefer steak to tuna, at least that day, okay? And you can do exercises like that. So you can do an exercise like this for the Amazon. You take the model, you know, think about how much it costs to reforest. You think how much productivity you get from cattle, okay? Put the two together, write the whole dynamics, and follow the history of deforestation of the Amazon until a certain period. I can tell how we chose this period. That's not so important at this point. And then you figure out how much Brazilians value the Amazon. Now, of course, the valuation of the Amazon doesn't mean an amount of price of carbon yet. Probably means, you know, the resources of the Amazon. You get things like nuts. You get natural rubber and so on. But you can translate that, since the forest is carbon, essentially. You can translate that into the price of carbon. And in the case of Brazil, it turns out that the price is $6.6 a ton. It's a very low price. Okay, if you think that the ETS is trading carbon over $100 a ton, you know, let's say 6% of the price of ETS. So it's a big difference. But that's the price. We start with that price, and then we ask the following question. If you had a transfer to Brazil, clearly if Brazil stays by itself, the price would be 6.6, right? Or you can ask, if you had a transfer, okay, of B dollars, B could be $5 per ton, $10 per ton. Today I'll show you the results with $25 a ton, which is still extremely low in terms of transfers. I'll tell you how much that costs and so on to the world. But if Brazil gets paid for that amount per ton of carbon, of CO2, really, we translate carbon into CO2, that's just chemistry. There's nothing to do with just multiplication. So we're talking about CO2. Per ton of CO2 is paid to Brazil X dollars. What would be Brazil's optimal trajectory? What should Brazil do? And the answers are the following, okay? So I give you two cases so you guys can show. The red line is how much deforestation. So what this line is on the vertical axis is the amount of the forest which is deforested, okay? So the red line means business as usual. You get nothing, you continue in this trajectory, okay? If that happens, that's what I think was Pedro that mentioned, Brazil will be in a trajectory which would threaten a tipping point. Whether the tipping point is going to be global, as some scientists believe, or the most modern view, which is actually associated in the name of our co-author Marina Hirota in other work, not in this paper, Marina is our co-author, is that we're going to have parts in the Amazon who are going to flip. So parts of the Amazon is going to become a savanna, and part of the Amazon is going to continue to be a forest, okay? There's a recent, meaning a year-old paper published in Nature by Marina Hirota and her co-authors, which kind of measures that very well. That's the red line. And what's happening in the blue line? Well, in the blue line is what Brazil will do at $25 a ton. You basically reforest the whole thing. Okay? Now, let me give you an intuition why that's true. Okay? This is true for one simple reason. Cattle and agriculture in the Amazon is very unproductive. Okay? If you look at the population of workers in the Amazon, okay, they make, on average, about 80% of the Brazilian minimum wage, which is now about $300 a month. So you take 80% of that, about $250 a month. And they're in their vast majority, close to 90% informal. Of course, if you're paid less than the minimum wage, you have to be informal. So that's even by Brazilian standard, even by the northern region standards of Brazil, northern region part of Brazil, okay, that's very poor, is a very poor performance, okay? So it's cheap. It's cheap to replace cattle raising in the Amazon, okay? By the way, in our computation for the losses, because we don't have any numbers for value added, we consider the sales as all value added. So probably exaggerating the value of cattle, but that's enough because it's $25 is an extremely low price. Now, there's another paper that I've done, I won't talk a lot about it, but I bet many people here know Sebastião Salgado's work. In Sebastião Salgado, you see these clouds in the Amazon. And what those clouds are doing is that they're transmitting water from rain in one spot to rain in southwestern direction. It's not a deterministic thing, but it's always in the southwestern direction. It's a mixture of the Coriolis effect with the rotation of the Earth, or the Coriolis effect and the heat gradient. So we know that, I'm not considering that here, but if you damage an area of the Amazon, on average, you produce in the rest of the Amazon an equivalent damage. Just like you're doubling the effect of deforestation or deterioration of the Amazon. So, another very important thing to use a dynamic model is that most of the questions have to do with climate. I say in 30 years, we're probably going to have what they used to call Bill Gates' machine, which will capture carbon from the air. Now, of course, research in the United States is probably going to be in trouble, so now I've decided to call it the Jack Ma machine. The Chinese will do it. But the Jack Ma machine will solve all the climate problems. You know, you're going to capture CO2 from the air, from the air, and then you're done. Okay. Right now, that's a dream, of course. That's not going to happen, right? Now, if you move at 25, if you compare the red line with the blue line, I can go back and show you. In the red trajectory, you're emitting 16 gigatons of carbon, of CO2, in the next 30 years. Okay? In the blue line, you're capturing 18. So the delta for this is 34 gigatons, right? So you go from emitting 16 to capturing 18, you're getting 34 gigatons. So think about what the budget is for 1.5 degrees centigrade. That is what scientists think would give a 50% probability. If you stay below that, we have a 50% chance of staying below 1.5 degrees, right? That's what that budget means. That's about 250 gigatons. So we're talking about between 10 and 15% increase in the budget. It's an enormous amount. And that's all in the next 30 years, where in present trajectories, we're probably going to breach that limit. Now, remember, Brazil's only paid for capture. So he's only been paid for 18 gigatons. There's a change in 34 gigatons. That's because Brazil should not deforest, because it's very expensive to deforest now, given you're being paid net, right? So, in fact, the actual cost for the rest of the world is about $10 a ton. That's about the cheapest carbon you can find in the world. You know, there's nothing like that. Just to give you an idea, carbon capture, the only other type of carbon capture storage besides tropical forest that you can do is what's called CCS, carbon capture and storage. It's done at the well. So in many fracking places, if they're very concentrated, for instance, Australia has a very big project for gas on this. The United States is the largest one. Okay? Now, that kind of carbon capture and storage is the cost is way over $100. That's compare 100 with 10. So that's the kind of comparison we have to do. So as I said, that's all the low productivity. So the bottom line is, with modest prices for CO2, the Brazilian Amazon would produce notable CO2 capture. That's our bottom line. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about biodiversity. You know, everybody talks about the bioeconomy in the Amazon. That's very, very important. And now let's span Amazonia, because for the Amazon, you can measure biodiversity everywhere. You don't need economics, because in any case, we have no economics for biodiversity. That's one of our big problems. We don't have a price for biodiversity. We know it's important, but we don't know how much it's worth and how to count it. Okay? And I'll tell a little bit of the problems, but a little bit, let me start with some data. This is biodiversity per hectare, okay, in regions of the Amazon. And you see it varies a lot. Again, there's a lot of heterogeneity. The highest potential biodiversity are in portions of the Western Amazon. Those are the darker colors. And in the Guyane, which is France, which I don't think the IEDB covers. I would be curious about that. That's France. Okay? They're very biodiverse. And the lowest potential portions are in Guyana, in the southern Amazon, and the upper Rio Negro. Okay, that has to do with soil and many complicated things, but that's the way it is. By the way, I know nothing about biodiversity. I never owned an animal. I don't really like animals except humans. But the fact of the matter is, I'm only talking about tree biodiversity, which I know even less. But it's okay, because that's the only thing you can really measure. You know, measuring biodiversity on animals is super complicated. Okay, so that's biodiversity per hectare. Now, the bad news, so this you can do very well. This comes from, okay, papers by Ter Stegen and her co-authors. Did I change? Yes. Okay, so I think I went twice. Okay, now here it is. Okay. So, one of the problems with biodiversity is a lot of different measures. And nobody knows what's the right one. So this one that I was showing you, which is the easiest one to do, is count species. Okay? But counting species is probably very important, but it's something that it's not the whole story, perhaps not even much of the story. Okay? So just to give you an idea, you must have heard numbers like that. Apparently the Amazon has 15,000 plus species. If I have time, I tell you how they come up with this number, which is a little crazy, but it's probably close to that. I'm not saying that's, but the way they come to it is kind of crazy. Now, of this 50,000 species, if you take a random area in the Amazon and you ask, how many trees in this area make up 50% of the trees, of all the trees? How many species? The answer is 2%. So the story of the Amazon is that there's a few species, let's assume the 15,000 is right, 300 species, that make 50% of the Amazon. The rest is there playing very different roles. And that's a very important lesson that tells you you shouldn't just count stuff. But it's hard to do otherwise. There are some other measures. If we had time, I'll go through it. Now, the next problem, which is super important, is aggregation. You start with species per hectare, and then you ask, how many species are in 10 hectares? It's not 10 times what you see per hectare, because there's a lot of overlap. So that's a node problem. The scientists came up, there's a guy named Arrhenius, who I don't even know who he was. He was a statistician, by the way, I know that much. In 1921, he came up with a formula. And that formula works pretty well. Okay? Now, nobody knows the scale at which that formula works, because nobody can count all the species for the whole Amazon. What scientists do is they take small areas, 1 hectare areas, and send a guy with a map, or girl with a map. They go around, I'm using guy generically. So he or she goes around, matches all the different species to put X's on all the species they find, and then they say, oh, I counted in an hectare 300 species. That's the number. Okay? Now, somebody else goes to another area. So the papers on species count have 100 authors. Okay? Because they all walk to another different areas. Okay? Now, how do you aggregate that is very difficult. So the Arrhenius formula says the following. There's a constant that depends on the biome. I'll finish in 5 minutes, okay? There's a constant that depends on the biome. Even within the Amazon, there are many biomes, of course, but there's a constant that depends on the biome. And you take a 1 hectare measurement, okay, that gives you that constant. Okay? That depends on the biome. And then they take the area is 1, you get 1, and take to a power 1/4. That's for tropical forests. Okay? For other groups, you do that for animals too. You do that for birds. It's funny that the numbers are never that different from 1/4, but you see papers like this on all those different questions, okay? But this is for trees. In tropical areas, you get 1/4. That's called species area relationship, because it basically tells you that for an economist to say, well, there are decreasing marginal gains to area. The bigger the area, the less the impact in terms of, because you probably get more overlap from the area that you've been. Now, there's a very important point to learn here. If you take the species area relation, say loss of territory, not only loses biomass, loss to the forest, of territory of the forest, loses biomass, but also loses biodiversity. And you have the formula for that. Okay? So this is an important point. That preservation of tree biodiversity on tropical forests requires preservation of territory. It's not like saving the blue arara, okay? If you want to save the blue arara, maybe you say, well, what is the arara? What trees do the arara? I don't even know if there is a blue arara, by the way. There is one, right? Good. I got a good example. So you have a blue arara. You see the trees that the blue arara eats at, and you say, let's preserve these trees. That's not how it's worked for biodiversity of trees. It's a very complex system, and all you can do is save the territory, okay? But here's an interesting fact, is that you can use, first of all, the other thing is that what about natural reforestation? So not only natural reforestation works very well for biomass, you get about, for the species count, and I'll tell you this for a moment, for the species count, you get 90% of the natural species counts in 30 years. Okay, so that's pretty good. So you're getting very fast. Again, you can fit an exponential given those numbers, okay, if you know where you want to reach. So that's what we've done. And then so you can use the species areas relationship. So if you think of those, our big territories of 67 kilometers by 67 kilometers, you can calculate how much biodiversity those big territories are going to lose if you continue in business as usual, or how much you're going to gain back if you reforest, okay? And here are the numbers that you get. You're going to lose 17% of biodiversity, okay, if you continue business as usual, but you gain, on the contrary, if you at B equal $25 of transfer, the upper trajectory gain 6% of biodiversity in the next 30 years. Now, I should tell those the numbers are very skewed. So these numbers, the average numbers don't tell the whole story, because when you're deforesting, you're typically deforesting large areas. So those numbers will be skewed, but that's something about the averages. And let me finish for mention kind of a fascinating fact. Okay, so we know that if you lose biomass, you're going to lose biodiversity, right? But does that biodiversity matter? Of course it matters as biodiversity, but does it have an external effect? So suppose you take an area of the Amazon, okay, and you cut some trees, you deforest a piece, okay, you lost the biodiversity that was there, right? It's no longer there. Of course, this is an aggregation problem for the whole area, but we can compute that, how much you lose in the whole area. And then you can ask yourself, what happens to biodiversity in the remaining area? Okay, you capitalist, suppose you cut 30%, you have 70% left. What happens to biodiversity there? Okay, you can calculate. And then you can ask, what happens with biomass in that area that you preserved? Okay, the fact of the matter is we know that that area also loses biomass. And the theory behind it, you know, it's an empirical fact, but the theory behind it is that, you know, if you have more remember you lost biodiversity, and because you lost biodiversity, you have less efficient use of the resources in that area. So, because in the Amazon, a lot of the secret of tropical forests, in fact, is that the species share the resources in a very efficient way. So when you take some of the species out, you're going to have less of that. So you can kind of compute, and this is the last number I'm going to give you. You had the Amazon, and the Amazon was deforested in part, and you lost, you know, the history of the Amazon has some deforestation. You lost some biodiversity, and only from this loss of biodiversity, okay, that happened in the past, you're going to have additional loss of biomass. Okay, the paper has the numbers and so on for you guys. So let me finish by making a comment, which is, I think it's quite important. I don't even need slides for that, which is the following. We have a lot of dispersion on carbon prices around the world. So if you take Europe, for instance, you're getting prices that exceed $100. The World Bank produces a table for all those prices for you if you want to look at it. And then you have a lot of places in the $40, $50 range. You have places in the $20 range. You have places in the $10 range. You have a lot of dispersion. Now, an economist, and I was telling some of my former students, they remember that the first thing an economist says is this: look, this is a global externality, a ton of CO2 in the atmosphere. It doesn't matter what's produced. It's going to affect everybody equally. So what do we say about what should be the price? How much divergence we should have across prices? The answer is zero, right? You have a common bed, you should tax it exactly the same way everywhere. Now, so from that point of view, I've been insisting in policy discussions that I've been having lately that the Amazon is not only a cheap place to produce carbon, but Brazil could be financed. You don't even, in some sense, you don't even need transfers. What you need is recognition of credits from the Amazon forest for the rest of the world. In fact, the Paris Convention has a clause on that, but has never been used effectively. There's a little bit. South Korea lets you satisfy 5% of your quota, just something like that. But the fact of the matter, for an economist, and here we're in an economic school that teaches business and economics, the answer is very simple. Let's equalize, let's make every equal quality carbon capture be worth the same everywhere. That's the only answer an economist can give, right? So, given an answer, what about the Amazon? Now, we know historically, this was particularly true during the second part of Lula government, we can really stop deforestation of the Amazon very cheaply. So my co-author, Juliana Assunção, calculated that the using the satellites and the kind of heavy punishment that people received, you know, mostly destruction of machinery of used for deforestation, the cost was about $1 a ton. So it's very cheap to stop deforestation in the Amazon. If you combine that with the fact that if you do something globally, you should not have natural fires in the Amazon. All the natural fires are being caused by edge effects. So if you put those two things together, you say that's really, it's unavoidable to conclude that the Amazon, the carbon capture in the Amazon, and in probably all the other tropical forests, we don't have the economic data for that, is an incredibly efficient way of reducing CO2 in the atmosphere. Thank you, guys.
So now we can open the floor for questions. People who have questions. Questions from the audience? Polo?
You know, for example, those optimal pricing, how much it would be like as a % of GDP of Brazil, for example? I mean, if you were to try to calculate that.
Yeah, okay, so the flow, of course, would vary with the year. And one interesting thing, and there's an interesting point about what you do as the forest matures, because mature forests don't capture, you know, it's an equilibrium system, okay? You get zero capture. But in Brazil, the flows will reach as much as $20 billion a year for many years. So it's a lot of money that flow to Brazil. I mean, $20 billion is not enormous by the Brazilian economy, you know, but it's pretty big for Brazil's economy. So it is a flow that could really finance a lot of stuff, you know, for $20 billion a year. And that will go for many years. Then eventually, you know, the way that carbon capture works is that in the beginning, you know, there's kind of a cost of transforming into forest. It's small, but it's there. There are resources that have to be used. So in the beginning, you're kind of growing faster, and then you get to a point in which trees are capturing a lot of carbon, okay, all the aggregate tree cover, and that's what you get, a $20 billion a year kind of flow. The total, I have it here, the net for Brazil will be about, net gain in 30 years, the present value will be about $250 billion. That is discounting the value of cattle. So it's not enormous for an economy like Brazil, but for the Amazon, you have to understand that those resources are really Amazonian resources, it's not São Paulo resources, right? So for the Amazon, that's worth a lot.
Well, I have a question, actually two questions. The first one, to Tatiana is you were talking about, you see, social impact and social indicators, you see, like life expectancy. The question is, how are those social indicators evolving over time? I mean, is there any progress at all, or they are stable over the years? And the second question to Jose is, you were making your calculations, and I was thinking that deforestation over time, the emissions may be reduced because you see they use better techniques and so forth. Do you have an idea, or you computed in your, using your computations net and gross and whatever, that all was no technological change? I mean, I was curious about that.
I'll get to that, yeah. Tatiana.
Yeah. It's a difficult question because it varies a lot from place to place, social group from social group. But I think what is important and what has called a lot the attention in the recent years is how much the indicators for violence and homicides have grown in the Amazon region. And that has a direct indicator in expectancy of life, et cetera, et cetera. So today in Brazil and probably in the world, the worst indicators for homicide, violent homicides per capita, per population are like Amapá, Manaus, and there it goes. So there's the climate tipping point, but there's a social tipping point, very strongly related to the social questions happening in the Amazon, where the climate tipping point will impact probably very drastically.
To answer your question, Manuel, first of all, if you think of deforestation and reforestation, those are laws of physics. So I don't see any technical progress there. Trees are not going to grow faster or larger or taller. I'm saying that, well, cutting down the trees, I mean, in our calculations there, you know, you've seen cycles. You had worse periods and better periods. Maybe it's true that Brazilians in the future would value the forest more than they may value now. That's a possibility. You just don't see that in the data. That is, you see periods, you know, the Bolsonaro period just finished, and if you look at, were to do, I didn't do, but I'm absolutely sure, if you were to do a calculation how much the forest was valued during that period, it's probably, you get a lower number than any past period equivalent 4 years, you know. So, you know, those things are hard to tell. You know, it's a social question. I want to add something what Tatiana says, what I think is super important, you know. Lack of enforcement in Brazil is a very serious problem. Lack of law enforcement in Brazil is a very serious problem. In the Amazon is even worse. That's number one. And the second thing that she mentioned that I think is very important, I'm doing some work with Juliana Assunção, who is our co-author here, and my former student Ed Glazer, who was a colleague of some of you, on trying to understand why are Amazonian cities so bad. So let me give you a preliminary thing we know. If you're a person and you move to the Amazon for certain periods of time, a Brazilian moves, I suppose, it doesn't matter where, from outside the Amazonian region or from outside the Manaus region is enough, to the Manaus region, and work in this region for a while, and you get back and compare with the person who didn't move there, the wage of the person that moved into the Amazon after he or she moves out is lower, much lower than somebody who stayed out. So going to the Amazon is really bad for your human capital formation. And that's an amazing number, you know, because typically most cities benefit. But going to Manaus is bad for you, you know, and that's a remarkable number. You know, this is preliminary, we're still kind of cleaning the data and so on, but this result holds. It's truly an extraordinary result because it tells you that people are like, you know, they go to this place and somewhat they unlearn stuff. So what you do know, and I mean, I don't know, Ed knows that from his other work, is that if you look at Manaus, the typical worker, low-skilled worker in the Amazon has little contact with a high-skilled worker. And Ed's work shows that this is where low skill, that's where people improve their skills, mostly as in contact to high-skilled workers. And in the Amazon, it's not that there are no high-skilled workers, but they seem to be much more segregated than the low-skilled workers. I'm talking about Manaus. I'm not talking about the whole Amazon. So there's a lot of probably the cities that are, you know, we don't understand why is it that Manaus is such a bad place to gain human capital. It's just a fact.
No, I thought you were going to answer on terms of health, because I'm an example. You know, I moved from São Paulo to Manaus, 25 years in Manaus. I have now in my blood 2 times more mercury than I should, expected by the World Health. And it's a lot. That's living in Manaus.
Let me actually
right?
explain that. Yeah, we didn't think about that, by the way, but there is a segregation. The Zona Franca de Manaus is a very segregated area in terms of work. The people that work, even in Zona Franca industries, you know, the low-skilled people are doing one thing. High-skilled people are probably in São Paulo, but they are sometime there too, and it's a different world. And this is very bad in terms of human capital formation and so on.
Well, thank you. 2 very fascinating presentations. This is a question for Professor Shankman, but Tatiana may have, you know, some thoughts on it as well. I was struck by your observation that 20% of the deforested land was never used. And
was abandoned, not never used.
Abandoned.
No longer used.
Well, that was part of the question. Was it was never used, you know, was deforested and never used at all,
No.
or was used for a while and then eventually abandoned?
Yeah.
Assuming that, you know, the Amazon is not like a homogeneous, you know, piece of land, and you also made the observation that, you know, then the reforestation was much faster 6 years later than what your model will predict it. That is the reason why it was eventually abandoned, that it was, you know, that the forest was so, you know, aggressive and buoyant at that particular space that was eventually abandoned?
Well, there's part of that. You know, one of the reasons we get this edge effect fires in the Amazon, I'm told, you know, I don't know for a fact, but one of the reasons people attribute that is trees keep growing. You know, you put it for cattle, and you put the grass, and all of a sudden the trees start appearing. At the end of the season, they burned. One of the reasons they burned because they believed the grass will become stronger. I don't really know. But then also because you get rid of all these things that grew that you didn't want in your land, okay? So that's part of the story. But the real story goes back to this question you're talking about. Why is the Amazon has so many types of trees? It's because that's a terrain which is relatively poor, but the trees share those resources in a very efficient way. That's what determines the biodiversity. You know, Henry Ford had this crazy idea, which looked very good at the time, you know, to take away a piece of the forest, and he actually did that. It's not that far from Santarém. And he destroyed that area and planted rubber trees. Okay, and he was never able to make that thing function because there were plagues that came that don't happen to the forest because there's too much concentration. One thing, whatever caused the plagues, found that's really good food. They all moved there. There was no help from trees, you know, no sharing of resources and so on. So they tried that thing. That thing lasted for about 20 years. And they could never make it go. That's a symbol of the Amazon, why it's a bad idea to take out the forest, you know, it's very poor land. And so even for cattle, cattle doesn't need much, especially there, you know. That's why cattle is so unproductive. They put a few heads of cattle in a big area and plant, but even for that, eventually the land is not supporting the cattle. So those 2 things work. I don't know which one is, I don't even know if one can figure out which of those 2 things are more important. But in whatever reason, they abandoned, you know, this 20% of the land that has been deforested. If you look at today, will be growing at different, you know, maybe there are quirks in the Brazilian law because most occupation is illegal, but you can gain usucapião. And once you gain usucapião, if you abandon it for 6 years, you lose it. And that's why we only use data from forests which are older than this place that have been abandoned for at least 6 years. Because if it hasn't been abandoned for less than 6 years, maybe somebody else is going to come in and try to, or even the entrepreneur himself will try to go back and so on. we don't really have good data to figure out.
And there's also the whole value chain of not only land prices, but also who occupies when and how. So it's very interesting for you, profit-wise, to go into a new land, even though you have to cut it down, but there's the value of the wood that you can sell. And then when you put it down, you sell it to the other guy who comes and put this very low value cattle that, you know, and then he goes on to the other one. And so there, Juliana Soussan did a lot of work on that, you know, how this expansion of this territory is also related to this feeble legislation on land protection and productivity of work, productivity of capital and land.
I think Tatiana is right. I think there has been some, mostly done by the developed countries, stopping the wood value for people. So right now, if you look at the Amazon and you look at piece of land which is clean, it's worth more than the one that has the forest. Which is whatever you get from the wood doesn't pay for the cost of deforestation. The difference is about $400 an hectare, something like that. We have this number in the paper. It's not that we know a precise number, but I don't have it in my head. It's about $400 an hectare. So that's what happens now. So you deforest, you get whatever you can get for your wood, and that you sell, but you still are willing to pay $400 more for naked land than for forested land. But it's true that this value was smaller in the past, so because you could even get more money for the wood. But now it's about $400.
Thank you, Alex. No, I enjoyed very much the presentation. My question has to do with, clearly Amazonia is the lungs of the planet, right? Very well known, it's a global public good issue. There's an arbitrage in terms of the CO2 price, right? And I think the main challenge, it seems, given Professor Schenkman's comments, of course, is the agency aspect, I think, right? The historical role of government in terms of, the deforestation. So pushing that into the present, the question I have is, where do you think we are at today in terms of resolving or sort of nesting the agency aspect or the challenges emanating from the agency aspect within the current institutional structure in Brazil and globally, right? Because you have China having, massive health issues. So I'm sure the world would willingly fund for many, programs that can be engineered, such as the one you proposed. So, but I think the challenge they would face is what ensures that it can be implemented, given these hurdles on the agency side. So if you can elaborate further on it, that would be of interest.
I think the answer to that lies in the I think the answer to that, Tatiana, I'm sure she'll have something to contribute to this question, but Brazil has done it, and it was cheap. Satellite data is very plentiful and cheap, especially at scale. If you want to use satellite data to find out what color shirt you are wearing today, that's expensive. You have to put a satellite to follow you, whatever, to find you. But it's very cheap to do those big things. And that's the numbers that Juliana produced of less than $1 a ton tells you that it's very cheap to stop deforestation. But it's a part of the general problem of Brazil that Tatiana raised. We need better governance of the country as a whole. We really need this. We need better, we're getting, she's talking about crime in the Amazon and homicide in the Amazon, which is a particularly bad problem. But we also have a lot of problems, in cities like Rio and São Paulo and so on. So we do need a lot on that front. But I think that's another thing. I think this $20 billion a year or discounted value of $200-something billion could help us. Some of this money could be to relocate and find jobs. Everything is counted here. You could pay the people that work in the Amazon, in the cattle industry, in agriculture, all from those sources. That's all accounted for, okay? So there's $250 billion are net of that. But of course, people just don't want to get paid. They want to have occupations. So there are ways you can spend money to get those things done. But it's feasible. It does take political will. My view is this. You're getting $20 billion a year, you know. 2 years from now, we have an election, right? And let's suppose you get elected, the person who really doesn't like the forest, okay? But whoever is that person who think, $20 billion, you want to give this up? You're making it expensive. You're making the whole thing, this whole thing works by generating a big opportunity cost for Brazil for deforestation. You can come out, you know, you get 500 tons in the typical hectare in the Amazon. Multiply 500 tons, so it's $12,500 per hectare. There's no way Amazonian land can sell for that kind of price, you know, and that's the point. Just simple economics.
So we are getting over time. If you want, we are going to do a conclusion with Tatiana.
Very quickly, two things. Looking into the future, you know, I know when we talk about carbon, it's very abstract to normal people. But one thing he said, and we're starting to look at it, are the flying rivers. That's not abstract. When we stop having the flying rivers produced by the Amazon impacting agriculture in Uruguay, Argentina, Paraguay, and south of Brazil, we're going to have people understanding the price of putting down the forest. Hopefully, we will have prices for that in the near future. And the second thing, which is very interesting, is a study done by the World Bank, which is Macroeconomic Memorandum. And it answers a lot the question you talked about, what it is, Manaus, now the low productivity of work in Manaus. And that has a very strong consequences on the deforestation and the conservation of the forest. So if we don't look into the cities, Brazil as a whole, because we will not understand the Amazon if we don't understand what's happening in São Paulo. The same problem in São Paulo. The productivity, as taxas de produtividade of Brazil, we've never really managed to turn them up again. So that has a direct consequence when we're talking about the Amazon. So the two things.
So let's thank a lot Tatiana and Jose, a great session. We have now a 15 minutes break and we are back for the next session. Thank you very much. It was fantastic.
Well, let's see. So what do you teach at Instituto de Empresa?
I teach real estate, finance, macroeconomics.
How to make money in Madrid?
Madrid now is a good place for, I mean, you know, it's one of these few pro-business places in Europe, so we don't have too many places that are pro-business. Barcelona is committing suicide. Are they really? I mean, a bit less than before, because now the socialist is not like the extreme left of before, but they keep the housing market, bring controls. So Uber was not operating in McDonald's, close at 6. There is a regulation to protect the taxis. I mean, it's all these kind of interest groups, no? Everybody.
No, I know, yeah.
Okay. Okay. pointer, okay.
Yeah, sure, I go to the. He wants me to. Is this on? Yeah. You want to get going? You mean looking for this? Thanks. Welcome back. I guess Manuel is very kind. It's a pleasure being here and to find a justification for inviting me to listen to this interesting conference. He said, why don't you chair Aloisio session? So it's a pleasure. Aloisio Araujo is a very good friend. We just, I remember a moment many years ago when we met. He's a distinguished economist, and Aloisio is a special type of economist because his academic work is very highly mathematical, a bit like Jose, but Jose is following on the pathways of Aloisio. Now, people that do very highbrow theoretical work, extremely sophisticated, but also get a real interest in practical matters, in social issues, in what economists are actually supposed theoretically to be concerned with. So Jose does it from Colombia, Aloisio does it from Rio and Brasilia, and it's been, if I understand, quite involved in recent years with Brazilian political decision-making, especially monetary policy, but he was just telling me that he's very proud about some achievement, maybe he will tell us about VAT taxes and the way they're being modeled in the country, right? So you're going to talk about, new title, A Moderately Optimistic View of Brazil. That's good, a moderately optimistic view. I think we need it these days, right? Optimistic views are not going around. How's the market doing today? Collapsing another day? Another? Well, good. So buy and sell. All right, so Aloisio, please. I think I did my introductory part. I'll listen to you.
Thank you, Michele. Thank you, Manuel, for inviting me here. So after so many years, we meet, no? He invited me to Spain, I invited him into Rio, and then once in a while we talk and work similar problems long time ago. And then it's a great pleasure to be here. And the introduction of Michele is great. So I changed titles because Manuel keeps giving me insight. You should go, you do whatever you want, but you do whatever you want. But so I chose this title at the end, okay? At some point I was going to have a very academic paper about inflation targeting. It is in the YouTube, right? I did 2 years ago, so if you press there, everything's detailed, and it's to appear the paper in the AJ Macro. Perhaps the paper, the modern version, is already there in the, if not, I sent to you. But I decided to do more interesting, you know? And I put my take there in Brazil since the beginning, right? Moderately optimistic, right? So it's not, you're not near the cows or anything. Perhaps you are, but you've always been, and there's always escape, possible escape. So but anyhow, that's what I'm talking about, okay? Also, most of you know me, like Michele, you know, from this very abstract work in general equilibrium, optimization, and then dynamic economics, and this, probability theory, right, as a mathematician. But for the last 25 years, not a short time, I've been involved in advising, particularly the last 6 years, even more, right? But it goes back to early millennia, no? Something like that. So I'm going to talk about several things, and then please interrupt me. So let me start. That's one of the things I want to say. Perhaps you talk about how Brazil developed academically in economics, no? I start with the talk that I gave in 1990, more or less. In Brazil, the Economists Association, they invite one person to be honored. And they chose me there. And when I thought, again, please, don't take it too serious. It looks like I was dishonored the economic profession. But anyhow, that was not my intention. My intention is to compare Brazil, well, I mean, the last country in Latin America to have a university system, no, only 20th century, very late, 100 years after Argentina, primary education, basic education was mandatory, exactly 100 years after Argentina. So it was start very late in all this. And then I decided to do, I compare, but then in science in general, Brazil had improved. So I collect some data, I try to remember a little bit. I make the comparison between in mathematics and physics, both of them gave the same result. Brazil was bigger than Mexico plus Argentina plus Chile, because the population added together was a little less or perhaps the same as Brazil, something like that. But was smaller, I expect, England or France. As expected again, right? So to check that. And these were the scientific publication in the previous 10 years. That means 1980 to 90. So in top 10, something like that. And then I did in economics. Brazil was smaller than Mexico, or Chile, or Argentina. Either one, Brazil was smaller, although the population was much bigger. And Brazil, obviously, is, for sure, smaller than England or France. But so economics was much lagging behind than the other fields, scientific fields. Economics in general is very concentrated in the US, a little bit in Europe, no? So, but compared with Latin American countries, even that Brazil was behind. So nowadays, Brazil has 3 of the 4 best research centers. Perhaps don't throw, it's good that no Argentinians or Mexicans are wrong, but 3 of the 4 best, perhaps, no, this criteria, Tilburg, or whatever you get, there's several very good centers, okay? Colombia improved. Argentina is great economists, its time more in the US, but not as much in Argentina. So it's changed the scenario. Nowadays you have better economists, I think. And that's important, I think, because my view in this talk here will be very clear that we need thinking to do reforms. It's just not copying. Many economists say, no, copy this. This is already there. Many good economists say, oh, the analysis has been done, the diagnosis has been done, it's just a question of implementing it. I say, no, everything is a big problem. Because big countries have very diversified interest groups, have very much interaction between the laws. I'm going to talk about the Mussolini law that since old time it was still prevalent in Brazil. And then the labor law and the bankruptcy law, for example, was from a very old time. So you need people to think. That's my view. Okay, it doesn't come from free. And even the inflation target that I'm going to concentrate more in the inflation target towards the end. Okay? But in the last education, it's very important also. Increase in the years of education, constant quality. One, it didn't increase productivity as expected. Okay, I know that. I know my answer is, and I have a little less pessimistic view. as always, okay? Because I think I invented something different way of measuring productivity, okay? I use a Sharon Rosen idea that people like to be alive. So you consume the goods, but the probability of being alive is important also. And that's affect how much you invest in health. That extends your lifespans. So if you measure that way, I have a paper with students I never published it. I hope I publish it sometime soon, I think. But its situation is a little better, right? Brazil is less behind than France or the US, as a matter of fact. Life expectancy than in the traditional good. So if you measure productivity only the traditional, in the Ramsey model, I like to measure in sharing way. I find very creative paper, but anyhow. Very important, in the 80s, in the late 80s, in the middle 80s, I organized many meetings, mentored by Jim Heckman, okay? I talked with Jim, I said, no, Jim, I was very excited about early childhood, the Heckman curve, you know, the returns for investing early is much better than later, you know, Heckman equation curve or whatever. And so I said, we have to bring that to Brazil. Brazil have to do many things, okay? And then we had these big meetings. I published a book. No, I coordinated a book. I didn't write it, okay? I coordinated. Published by the Brazilian Academy of Science. It was a little bit copied by the National Academy of Science in the US, but it's not the same thing. But the initial idea was to do something similar. But, and then the government implemented it. The current finance minister. And since then, we become closer. And Sérgio Firpo, recently I measured it with Portela and Ogava, and he was a debater, so please don't do your criticism now, but at least overall you liked it, right? I mean, so it passed the test, okay? He was debating in a paper that presented, our paper that was presented to appear in a Journal of Human Capital. So I do that, but I like to write papers. So, and then more recently, the previous government, there was the new Fundeb. What's the new Fundeb? The new Fundeb expanded the total amount. Economists don't like it, and then don't like economists that don't like it. Okay, because they are very superficial. They say, well, the country is not growing, what's that for? Wait, because if you fix all the other problems, no, the economy grows, then you don't want to have all these educated people around. So you have to still increase, because it's having an effect on the years of education, and the quality is more or less constant. It's actually going up a little bit because more people that go in the secondary school. So the overall is increasing, I think, because that comes more. But anyhow, it's even worse that it should be growing more, but it's not. There's several explanations for that. One is, well, I went over this. So it's a big problem in Brazil. And the new Fundeb gives more money and concentrated more in the more miserable country. So the more miserable people. That we did that. Guedes helped me pushing that. And I participate in the regulation of that. Me and the Congress is Rigoni. He was, and then I had all the help inside all my students, the army of students, in Brasilia, and also the people from the government. So I think it was a big improvement. You have to go over it, to finish this, because the more poor people are more affected. This paper that we see the effect, the very poor are not that much affected by the Fundeb, old Fundeb. So you have to go to the second stage, I think. You have to keep thinking that we are going to fix the problems of productivity, right? So just And again, Heckman was the mentor for me. He told me, "Oh, invite this. So invite lots of neuroscientists, got some neuroscience from Brazil in the 80s, no? And so it was very helpful to do the way it should be done. Neuroscientists and psychologists and education people and Brazilians and foreigners. Oh, sorry. Oh, is that it? Yeah, right. I got always confused. That's the bankruptcy law, okay, like 20 years ago. I started working was Arminio and Sergio Vela invited me to Central Bank because they did default in Bannock Space. They didn't have anybody else. So, and then I learned the rules, the laws, and then it was very painful. And had advanced. The law that was there was awful, but we had changed that in the central bank, and then continue. Meirelles invited me to continue in the central bank. A lot of it was done with the stuff that we've been doing before. And then I have to tell you, I betrayed the economists. I went for the lawyer. The lawyer knew what's going on. The economists had some very strange idea. They say, the way to do it is a whole set of options. Give the firm to the most senior creditor and let the last second senior creditor buy the firm by the price of the credit that the most senior creditor had, and so forth. A whole set of options. It's a paper that had 10,000 citations, I don't know. But people laugh at me, and I start laughing at me, put myself in the mirror. How come I came with these ideas? So he then came and he says, you have to look at the lawyer. And I met this guy, Richard Levine, was a great guy that had reformed the American bankruptcy law. So I go the American ways, okay? Don't care. Economists didn't like American law either. So American bankruptcy system. I think they don't understand exactly what's going on. But anyhow, that's the way it was done. And it was a big success. Not a big success, a moderate success. Again, moderate optimism. But there was a chapter 11 in Sin of Concordata. Sorry, Michele, you abandoned Mussolini, finally. 70 years after, Mussolini had been hanged, but he still, because there were some lawyers in Getúlio Vargas' dictatorship, there was influence by Mussolini, so they like, capitalism is bad, communism is bad, so you have to do something in between. What's it do with it? Give to the state to decide, give the power to the judge. That's a mess, right? So that's went to the chapter 11 way. The economists didn't like it. I don't care about the economists, but it's a good way. Nowadays, it's very accepted, much more accepted all over the world, okay? Even economists don't complain about this anymore. Too much. And then there was an extrajudicial mechanism. We introduced lots of things you could, lots of. It was a good group inside the central bank. It was since the Armenian time, continued to work. That was very interesting. There was extrajudicial system. We managed to do only in 20. The courts is still a mess, right? If you, it would be so you had to do extrajudicially. And then we did a little bit in 2005, but the main thing was done in 20. And it was a big helping. It's still lots of things going on wrong. But sometimes better not mess around, because what the current government did to send a law to improve this administrador judicial, that's awful. Increase the cost, and then it's very, but then what Congress did, it did something much worse than it was. And say, Daddy, don't mess around. Let it die, please. If I tell you the name of a politician did that, you agree with me. Let one of the law die also, we get the same thing. Because it was very bad. It was part of all the church debt. So you had to debt and go to another one. It's very tiresome to go over this. Each time it's lots of work, lot of thinking, and lots of energy. So just So credit recovery increased from 0.2%, you don't believe that, okay, but that's doing business, not my data, to 20% of GDP, of total debt. So it multiplied by 100. Time for judicial recovery was cut for 1/3. No, to 1/3, was cut 2/3. So that, I think, was a good accomplishment, no? According to doing business. Doing business has lots of problems, but don't have any other data. We don't have the effect yet from them. I have 3 papers now. We did before that, me and Funchal, and then another one in corporate finance with Ferreira and Funchal, the effects of the law, the impact on credit, and so forth. And then more recent, labor effect of judicial bias in bankruptcy in Brazil. The rules of law, the rules of law. People say rules of law is important, so let's read Hayek. Well, sometimes in economy, instead of reading all this, go to the numbers, right? And then you see that the facts are there, right? So publish this paper. My ex-students and some other people also, very good guys. Ponticelli worked before in Brazilian bankruptcy. So, more recent constitutional reform. Labor law, another Mussolini law that you have, Kelly. You're obsessed. Not, I'm sure. How come it lasts 70 years? Yeah, it's the labor court. The labor court is still there. You hang Mussolini 70 years ago, the law was still there. Only now it's been removed. So it's not, it's the idea that the court should do, the judge, power to the judge. I don't know. Okay, good that you lose some time so I can go on. But the labor
This
law.
thing is funny. Now it finally revealed itself. It has a little button down here. I didn't know there was all this Mussolini's thing in Brazil. I thought Argentina had been influenced by the Italians, so we made it even to.
No, there was some lawyers in Brazil law.
Oh, we send the lawyers. It's you that like the lawyers.
The judiciary, in Brazil, always been influenced by the Italian law and things like that, old tradition.
I see, interesting.
But at that time, there were even some more reasons to follow the. So they imported these 2 body of laws, the Concordata, that's for destroy every firm, and the labor court, and then the power of the. So we mitigated that, but then it's coming back a little bit. Unfortunately, now it's, but still there. Okay, it's still improvement. I say you have to struggle it to fight more, to have better levels of. And then the pension reform is 2019 was very important. Was lots of saving, but unfortunately, if increase the minimum wage, increase the Brazilian system, destroy part of the benefit. But it would have been worse if you increase the minimum wage without changing the law, the pension system. That would be even worse. So but that's the pension reform. But pension reform, I don't think is like the labor law. Like this is not the economist's problem. It influence economy, right? But lawyers do that. The bankruptcy, it's different because lots of interaction between lawyers and. But the labor, there was and pension essentially, the way I look at it is a mathematical programming problem. You want to maximize the gains from the reform, given that it passed in Congress. So this is a mathematical programming problem. With a good politician, you know how to maximize that. Don't go beyond a certain point, if not, it don't pass. But the VAT reform, 2023 and 2024 is still being implemented. And that, I think, is a very economic problem, because what we did is to find some data, a natural experiment. We didn't publish that yet, but even send it. But because the Europeans have these rules, I was talking with Michele, it should be uniform tax across was Atkin Stiglitz' idea, that be uniform across the goods. Because you simplify the system. It's true, I agree entirely with that. But the problem, if you have much more evasion in some goods than in others, it might pay off to have different rates, to go back to the Ramsey, the great Ramsey, that should be inversely proportional, not to the elasticity of demand, but to elasticity of evasion. And you estimate, have a natural experiment, when Cardoso II government, the increase, they could not fix the stop inflation, that was nice, but they didn't fix the problem that the revenue they're gaining out of the tax, inflation tax, had been substituted for something else. They just increased by 5% GDP the tax burden from 27 to 32. Kills you. That's why what the reason they don't grow, tax burden. Manuel was telling me that, is it true, Luis, that's 39 or 40% the tax burden in Brazil? Yes, if you count the deficit, it is. If you count interest rate also. A little bit less than that, I say, because if that's counting also the inflation that's in the interest rate, so it's a little bit less than, but it's more than 34. It's 36, something like that. It's very big. So looking at this data, they increased the taxes, and the reaction, the evasion was very different than according to the sector that you're in. They did some econometrics there, with this data. The evasion after the increase was a nice thing because you have a control. It's interesting paper, okay? I'm not going over it. But I was telling Michele that what gives me an extra force, I was visiting Sardinia, and nobody was paying any tax on tourism. And some economists in Brazil, well, I understand you have a lower tax for education, without education and health, you not pass it, just for political reason. But tourism is very, well, tourism should be one to go because nobody was paying the tax. I was in Sardinia, renting a boat for a trip, or hotels and everything. It's amazing. The big guys pay, but the smaller guys don't. So it has to be, we've been a very nice group coming in, so it's, okay, that's good. I was lucky to get with the students that were free from class. But I'm going over these reforms in Brazil, constitutional reform. All of this mixed the constitution. So that's one of the things that cannot, just make a remark, okay, you might forget. People say, you have to open up the economy. I say, no, I don't think you should open. Oh, Luis, you're crazy. No, because there is a sequence of laws. You're going to close down some firm and going to open up another firm, right? If you open up the economy. And you have to transfer the labors that you own this firm to the new firms and the capital. So the good bankruptcy and a good labor law to do it in a less costly way. So there is a sequencing of laws. Even that. Kelly asked me to talk a little bit. I was talking with him. So it's what we are doing now. It is part of bankruptcy, part of labor. So nowadays, if we need to open up the economy for the current situation with tax and so forth, we are better prepared than 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So that's the. But the VAT passed it, I talked with Haddad and said, no, Haddad, this thing is not going to pass. and say, Aloysio, I give you all the argument, I'm the finance minister. I say, okay. So when I look everything better, I say, oh, that now I think it's going to pass. I say, Aloysio, didn't I told you 10 months ago that I was the finance minister? Okay. So they negotiate Congress and that. Perhaps it's not perfect, okay? It was, lots of it was just pure lobbying. I'm not saying it's optional, but it has to be done in the multiple tax. India did that way. But I talk, no, some countries, even Europeans don't have a single rate. So anyhow, it was a big achievement. So it was a moderate optimism that I'm saying. Not with the fiscal, okay? The fiscal, I think, is a burden to everything, even for the inflation target, okay? So, so let's go to the inflation target, okay? That's be more, sorry, student, but now I become more, more technical, but that's the way it is. No, I have to, 10 minutes, okay. So it's to appear in AJ Macro, so the paper is there, and then, but so I'm going a little fast about the model. Oh, how to set inflation target in the economy with high government debt burden. To start with, the burden, high debt burden depends on the country, okay? But if I look at the data, the inflation target varies according to the country. Chile, Turkey didn't dare to do the same inflation target as Brazil. Brazil didn't dare the Chile, and the Chile didn't dare to do like the US. So there was something behind it, I don't know. So this is to make a contribution to this, and I'm not going to settle this question, okay? But it's a contribution. Very few theoretical paper on that. There were some arguments that freedom like a negative inflation. And then, but that was being passed because the liquidity problem, right? The hedonistic price of hedonistic price that should be, I don't know, should not go all the way down to, there were 2% more or less what was agreement. There was a few people, I was arguing that if you have a high tax burden, you and had tendency to have deficits, you should go a little higher. So that's the, not to change, sometimes I say, if you increase, at increasing the thought experiment, if you're considering to set up the first round of inflation target. You see what I mean? It's not to change it in the middle of the game. Because there's a game going on here. You could look at this general clean model as a game of signaling, whatever. So you might signal that is a way of to spend more. And that's very bad, okay? It makes matter even worse. So let's make it very clear that there's something at the start of the period, although in the beginning of first Lula government, they increased and then decreased. But that time they had a very solid fiscal surplus, okay? And it's very different than now. So I'm not advocating that should increase now. Very clear, I always tell journalists that. Look at the inflation target. I was there. I was a consultant of the central bank when they started the inflation target regime. I was talking with Verlang and Arminio, or their consultant. And they put 8, 6, and 4. 8 was already gone. It was easy. 6 was final, 4. And then they consider how, and I was, since the beginning, was battling. Because I tell you what, I calibrated the Krugman model when you had fixed exchange rate. It's a different problem. But I calibrated. There was an interview with me 10 months before the speculative attack on the real. 10 months before. And it occurred. 8 months. I said, I'm going to be before election. and it occurred 10 years after I gave this interview. What the interview was to Celso Pinto, was the greatest, one of the greatest economic journalists in Brazil. Very good guy, and has a column there, Gazeta Mercantil. So it was something, since they started inflation target, I say, well, the temptation to do little less inflation will be too big. So I have to be thinking about this question. You see, that's early. I lived in Brazil for a long time. I see lots of dreams, illusions, not dreams, illusions, no? Price freeze, all sort of games, no? Gimmicks to have low inflation that didn't work. And this stuff is bad. It's not the bad of people that do the policy. It's that intrinsic equilibrium. And the monetary council is not, Brazilian monetary council is not going to make everybody else behave. You're not going to make the judiciary behave, to make the Congress behave according to what they should be doing. And the rest of the government behave the way it should be. That observation goes for the previous government and for this government. So it's very difficult. It's an environment. So, and so they put, and then there was, they put 4, 3.5, then was the anticipation of Lula that will do something wrong, so the inflation went up and then came down, and I was roving around 4.5. And I took that as indication where Brazil could afford 4.5. Perhaps 4, 4.5, something like that. But you don't learn this thing, okay? The country is there. Any opportunity, you know, for example, you save money from the pension reform, you already spend on a higher minimum wage. You save money, and you already spend. You privatize some good, you already spend. It's equilibrium. It's a problem. And then you have Brazil, the government has a negative savings that perhaps, so that's perhaps why it's not grow, because there's a negative, it's an enormous tax burden that squeezes the private sector, is a negative tax, is a negative savings the government has on the top of it, so it doesn't invest in infrastructure, so the human capital doesn't have companions to make the economy grow. Perhaps that's the question. I don't know. So let me go fast. So the debt to GDP is more or less constant. We modern economy, and the novelty that you have before, compared with the other people that taught them, is that before people have a monetary dominance, fiscal dominance, that's it. And in your model, we developed a third region, that's fiscal fragility zone. The fiscal fragility appears when you have a relatively high risk premium, and appears in Brazil. Perhaps in the US, if you look at, because when I gave the first time I gave, Sims was in the audience. And I said, no, that's only for emerging market. I was afraid I was going to get so much stone thrown at me. And then Sims said, no, Luis, I disagree with this point, because it's valid also for developing economy. And you could understand my model explaining how the US, there was a partial default in the US debt, right? Because the president of the Fed did increase the interest rate to 10%. Did it? No. There was a partial default, unexpected inflation. It was people that have the assets in government bonds in the US, they get a hit. Not only in Brazil, in Europe, also in Japan. Japan, I don't know. Japan is a different country. But in Europe or England. And so the model is more general. But so there is this. So you raise the interest rate. I'm not saying raise it now, okay? Raising in the thought experiment when you're doing the first time around, or the time that you're decreasing it. The fiscal fragility zone shift upwards. What you based here? Importance of the fiscal fundamentals to inflation. I didn't invent all these things off my head. I mean, who I am? Okay, 2 minutes. So this is essentially the fiscal fundamental to inflation, fiscal theory of the price level. Sergeant Wallace, Sims, Woodford. That's why when I gave in front of these people, they accept it naturally. And also Calvo, sudden stop, the idea of sudden stop, and Colin Kehoe, the idea of, so anyhow, there's a model, there's a calibration, and the interest rate tends to be higher the lower the target is, okay, in a case like Brazil. And then we calibrate, and then the fiscal fragility, you can go escape from going back and go up to the fiscal dominance. And then 6%, the expected inflation is 3.5, and then 100% is 12. So it's...
Does your estimate apply
okay.
also to the United States?
Okay.
Go back to that
What?
prediction. It's to
What?
conclude. I think we want to conclude on a moderately optimistic note. Can you get back to you had a
Yeah.
prayer before? Yeah. So you define the fiscal dominance zone, the one in which the debt level is 100% or more than GNP. And is that a model prediction, or is that a estimate, or what is it, that 12.8%?
Which column are you talking
Here, last line, the very last line.
about? Oh, yeah.
No, I'm just thinking of United States.
Yeah,
these
that's
days.
that's my model, okay? That's the steady state of once you go to fiscal dominance, there is a steady state of inflation.
I see.
It's a simplification of the model.
No, it's okay. But then the model predicts
Yeah.
that when you have fiscal dominance, the inflation rate is
Yeah,
essentially set
yeah, that's
as
what-
high as possible.
Yeah, the central bank
reduce the
lose
debt
all
burden.
the ability to change. The market do whatever they want.
All right, I think
And then-
that would be a moderately optimistic conclusion for the talk. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's that was something. I calibrated this for the beginning.
I was just trying to put an ironic note on the number,
Yes.
Aloisio.
No,
I
it's
think 13% is not something to look forward to.
Yeah. No, it's a steady state inflation. No, I calibrate that for the beginning in 2003 or 2002, something like that, with the parameters there. I don't want to do it now because now I'm going to be in the spot, right? Even more than I want to be.
All right.
To give it a scientific contribution for this debate.
All right. Thanks, Aloisio. Thanks. Boss, what's the procedure? Should we have question and remarks? We have a panel coming up. Then,
Can I sit there?
please.
Sir. Well, as we assemble the panel, I would like to give you good afternoon. My name is Paulo Leme. I have the privilege to work for both institutions. I teach here at the University of Miami in the finance department, and I also worked as an asset manager at Space Securities. So I'm really honored to have a fantastic group of economists. Caio, please come in. Alberto, have a seat. I'm going to stay over here. Maybe if I'm lucky, I get a chair. You know, I don't know. We'll see. But I mean, the idea is to, you were expecting something different, right? We started hitting you with environmental stuff, Amazonas. Yeah, finally, the moment of Selic and the exchange rate has arrived, and that dynamics. So if you're waiting for that, you're going to have plenty here in this session. And it's an honor to have, these colleagues. And I think in the order in which we're going to tackle the comprehensive issues of the macro side, we're going to start with Marcos Quiliato, who is the Executive Director for Brazil at the World Bank. Marcos, thank you for being with us. Prior to that, he also was at the IADB, where he also was at the board of executive directors, experience also at the UN, the Economic Commission for Latin America, CEPAL, and he's going to start with an overview of growth, trying to link this panel with the previous panel. Then we're going to go for the fiscal part, and maybe we can link it with Professor Araújo's fiscal dynamics. And I have my colleague from XP, Chief Economist Caio Begali, that also gave his contribution working both for the Brazilian federal government and also, I think, almost like in a country. I mean, being the Treasury Secretary for the city of São Paulo, that was quite a challenge, I guess, right? And then we're going to put it all together, how these things affect monetary policy, exchange rate policy. I'm going to have then Carlos Viana de Carvalho, with all his experience having been a deputy governor, the Central Bank of Brazil. Currently, he's the head of research, Capitalo, a very important asset management firm in Brazil. And I think also worked at the New York Fed, where I think a lot of the intel, I think, gets worked out in the U.S. financial market. So I think it's quite a privilege to get that viewpoint. And also teaches at Católica at PUC in Rio. And then my good colleague, good friend, we worked together many years, Alberto Ramos. He is the chief economist for Latin America at Goldman Sachs. Prior to that, he worked at the IMF, also colleagues at Chicago. And Alberto is going to wrap it up, giving us an overview, from how the markets are looking at Brazil, both in the external markets and also the local markets as well. So without further ado, let me turn the floor to Marcos, please. Do I get it? I did get a chair, so I think I'm doing a good job here. Marcos.
Thank you very much, Paulo, for a very kind invitation. It's a real honor to be here, and nice meeting you all, colleagues for the panel. Before I talk a little bit about growth, as you proposed, I also feel myself more on the optimistic side, like Professor Araújo was saying. But let me congratulate you for beginning a macroeconomic conference with the topic of the Amazon, of climate, because this is pretty much what Brazil is structuring as its development strategy. Brazil is trying to articulate macroeconomic stability or economic growth with social inclusion and climate. And Minister Haddad himself is very proud to say everywhere he goes, we had the G20 last year, and he's very proud to say that he's among the very few ministers of finance that, together with the Minister of Environment, is leading the climate transition. And here the task, the objective is really to combine the ecological transformation, the energy transition, with economic growth as a source or a drive of economic growth. So putting it to the past, this old-fashioned idea that protecting the environment is anti-growth. So we can actually use investments on protecting the climate, on the energy transition, into pursuing better jobs, higher levels of investment. So this is, I thought it was quite clever that we could start the conversation today with the Amazon or with the climate. Just then briefly to look back to last year or growth last year, I think everyone will agree that when we, at the beginning of the year, not only colleagues in the markets were projecting a quite low economic growth. I think the average of projection of markets was around 1.5% growth. Even the IMF, World Bank were projecting something below 2%. The Ministry of Finance was projecting 2.2%. the beginning of the year. And at the end, Brazil grew 3.5%, which is quite a positive result. It's among the highest rate of growth on the G20 economies. And not only the level was high, it's important to consider that the level was high given two very severe climate events that happened last year. You remember floods in Rio Grande do Sul, very severe impact, millions of people affected, multiple cities were impacted, and also droughts that impacted the agriculture. The agriculture sector dropped around 3% last year. So even under those circumstances, Brazil managed to grow 3.5%, which is, of course, why I'm also on the optimistic side as Professor Araújo. And the quality of that growth is also something to highlight. It's important to highlight that manufacturing, that's a sector that has been struggling for several years, had a positive result last year, and also investment. Investment grew around 7% or a bit more than 7%. So also the quality of the growth last year is something to keep in mind. And of course, this has a very strong articulation or dynamic with the agenda of social inclusion, reduction of poverty, family consumption picking up associated with that, and the labor market that reached the lowest levels of unemployment. I think that was on the economic growth side. Of course, there were challenges on inflation, especially more towards the end of the year. Internal shocks and also external. The exchange rate evaluation impacted inflation, of course. And there are challenges that we are all aware. On the fiscal side, the government has been responding. I think colleagues will here say it's not enough. I'm aware of that. But I think Brazil has built, even on the fiscal side, and we can discuss a bit more later on, has built a trajectory of adjustment, given that we do not need any radical shocks. This is my personal view. We do not need any radical shocks, given the situation we have. And then to be brief, Professor, for this year, I think the perspective for growth this year, everyone will expect a growth level that is below last year. The monetary policy tightening is already showing an impact in cooling labor markets, services, but there are at least two things that everyone is already pointing that will be on the positive side. So of course, this will be on the cooling side. No, the services already down, labor market down. Monetary policy tightening will impact growth, but there are at least two sectors that is already clear that will give a positive contribution. And this year, the agriculture will probably have a positive contribution. There's a huge expectation on the crops that are coming, especially on soy and corn, that is already coming in. And also the oil sector. Oil sector is it's becoming very important in Brazil, and in a couple more years, Brazil will be producing very close to 5 million barrels per day. So these two sectors will bring a positive dynamism to an economy that is, of course, cooling on other sectors. And then, of course, the question for what will be the growth when we get to the end of the year will be, of course, vulnerable to how the external side will behave. And I will, of course, make no political statement here, but of course, the new U.S. government is bringing uncertainty to multiple dimensions on the financial side and also on trade. And how these tariffs, or if we're gonna really enter a trade war or not, how these will impact the world economy is a big question mark to all of us. And of course, how this can drive financial flows, of course, is something that Brazil, like any other developing or emerging economy, is vulnerable to. So in a 5 or 7 minutes that I have, I think this is probably the perspective for this year. I'm glad to discuss. I think colleagues will do a deep dive on the policy fiscal side, and happy to discuss it further. Thank you, Professor.
I have the slides. I think we're going to have some slides also. Yeah, so maybe it's better if I speak here, look into the slides. But so first of all, thank you very much for the invitation, for the opportunity to be here. Thank you, Paulo, for organizing this event. University of Miami, it's a great pleasure for us not only to be here, but also to sponsor also this conference. I'm chief economist with XP, and we have an important presence here in Miami as well. My idea here is very briefly to talk about the fiscal side of Brazil, not short term. I try to go to structural issues, and then we can discuss in the debate, Q&A, what are our expectations for this year or next year. But what is the problem here? Let's try to, the fiscal, in terms of macroeconomics, the fiscal situation is probably one of the key difficulties that Brazil has. And to try to illustrate that, let me go back on time. So this chart on the left-hand side, it shows total expenditures, primary expenditures of central government. In black is net revenue, and yellow is total spending. So I divided in three periods. First, from 2000 to 2015, we could go back. We don't have good data, but in that time we had like this crazy race of revenues chasing expenditures. So expenditures were growing at an average of 6% in real terms. GDP was 3.4 on average. Revenues, expenditures 6, so almost twice as GDP. And revenues like 5%. So it's this crazy race. Then in 2015, hit brick wall. So we knew that eventually that wouldn't work anymore. And in 2015, we got over leverage, a very deep recession. Then revenues collapsed, like you can see. And then we entered a new period that say, you know, we must do something about expenditures. We have to change that. And then we create this spending cap, okay? 0% growth in real terms. And then both lines flattened for a while. And that was the gradual adjustment, because the idea was that keep expenditures flat and let revenues grow, and eventually we would get back to the positive territory. But then COVID came. We were almost there. Then COVID came. And after COVID, especially after 2021, we got back to what we call the ancient regime. We go back to the previous trend of expenditures growing and revenues trying to pick up, to catch up with. So we got back to that, you know, the yellow line going up and the black line try to catch up, but now with the different places. So yellow above, meaning that we got to kind of structural deficit that seems to be difficult to rebalance. And last year was quite telling on that sense, because last year, that was that jump in the black line, we had record high in revenues. So that country never got so many revenues from the private sector to the public sector as we got last year. And even though we end up with primary deficit. So clearly the problem is on the dynamics of the expenditures. If you go to the other chart, that's mandatory expenditures, and this is the root of the problem. So mandatory expenditures, like 15 years ago, represented 85% of total expenditures. So mandatory expenditures, 85%. You have 15% of room to maneuver, if you will, or some room to maneuver. Today's 93%. And after COVID, as I said, expenditures are growing at a faster pace. So this 93 is getting dangerously close to 95. It cannot get toward 100 because we need discretionary expenditure. So something has to happen. And by the way, the Minister of Planning, Minister Simone Tebet, gave an interview like 1 week ago that I fully agree. And she said, this is unsustainable. We need deeper reform on the revenue side, on the expenditure side, changing that dynamics of mandatory expenditures. Because they are not only grow, but they are rigid and linked to minimum wage, to inflation, to tax collections. So it's like a machine of increasing expenditures that has to stop eventually. We know that that's not going to happen next year, that next year is this year, very, very difficult. Next year is the election year. So the task will be delivered to the next president. So this is, in my view, the root of the problem. And by the way, in the recent years, this rigidity and this linkage of revenues to inflation got worsened with some laws, especially the minimum wage law, pensions, which is half of the primary expenditures, they are linked to the minimum wage, and now the minimum wage is linked to GDP growth, so it's almost impossible to have zero growth, zero real growth on expenditures with this regulation. So those are the themes that country has to face in the coming years. With this back to the ancient regime and back to the negative territory in terms of primary deficits, that expansion on the fiscal side put pressure on inflation. Probably Carlos Viana is going to talk about that when he speaks. And with higher inflation, central bank had to react. We've been conducting a quite tight monetary policy, even tighter than this panel here. And with tight monetary policy means high interest rates. With high interest rates, nominal deficit skyrocketed. So we have today 8% of GDP in nominal deficit, which is the highest number except for 15 and obviously 2020 during COVID. And with that nominal deficit, debt to GDP ratio is on the rise, and we don't see that stabilizing anytime soon unless deeper reforms are conducted on the expenditure side. And has to be on the expenditure side, because as Aloysio said, Brazil tax collections is already quite high. This is total government revenues. I got IMF, by the IMF definition. If I took World Bank numbers, would be a little lower than that, but it's around between 35 and 40% of GDP, which is probably the highest number among emerging markets. So especially because of that crazy race that I mentioned during the 90s and the 20s and the 2000s, tax collection is already quite high. So we don't see room for collections growing up too much. On the contrary, what government is doing is like actually cutting taxes for the poor and try to increase more taxes for the rich. So I think that we have reached the limit on the expenditure on the revenue side. So the idea going forward is to discuss more openly, which is a very unpopular theme, which is reducing and rebalancing and rethinking expenditures in Brazil. So with that, I would like to stop, and then I'll come back on the Q&A session. Thank you.
Also, I'm going to use slides. Can I get the slides, please? Okay, thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here to share the panel with colleagues. I'll also talk a little bit more about not quite structural, but slightly lower frequency topics for monetary policy and interactions with fiscal policy. And then perhaps if there's interest, we can discuss more short run, sort of current conditions and maybe the most recent monetary policy decision and so forth. So just to set the stage, I'm going to eventually be talking about, a challenge to fiscal and monetary policy in Brazil. And I think that relates a bit to Aloysio's point on whether you can be optimistic or moderately optimistic or pessimistic regarding the future. And I think it's my view, at least, I'm on the camp that we really need to change the course of fiscal policy, like Caio just alluded to. And the extent to which you can be optimistic or not, I think eventually is very hard to separate from the direction of macro policies overall, and that it's very associated with politics and elections. So I think it's hard to envision a path of the macroeconomy that will lead to favorable outcomes if we don't tackle the debt dynamics that Caio just illustrated. And for that, what's going to happen after 2026, I think is going to be key. Of course, for the central bank, trying to conduct monetary policy and bring inflation to target, it's challenging if you have a fiscal policy that is on an unsustainable path. And here there are two sorts of channels through, that I think matter. One is a more sort of cyclical channel that the government has been increasing expenditures a lot recently. Again, after a period where expenditures were kind of flat on a real basis, and now we're back to a regime where expenditures are increasing, and that has contributed to a very positive output gap in Brazil. So in Brazil, it seems that it's always hard to be 100% sure, but it seems pretty clear that we are operating above capacity, right? So the economy has been growing what seems to be above trend for a few years. Unemployment is very low. We're seeing some pressure on inflation. So it seems like cyclically, this expansionary fiscal policy has been a challenge to the central bank to control inflation. But whatever, cyclically, the central bank should go there and just raise interest rates and cool off the economy and try to bring inflation to target. But I think there are also more structural challenges that have to do with this debt sustainability issue that Caio alluded to, and I'm going to try to illustrate this with sort of an analytical object that I think is interesting in a couple of slides. So the central bank, just turning a little bit to monetary policy, the central bank is facing a challenging situation. It's very easy to see. You just look at inflation expectations in Brazil. In an inflation targeting regime, I think kind of the core idea is that, coordinate expectations and people look to the future and expect that, over some period of time, on average, inflation is going to run at that level. They make decisions based on those expectations, and that sort of helps the economy operate around that level of inflation. Right now in Brazil, expectations for very distant future, so beyond the horizons at which the monetary policy operates. So expectations for these longer run horizons are somewhat above target, as above target as they had been in the period between 2011 and 2016, where inflation expectations were de-anchored in Brazil. So the central bank, of course, faces a challenge to credibility. And here I'm going to start by just looking at a measure that I think is kind of interesting. A simple way to measure central bank credibility that I find analytically useful. So here, I'm going to be looking at basically the difference between what analysts or markets expect in terms of the peak policy rate, right? So the central bank has been tightening, has been increasing interest rates to bring inflation back to target. People have expectations of what that path looks like, and markets are trading, on bets making bets on the path of that interest rate. So I'm going to be looking at the difference between those numbers, sort of the peak rate expected by analysts or the peak market pricing in the short end of the yield curve, compared to an object that I call this lowest required policy rate, which is very simple, is the following. See, I take the central bank's model and I look for the lowest path for the policy rate that's kept constant forever, that brings inflation back to target at the 18-month horizon. Okay, so it's a very well-defined object. You take the model, simulate, look for constant interest rate paths, and search for the one that delivers inflation on target. And that's sort of the lowest required policy rate, because in reality, nobody's going to jump immediately to that policy rate and keep it there forever. Typically, central banks tighten gradually. So because you're going to take time to reach that rate, you're going to operate sometime with a rate that's lower than that. So you're going to eventually have to do more. Okay, so that's the sense in which the lowest required policy rate. Yes, over the relevant horizon. Yeah, so the target at the 18-month horizon, okay? And I don't look beyond. So if you keep it forever, eventually you're going to getting lower inflation, but it's for the relevant horizon. You should, if you don't want to tighten more, you should at least do that rate forever, let's say. And that's the definition. So it's the lowest Selic rate that delivers inflation on target at the relevant horizon in the central bank's model if you keep it constant forever. And these are the objects, okay? So the red dots are these lower required policy rate. The blue dots are the sort of highest policy rate envisioned by the market analysts, and the black dot is the market pricing for the highest rate at the short end of the curve. There are some issues when the expectation is of an easing cycle, so it's better to concentrate at the end. And what we see here is what I sort of think is a pretty critical loss of credibility in the following sense. Let me see if I can point. If you look at what had been happening since the central bank started tightening, in the middle of last year, is that with a couple of exceptions, there was some alignment between what people expected and what market was pricing, and this object, which is the minimum amount of tightening you had to do to bring inflation to target. But more recently, since the end of last year, you started seeing this gap widening between these objects, right? And if you look at the last point, and this was really updated just prior to this week's monetary policy meeting, what you see is that markets and analysts sort of price or trade an interest rate peak of around 15% per year. For those not familiar with Brazil, these are huge numbers. Yes, we do have high interest rates, both real and nominal, so it is 15% per year. But the model tells you that the central bank would have to tighten way more than that, close to 17.25% to bring inflation to target. Something has happened recently that I think this connection between sort of what is required to bring inflation to target, at least according to the model. Of course, it's just a model we can debate, and maybe you want to deviate from the model when you're doing policy, if you have good reasons for that. But there's this recent widening of the gap between the minimum you should do according to the model and what people expect and what markets are trading, that I think sort of reveals a lack of trust that the central bank will do what's needed to bring inflation to target. So I think that's kind of reveals the challenges. It's really a challenge to central bank's credibility here. And what's behind this, we can discuss more. Maybe, there are cyclical considerations. Maybe there are perception of some political constraints on what the central bank can do or not. But I think to some extent, at least, there is a fiscal dimension behind this situation, associated with Caio's sort of view that fiscal policy is on an unsustainable path. And here I want to just look at another sort of object that I find useful analytically. It's very simple, but I think it illustrates the challenge that we faced recently, right? And I call this fiscal-monetary stress index for the sake of a bit of marketing, okay? So the idea here is I'm going to compare two interest rates. One is this R star object. The idea is that, this is the interest rate, the real interest rate that when the economy is in equilibrium, inflation is on target, the output gap is zero, so the economy is operating at potential, so forth. The interest rate in the economy, the equilibrium interest rate is this R star, okay? And what the central bank does typically is to set the real interest rate in the economy, a bit above or below that rate to steer the economy towards this equilibrium. But the idea is that this R star depends on, fundamental forces, technology, demographics, fiscal policy, a lot of other things. And this one is quite high in Brazil. I'm going to show you some data, okay? The other object that I'm going to be looking at, I call this RD star. And D here is for debt sustainability, okay? So here, the idea is very simple. We usually think of debt dynamics, and we usually ask ourselves, what is the primary surplus that the country has to do to stabilize debt over GDP? I'm going to just flip that question a little bit. I'm going to take the primary balance forecasts as given, as produced by market survey of market analysts, and I'm going to ask, what is the real interest rate that's required to stabilize that, given those primary surplus? Okay, I'm going to call that RD star, so it's kind of the real interest rates that's consistent with stable public debt, given projections of growth and of primary results. And this gap is what I'm going to call this fiscal monetary stress index. The idea is that if stabilizing inflation and keeping the economy at potential requires a higher rate, so if R star is high, but the interest rate required to stabilize that is low, that gap tells you you have a disconnect, you have a sort of a tension between fiscal and monetary policy. That's why I call this fiscal monetary stress index, okay? All data from the Focus survey, I take the longest forecast available or some average of long-term forecasts, so there are no opinions. My opinions are not here, it's just like what the consensus forecasts are telling you. And these are the data, okay? So this is kind of R star. There's some volatility, it sort of extrapolates a bit what's happened cyclically, but we have this downward trend from around 9, maybe it was even a bit higher before in the early 2000s or in the beginning of Lula's first government, transition from Fernando Henrique to Lula's first government. It trended down, some volatility there. It seemed to have increased during Dilma's time with, very expansionary fiscal policy and quasi-fiscal policy as well. Then it trended down, perhaps, in response to reforms that Caio alluded to. And more recently has been going up after reaching a very low level during COVID of slightly above 2%. And now it's around 6.2% is the latest number, okay? So if you look at long-run Focus forecast, they project nominal rate of around 10% and inflation at 3.8, if I remember the numbers correctly. So it's kind of 6%, let's say, roughly. And this is RD star, so this rate consistent with that stability. And that one, it trended up a little bit until the beginning of Lula's second term. And then it's been trending down. There's some fluctuation, but it's like close to the lowest levels we've had. And this one, I don't remember the exact number, but it's something around 3%, okay? So currently, if you look at this gap, which I call this fiscal monetary stress index, so it's just the difference, is at its highest level ever. The last number is sort of 3.5 percentage points, okay, 350 basis points. This is a measure of this disconnect between the rate that doesn't make the debt explode versus the perceived rate that on average the central bank is going to have to implement to keep inflation on target and the economy at potential. You can ask, okay, so how do we close this gap? How do we make these policies consistent? Do we need to make a 350 basis point reduction to the real rate somehow? And it depends on all the structural factors. I think there's a huge role for fiscal policy here. If you implement fiscal reforms, you get some leverage, because not only you reduce this RD star, so this rate that keeps that stable, but also you have an effect on the neutral rate if you change to a more sustainable fiscal regime. And I think that's the only way we're going to be able to find like some stability here. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Paulo, and thanks everybody. I think it's an amazing presentations. I'm going to be moderately pessimistic, just to keep things, alive. I thought it was a pessimistic, but yeah, it's okay. It's right. I mean, there is an optimistic voice inside me. It's fading over time, but it's out there because the problems that Brazil is facing are problems that have a solution. We don't need to create a committee to analyze the problems that Brazil is facing, low growth, low productivity, the problem of the fiscal, which is a stock and the flow problem at the same time. And from a market perspective, that is pretty well known. I would say that problem number 1, number 2, and number 3, it is the fiscal. And the nexus between that and monetary policy and financial variables, the pressure that puts on the exchange rate, on the interest rate premia, on risk premia. So everything seems to be conditioned by that original sin, which is the fiscal largesse, right, in a way. The debt to GDP is way too high for the level of income. The tax burden is way too high for the level of income and the level of the domestic savings rate. At the flow level, we're still running fiscal deficits of close to 9 percentage points of GDP, with a small primary deficit, but cyclically adjusted. Caio mentioning that, let's keep in mind that in 2024, growth surprised to the upside, inflation surprised to the upside, and yet, and we also had the effect of a number of revenue measures that had been approved over the last few years, yet still we run a primary deficit. So cyclically adjust that for me, and the number is actually pretty scary. So we have very high debt level and a very high deficit that piles up on the debt. I'd like just to make a few observations, still, I apologize, I'm going to talk a little bit about, the debt dynamics as well. I think there are important points. We published a paper about 4 or 5 years ago, just looking at, country, high debt level regimes versus low debt level regimes. There is a lot of discussion if we are or we are not under fiscal dominance, if we're going to experience a fiscal crisis. Fair discussion. I think we are closer. It's not necessarily that we are on an irreversible path to such, but we're certainly closer today than we were a couple of years ago. But that in itself, even if you don't experience your typical debt crisis, is not a source of great comfort, because high debt is consequential from a macro standpoint. High debt impacts the performance of the macroeconomy. And we looked at a broader sample of emerging markets, of developed markets, and we found, not surprisingly, that countries with high debt, in which Brazil falls, they tend to grow less on average over the medium term. And the typical transmission through high real interest rates, financial conditions, everything that goes around it. We also found that countries with high debt tend to have a much more volatile macroeconomy. So the volatility of realized growth of interest rates, of inflation, tends to be much higher. And I don't need to preach that volatility is not a good thing. That volatility actually destroys welfare. We also found that countries with high debt level, that reduces the fiscal multiplier. And at high debt levels, the fiscal multiplier often falls into negative territory. The more you spend, the less you grow. Again, the financial conditions mechanism that you spend more, people smell that you already carry too much debt, you are adding even more debt, irrespective of the conditions that lead you to spend more. You become more nervous, real interest rates go up, aggravates the debt dynamics, your RD star comes down, assuming that the fiscal authority does not move. So that's a problem as well, because you basically lose fiscal policy as an instrument, to be used counter-cyclically to manage demand, because economies are subject to oscillations, to cyclical fluctuations. It's important to have an operational instrument through fiscal policy to manage the cycle. So that compromises, impairs, encumbers a little bit the use of fiscal policy. At the extreme, the multiplier becomes negative. And then at the extreme of the extremes, you fall into fiscal dominance trap, which is very difficult then to extricate yourself from. Right. Yeah. So that's the observation in number one, that is like, it's like if you are in shape, but you're told to, now you have to run with a boulder that weighs 20 pounds, right? You may not stumble, because of it, but running with a boulder, makes you slower, you grow less. Running with a boulder makes your path more erratic, the macroeconomy becomes more volatile. And running with a boulder makes it more difficult to deviate from obstacles. So if you need to run fiscal policy countercyclically, if you have a boulder and you have to adjust because you have extra weight, makes it more difficult. After a while, you may get a little bit tired and the boulder crushes you. And that's kind of the fiscal crisis analogy I was making. The other thing related to fiscal policy, goes without saying that Brazil taxes too much, spends even more, and invests too little. So there is a question here beyond the sheer amount of spending, which is how much we actually invest. And the numbers are quite striking. Brazil spends 44% of GDP. Yeah, 8% of GDP is interest, but your neighbor is not going to pay the interest bill for you. You still have to pay it. Just because it is interest is not, less so of an expenditure than other things. Right? But if you take that out, you're still, dealing with 36%. Caio had a very interesting one that shows that, primary spending is probably higher than the average of the OECD, is an extraordinarily high level, and so is the tax burden. How much do we actually invest? If you look at, the official statistics, what is the gross fixed capital formation that comes from the public sector at the three levels, federal government, states, and municipalities, you would realize that, total investment is 240 billion reais. If you convert that into dollars at 575, we're talking about total investment of $40 billion. A reminder, the Brazilian economy is more than a $2 trillion economy. So we're talking about, a huge tax burden, spending 44% of GDP, and yet public investment at the three levels is only 2 percentage points of GDP. Net of amortization, that's probably like between 0 and 1%. So we're not spending enough. So if you could at least rejig, the spending for less current spending, which obviously has much lower multiplier effect in the economy, to investment spending, which traditionally has much higher multiplier effect in the economy, short and medium term, that would be a good thing. Now that's the bad news. I saw a recent study produced by a consulting firm in Brazil that basically replicates results, corroborates results from a similar exercise we did about 5-6 years ago, which is the public sector is going to spend more. Is that a good thing? And we have seen an increase in public spending in investment spending, public investment spending over the last few years. The theory is that, of course, if you spend more, you add to the stock of capital, public capital, infrastructure, all the good things that the public sector does for society in general. That should make private capital more productive, so the marginal productivity of capital of private investment goes up. Ergo, that induces and stimulates private investment, right? There is the other channel that in a country where you already spend too much and the pool of savings is limited, if you don't cut other types of spending to spend more, you put pressure on the pool of savings, you push interest rates up, and that is your typical channel of the crowding out. The public sector spends more, crowds out private spending, which then boils down, where is the investment multiplier higher? Is like public spending or private spending? I think you know the answer to that. But what the results show in a VAR, I think it's quite striking. You shock public investment by 1 standard deviation or 1 percentage point of GDP, and see, what happens to private investment? Is this a catalyst, an inducer to private investment? And the answer is pretty disappointing. You see public investment picking up, and the effect is only in the short term. There is nothing in the long term. So asking the public sector to spend more, it seems to have a very limited impact on private investment in Brazil. That's pretty disappointing, because if we say, like, if they only could spend more on infrastructure, we know the stock of infrastructure has aged and is small, and the results show that actually they spend and not much happens. And if you run the same VAR on the impact on growth, it's just a few hundreds, maybe 0.03, 0.04, very, very small numbers. Again, comes from, the crowding out effect seems to be dominating, the financial conditions effect seems to be dominating. So, now what we observed also in recent years is that there is more investment taking place at the local level, states and municipalities, than at the federal level. It's an open question. We're going to be looking at it relatively soon. Who invests better? Where is the multiplier higher? At the federal level or at the local level? We have a prior, but we're not going to spoil it. And the other open question is, can we actually increase investment even if it does not have a major, diffusion effect in stimulating private investment or leading to an acceleration of growth without increasing the budget deficit? Because if you invest more by borrowing more and having a 9% of GDP deficit, that has other types of costs and starts to also have an impact on the current account deficit. So the external constraint very quickly becomes binding every time investment goes up. Just to finish, from a market standpoint, what is really shaping investors' views is this dysfunctionality between fiscal and monetary policy. Monetary policy did a fantastic job in hiking rates aggressively, and I may disagree that monetary policy was very tight. It was very tight in steady state terms. It was not very tight because it didn't see the effects of tightening, and the culprit of that is definitely not monetary policy. It was that, monetary policy was pushing in one direction and fiscal policy was pushing in the other direction, which made monetary policy much, much less powerful than under normal circumstances. And it was the resistance of the administration, of the fiscal authority, to embrace tighter fiscal policy that made the market very nervous. There was a little bit of a market tantrum in December where the exchange rate went to 620. The market curve basically, moved up significantly. Risk premium went up. The ill-fated announcement of the fiscal package. Things calmed down since then. The exchange rate come back. The former governor, left us a gift in the sense that he kind of committed to push rates, 3 rounds of 100 basis points. So he added carry. People were demanding more premium, and now they see the premium. And volatility came down a little bit, and the currency came back to it. So it shows that actually monetary policy works. It was being short-circuited by fiscal policy, but doing the right thing, which was somewhat aggressive calibration and aggressive signaling, produced what's supposed to be. The currency is today trading at 575, closer to fair value, not at 620. That has nothing to do with the expectation that fiscal policy is going to get, much better, over the next few years. So your RD star, I think it's a very appropriate metric to look at this. Nobody expects the fiscal authority to move, and the central bank will do whatever they can do. There are certain limitations what they can do. The market thinks that inflation will remain visibly above the target over the next 2 or 3 years. So do we, because we don't expect the fiscal authority to change. That will impact growth capital formation. And so the market is now kind of, trading the premium. We still see modest growth profile going forward. We see the central bank continuing to hike in the second quarter, eventually coming to a peak rate of 15% or about, right? And then we'll see when exactly the stars align so that the central bank when the central bank could eventually start to cut rates. So high inflation, no progress on the fiscal, a relatively modest growth profile. I'll take a little bit of an issue with the initial characterization on growth. DEFTA 3.4 was a good number for historical standards. There was the floods in Rio Grande do Sul, but there was also a lot of spending in Rio Grande do Sul that sustained GDP and activity. I think, the 3% plus growth outcome to celebrate that we saw over the last 2 years was to a very, very significant extent a direct consequence of profligate fiscal policy. Like the fiscal policy was way too expansionary, and there was, idle capacity in the economy. And the ultimate proof of the pudding that that is not sustainable is the fact that you see the current account deficit increasing and you see inflation re-accelerating, right? So it means that, 3% is great, but 3%, unfortunately, it's not sustainable. There were some reforms, but for a potential GDP, maybe like between 2 and 2.5, but certainly not above 3%. Just final comment, I'm already overextending myself here, which is related to the fiscal targets. And there is a lot of, there was a little bit of a market disappointment that the authorities were not able to convince themselves to deliver a higher fiscal target, despite the macro consequences of so. Came up with a package that was disappointing. There were like maybe 14 measures to yield 0.1% of GDP. When you have a table with 14 entries to deliver 1 percentage point of GDP, you're not in a good place. And I think Brazil needs more ambitious targets for two main reasons. Reason number one is that the targets, as we see, for the next 2 years, do not guarantee debt stability. And that's problematic because the debt is already too high. So the targets are not ambitious in absolute terms, and the speed at which they will improve over the near term, over the next 2 to 3 years, right? And that GDP will continue to climb up, and I'm gonna come back to what I mentioned at the beginning. High debt regimes have consequences even if you don't have a fiscal crisis. Even if that was not a problem, it is a problem, but for the sake of discussion, even if the targets were not necessarily leading to, to further increase in public debt, from a cyclical standpoint, you need more ambitious targets because the economy has overheated, because the output gap is positive, because the labor market is operating, beyond full employment, below the NIRO. So we have two strong reasons from cyclical management and opening extra degrees of freedom for the central bank to calibrate policy at a less restrictive way. And you also have the more long-term, trajectory of the debt that requires high public debt. I think that justifies why I'm just, moderately pessimistic.
Well, Alberto, you know that you just set the panel on fire, no?
You have to sort of
Since you made a lot of comments about different sectors, maybe I'll just be kind of selfish to just go around if the panelists would like to have comments, maybe Marcos on the growth side, and also as a curiosity, where do you see the speed limit of the Brazilian economy today? Everything else constant. What is the potential GDP growth of Brazil? Is it coming from productivity? What are the contributions to that factor?
Oh, thank you. Let me going back to the fiscal. I think there'll be no disagreement on the need to fix the fiscal side. I think where people disagree is on the speed. And then the political economy dimension is critical on that. I think there was an IMF paper early this year showing that last year Brazil was among the 2 or 3 highest fiscal adjustments last year. Because if you consider in terms of GDP, it's still on the expansionary side, but the efforts were there. You can also say it's not enough, not big enough, but the fiscal rule is in place, is delivered. The primary deficit was 0.4, if I'm not mistaken, so it's still there. But I think we need to, it's really important that we bring the political economy dimension to that. I think we have enough experience in Latin America on the challenges of driving, radical changes into those variables. And the thing is that Brazil made, this effort of dropping half the fiscal stimulus without compromising the advances on the social side. So Brazil managed to deliver growth and adjustment. You can say not enough, but I think it's important that we bring this dimension to the debate, because if the risk is if you push harder on delivering and fixing in 1 year, then you put at risk the adjustment sustainability itself. And we've seen that many times in Brazil, in Argentina, in many of our countries. And I think here it's important how we measure, how you implement this, fixing the trajectory of expenditures. It is also important to disaggregate what is under the expenditure variables that we look at. And then over there, there will be lots of agreements on different types of expenditures, the dynamics of each one of those. And my view is that the government or the fiscal authority is trying to tackle several of those, trying to improve the dynamics of fiscal expenditures. So I think that will be maybe my disagreement to what you present, that I think everyone is seeing the same diagnosis, but here the challenge is how do you build a trajectory of adjusting it that it's sustainable itself, considering all the complexities of Brazilian politics and Brazilian society. Here the risk is that if you jump into a fiscal adjustment in 1 year, 2 years, you will not only harm the GDP, but harm the trajectory of it. So, and from this point of view, the efforts that the government is being, I don't want to speak on behalf of the government, but it is trying to build a very strong coalition among a very complex Congress without having a majority on Congress, and trying to build an agenda into building a midterm adjustment for the fiscal side that combines overcoming long-standing practices that were giving fiscal privileges to many sectors, so trying to fix that, but also on the expenditure side. And this is an agenda that demands a lot of work, constant work, trying to deliver a result that will not drive the economy into a social shock or a political shock. So here the challenge is how to tackle that. This is perhaps where the disagreement is in Brazil. How to drive a sustainable path, and then we of course need to bring the political economy argument.
Caio, I think I can see you that you're jumping on your seat. So I think you're going to address the fiscal issue, but you know, as a trader, I mean, it's like, am I getting paid? You know, when you look at the NTNBs and you look at the back end of the yield curve, I mean, it's like you're getting real rates that you don't see anywhere. I don't think that the exchange rate, you know, is expensive. Maybe it's like slightly cheap. So carry plus 5 or 10 percentage points of appreciation. So I mean, despite of everything that we've heard, I mean, for local currency investors, I mean, is that a good trade or not?
Good. Let me just make some comments here and then tackle that question. One is on, interesting that you mentioned about investment. I didn't talk about investment, but actually when I was talking about mandatory expenditures versus discretionary expenditures, investment are discretionary expenditures. So that squeeze that I showed that from 85% of total expenditures to 93 actually was squeezing investment. So that's the point. There are current expenditures, wages, social security, programs, all very important. I've been in the government. We know that every expenditures are important. But when we look at current expenditures taking almost all the space in the budget, including investment, that's unsustainable. That's we're gonna have a problem down the road. And then I was listening to you, and I fully agree. It's a problem of Brazilian society. It's not a problem of Brazilian government. It's not Fernando Henrique or Lula or Dilma or Bolsonaro or Lula again. Actually, when I was doing that exercise that I showed, and it looked to me like we had that trend before. So Brazil expands. Brazilians believe that government has to spend, has to transfer. So this is in our DNA. And it was like an alcoholic, you know, addicted to that. So when we had the spending cap, the spending cap was a very gradual policy to adjust the fiscal target. If you remember my chart, you had fixed expenditures and revenues were growing gradually. So we are still running deficits. So lower, narrowing and narrowing until, but I remember that period was just like an alcoholic that stopped drinking. And for a non-alcoholic, spend 1 day without drinking is like every day. But for an alcoholic, and I know some, it's like, no, seriously, it's a very serious, yeah, it's day after day. It's a struggle. And we felt during that moment, that spending cap years is that was like every day, it was like painful, and it was gradual. And then it seems like after COVID, it was like a release. I get back to the bar, I'm drinking again, I stopped shaking, and so we look at that and say there is a structural problem. It's much deeper than paper discussions and something like that. And that's why, and that's what I think that the next government will have to discuss internally and with the society openly. And so the next president will have to use his political capital gaining during the election to discuss with Congress, to show the society that that problem, we are kind of reaching a very dangerous limit. So in terms of rates, so we look at the markets and say 7% real interest rates for 30 years. Like, it's a no-brainer. We're buying that. And Brazil has a good thing that maybe is a problem to the point that I was mentioning before, which is we think in reais. We invest in reais. We live in Brazil. We don't plan to live abroad. We Brazilian, most of us, we don't plan to live abroad. We plan to spend our money there. So 7% in reais for me is everything that I need, because I don't care about dollars. I care about spending my money there in Brazil. This is a good thing, because don't put pressure on the government. We don't have those old external debt crisis. But at the same time, it's like, we know that eventually government will print money and will pay me back. So it's good in the short run, but it may be a kind of a curse over time, because it allows the government to keep on rowing that ball. But I hope to get paid on my papers.
I'm getting pressure here from Alex, but I mean, I would like to give Carlos the opportunity also to wrap it up from the monetary policy side as well. Then I'll pass it to you.
Yeah, so I think the key point are these more structural challenges that I talked about. Cyclically, I think, as Alberto, illustrated or alluded to, I kind of agree with him. You know, we're going to live with, quote unquote, very high interest rates for any standards, but not enough to do the job and really cool off the economy enough to bring inflation to target. So it looks like that's the baseline case. So it's a scenario where, you know, the economy is going too slow. We have that baked into our forecast. Inflation is going to remain way above target, high, real rates high. So it's kind of a cyclically, it's a bit of a hangover from, you know, having these above potential growth more recently, and this more fundamental issue of, you know, unsustainable fiscal policy is going to show up with slower growth, high inflation, high rates, but not achieving, in the end, I think, any of the goals. I think inflation is not going to go to target. Fiscal policy is not going to, you know, move really in the direction of stabilizing that, and we're kind of waiting for a change, and that has to do with political economy. I totally agree with that.
Thank you. Alex.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
I don't think it's on.
Hello. Okay, thank you very much. You know, I want to open the questions to the audience, but I wanted to start with the first question. I want to take a little advantage of the privilege of having the microphone, and it's because it's not directly related to the Brazilian economy, but I have this new position as Associate Dean of Undergraduate Studies. I'm very keen on education, and I want to take advantage that we have a giant of economic research and education in the floor, Aloisio. So I wanted to ask you, you showed that Brazil was lagging in economic education, was ahead in math and physics, but somehow lagging, and now Brazil catch up. So what do you think it's needed to create a great economist, to give to our students the skills to become great economists, given your experience?
Yes, the reason that I did that is that I present as moderate optimist, because of many things improved in Brazil, Moderate in the sense, on the broader view, is not the current short term. And then Brazil was very late comer in terms of higher education. Brazil had the first university only in the 20th century. And there was a few scientists that started doing science in Brazil that was very late. Argentina already had 2 Nobel Prizes. But then when I compared that, the natural science were in good terms in terms of Latin America, but the economists were well behind. That's why I put these numbers there. And now, 3 of the 4 best research places in Latin America, in Brazil. So we got, because I think we need good economists. All these questions that appear, we need to do research, to think about it. The Indians, for example, they did many reforms, but they had good economic training in England. And I think that's, I'm a little more optimistic because now we have good economists thinking about poverty. I was thinking the longer view, But macro, the question that we're discussing here, I think I try to contribute a little bit, the inflation target, because connecting with your panel, like saying that it's very hard to converge because the need of the interest rate so high that's going to hurt also the fiscal side. Nowadays Brazil has a 15% interest rate, approximately, and then the debt to GDP is deteriorating. So perhaps the next to solve the question to be imposed here, if you devise a new fiscal situation connecting with increasing the target, Not now, the way it is. It has to be first a big push for the fiscal. The fiscal has to come first. Not the target making everybody behaving like you need it. No, the fiscal come first. And then after that, adjusting the target might be a solution for not a solution, but to be alleviating but you need research in economics in Brazil. That's my...
Okay, well, thank you.
Well, hi everyone. So, I think that we all felt the same in December when the real touched 620. And I was personally forecasting 560, 570. These things goes to 620. Throw the towel. That's it. There's a country with an $85 billion trade surplus. You get 620. There's a currency crisis. We're going to have a huge crisis in the first quarter. Brazil right now plus 11%. The Bovespa in dollars. The Nasdaq is 10% down. The real is 568. So the key question is, and I keep on wondering myself, is this a peak dollar trade? Is this a Trump not being Trump trade? Or is this a 2026 pre-election trade? I mean, regime change, Argentina type of return, some form of melee in Brazil coming up. What would you say?
Again, quickly, just in 1 minute, I think it's all of the above plus. I think, the interest rate shock that, the central bank, was able to embrace. There was a little bit of seasonality in the flows in December. Was very fresh at that time that the fiscal authority was not doing more than that. There were some questions about whether the target for 2025 was feasible. I think people are now more comfortable with the target. I repeat that the target is not a great target, but at least, it seems that there is a higher probability that we'll be meeting that target. And then there is, maybe, I'm not sure it's a peak dollar, we're not calling for a peak dollar, but there was like a little bit of a dollar relief that since inauguration, Trump was a little bit slow off the marks and maybe a little bit more chaotic in the delivery of what is the new tariff architecture. The U.S. exceptionalism, is also being questioned. So from that standpoint, the stars have aligned. Higher carry, low vol, a little bit more confidence that at least it's not going to be worse than this target. the insurance cuts by the Fed. So I think all that, protected the currency, and as we're saying, and our models show that it is right now slightly cheap to fair value.
I agree with Paul. I think there are all the ingredients. Also, I think that there's some evidence of the 2026 sort of hope trade, let's say, if you put it that way, because like the recent news with Lula's popularity really tanking, it seemed like the high frequency response suggests that markets also, got a bit enthusiastic because of that.
I'd just like to reinforce the role of the central bank, Brazilian central bank, on that. In December, we had that big debate if we were under fiscal dominance or not, if the central bank should react or just let it go, because it was all about the fiscal and the central bank. It's not because you're here, Roberto, but the central bank did a tremendous job in saying, we have a role, we are not in fiscal dominance, we have to react. That's our role, and the reaction was amazing. In the following day, market was still like a bit lost, so there was this feeling that it's not working, but over time, it paid off.
There was also another thing, which is a lot of companies were afraid that there would be a tax on dividends on the following year. And for that reason, a lot of companies anticipated sending money out to pay dividends. Actually, some banks were doing this operation with companies in which they lend money to companies. They did a reverse flow so that the money gets into the company, they pay as dividends. But then once you pay the dividends, when you send the money out, you don't want to have the carry against you. So part of the money that was sent out in December had to go back in the future contract in January, because you want the money out, but being out, you want to have the carry of the real. So I knew part of the money that was going to be sent out would reverse in January, and that's, I think, part of the effect on the top of everything that you said.
One second. I tried.
Thank you. It's a quick one. Coming from the engineering world, it seems that Brazil keeps running after his tail, because investment infrastructure is never there, right? So I would like your perspective, if there is a possibility to change it, because the 4% or the 2% have been around for many years, and look at this government investment, there is none. Right? We don't fix the aging infrastructure as we don't build new infrastructure. So logistics get in the way. There is a problem with logistics of cost. So I'd like to hear a little bit about if there is a light at the end of the tunnel, or we keep doing the same.
Anybody cares to take this curveball?
Infrastructure is a great challenge for Brazil and mostly Latin America. I think Bill is the chief economist of the World Bank for LAC. I think he can say a bit on his panel as well. But currently, Brazil is putting in place PAC. PAC is a program for mostly investments in infrastructure. Most of it on public resources. I agree with the colleagues that the level of expenditure on infrastructure is low, but there is an effort on expanding it. And there are multiple efforts around. Brazil has just launched a platform which is trying to congregate all the investments on the energy transition. So they call it BIP. It is a way trying to coordinate private investors, multilateral banks, multiple types of financing into meeting projects on infrastructure that are available for financing. It's a great agenda, but I think that the efforts really are there, and Brazil is really leading the agenda on climate financing. It's one of the most important countries globally in attracting financing for the energy transition. So I think there is a long-standing work on this agenda.
Thank you, Marcos. Artur, you have been granted by management a FIFA free card on extended time. So.
Brazil is this, bad fiscal trap, low growth kind of equilibrium, but we collect risk premium, right? But is it really an equilibrium, right? I mean, is it an unsustainable situation? That's the problem, right? Because, I mean, these are two very different investment conclusions, right? If we are just in a low growth trap and collect risk premium, that's fine. But if that is unsustainable, then it is not an equilibrium, right? And we should not collect risk premium for long, right? I was wondering if you guys could elaborate on that.
Anybody cares to pick this one?
It's hard to tell, right? So if we tell you the government is going to pay 7.5% real rate for 30 years, it's okay. It's not gonna happen like that. You cannot predict the end, but I think there's always, I think that why it is kind of an equilibrium, at least for some times, is because there's always some probability of self-correction, right? I think when we hit a wall in 2015, the country said, okay, let's do something about this, constitutional amendments, spending cap, and so forth. I was also on the hopeful camp that this was going to show its value, but then the pandemic came and we sort of got sidetracked. So I think we're going to alternate for a while. Maybe it will need to get worse before the country really understands, look, this is not going to end well, and we do need to make some tough choices here in terms of fiscal policy. But I agree with your basic point that 7.5%, if you think of that as premium over 30 years, is not going to work. I mean,
Caio, thank you.
I came back to the point that since it's in the national currency, you have more time to adjust. If it was in dollars as it was in the past, you would have a heart attack. This is more like a long-term disease that you can fix at some point, but I fully agree that at some point you have to fix it. And it comes back to your point, the model that you showed. So it's only sustainable if our D star is the same or above the R star. Otherwise, we're going to have a problem eventually.
Well, I mean, I think we could stay here for another hour discussing, these exciting topics, but I think we're going to have a 10 minutes break, coffee break, and I can guarantee you that the best still to come. Thank you very much for the panelists.
Great, send you one paper of mine on the public debt. Yeah, recent.
I need also to talk to you. I noticed that you did a paper on healthcare, the cost of healthcare.
Oh, with cost of
I'm just asking, my son is getting interested. He's in high school. He's doing an independent study. So that's exactly what he has been looking at. But we'll talk later.
No, we'll talk later. So,
get the mic on? Hello? Hello? Yeah, I think that they can't stand me anymore, so they cut me off. Yeah, but I'm back. Okay. Oh, all right. So you thought that you got rid of me? No. You're going to have to put up with me with 2 more minutes. Giving continuation to our conference, I mean, it's a great honor for me to introduce you to the governor of the Central Bank of Brazil, Roberto Campos Neto. You know, he has completed an amazing mandate from 2029 to 2024. With a particular responsibility. I mean, the first governor to make the transition from one government into the other. A great Brazilian, took that responsibility very seriously, executed it very well during these 6 years. But most importantly, I think made a contribution beyond what a regular central banker would do. I'm not surprised that he received many awards and many recognitions as the central banker of central bankers. But I think the topic that he's going to talk about today is exactly, you know, his amazing contribution to technology, to productivity. I think it's a topic that is very close to his heart. So I think having started this revolution in Brazil in the payment system, including the PIX, open banking, financing, more inclusive financing, it's been really an extraordinary contribution, other than just being, I think, one of the smartest traders that I know in Brazil, with a fantastic career, you know, very successful chief financial officer at Banco Santander and other banks as well. So please join me in saying, you know, saying hello to Governor Roberto Campos.
Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Paulo, for the kind introduction. And I'm glad my task here is not to talk about monetary policy, not to talk about fiscal policy, but to talk a little bit about the change that we're going to see in the financial industry, in the banking industry, in the financial intermediation industry, to be more specific. I will probably start with a phrase that I think, if anything, I want you to remember that. I think the forces that we have in place today in terms of innovation will inevitably disrupt the traditional banking system as you know it today. And I'll talk about these forces, and I'll try to connect them to what we are seeing, and then we can explore a little bit more on the new things that, you know, is touching everybody's life, like, you know, cryptocurrencies, stable coins, so on and so forth. So what are the forces behind this disruption that I think is about to come on the traditional banking system? Well, the first one is the idea that banks lived for a while on transactional banking. So you have countries, for example, like Argentina, a while ago, only had 4% of credit. In terms of GDP, it was only 4%. A lot of banks just lived on the transaction. So the transactional banks still exist today. A lot of banks in Europe, you can still make money doing transactional banking. But when you look at what's happening today with all the movement of instant payments, the transactional part of the bank is going to be worth less and less. So this is one big change. The second one is the cross-border banking. The fact that you're going to have more platform banks that are going to become more international, they're going to be able to do more cross-border payments, that will also disrupt the industry as we know now. The third is the open data. I think we are going into a world of open data and open finance. And even though some countries are more advanced than others, I think there's going to be a global pressure for banks and financial institutions and governments to start adopting open data, because that reduces a lot of the asymmetry of information. The fourth one is the programmability of money. And then some countries will adopt CBDC, Some countries will build platforms on existing rails, Bitcoin or some stable coins. But the reality is that we're going to have this programmability of money in one way or the other. And here we can make a strong case that this is happening already in many places. And finally, I think once we have all that in place, probably you won't have in your cell phone an app of bank A or B or C or D. We're going to see these marketplaces of finance in which you're going to have an app with all your data. You're going to be able to migrate your data from different institutions, and we're going to be able to compare the data, and we're going to be able to get more financial products at a cheaper price. So these are the main forces that I think will drive what I think is this disruption that we are seeing today in the banks. So let's start with instant payments. And instant payments, in the case of Brazil, we built Pix, which is now very famous amongst Brazilians. If we look at instant payments out there, we have 37 instant payment systems when you think about public solution. And we have more than 300 private solutions designed. In US, you have a bunch of them. More and more in Asia, you have some of them. There are only 3 systems that are fully programmable. Only 3. Pix and another 2. When I say fully programmable, means that it supports smart contracts, that you can add new features, and you can use the rail with programmability throughout time. There's only 3. And it's very important, and you understand throughout the presentation, that the programmability is very important as we start to put the blocks of the innovation together. So the first question that always comes to our minds is, should we make the case that instant payments should be a public good? And that was a question that, Carlos was there at the central bank. We debated a lot. Should it be a public good? Should it be made by the government or not? And in some places, I was just in Argentina last week talking to people from the government, and they tell me, we don't think this is for the government to do it. We think this is a private thing. And I think we can have a second best, I would probably call second best solution, but we can have a solution when we have many different private systems, as long as you're able to connect them to some extent. When you look at what we have today, remember that we have more than 300 private solutions, and we have 37 public solutions. When we compare them today, one thing is for sure, when you look at the public systems, they have been able to diminish the cost of financial intermediation. They have been able to generate massive inclusion, and Pix is a big example of that. And they have been able, to some extent, to generate new business models, because once the transfer is very cheap, especially in emerging market countries, you start to make things that are very low in value, and you can actually do that using the system. So, bringing a little bit of propaganda to my side, Pix was the fastest adoption rate of all the systems that I've looked at, all of the 37. We are close to doing 250, 260 million transactions a day. In Brazil, you have around 106 million bancarized people. So that's more than 2 transactions per bancarized people per day. So that's much more than India, for example. The other day I saw a study comparing the number of transactions of Brazil to India, saying that Brazil was the second place. Well, they only forgot to tell you the population in India is kind of much bigger than Brazil. So if you do per capita, Brazil is like 4 times bigger. Also, Pix is the one system that has been able to adopt the most numbers of new features. Because it's programmable, you can do new features. We have done a lot of new features in the system. Now we can pay by approximation. Eventually, you're going to be able to do credit card functions on Pix, because you will be able to reverse the payment to block the payment in a reverse way. And like I said, it's the most programmable Pix, a programmable system out there. So instant payments really is changing the way the banking, the transactional banking is doing. And we need to remember that one thing that has happened lately is the marginal cost of withdrawing money from one bank to the other is going to almost 0. It's basically 3 clicks on your cell phone. And this has a lot of implications for the stability, for financial stability. And if you look at what's happening in Sovereign Bank and some other banks, you realize that when you have social media with influencers, plus the ability of withdraw money at almost 0 cost, you change a little bit the environment, especially when we talk about this transactional, new transaction banking that is emerging. So many systems are now either many countries are now either creating new instant payment systems, like the US is doing the FedNow, or they're redesigning old ones. One thing is for clear, a lot of the systems that were not programmable are being upgraded to be more programmable. And this is one of the things that we discussed a lot from the very beginning when designing PICs. Without a programmable payment, it's going to be very difficult to achieve a lot of the progress of lowering costs of financial intermediation when you think about where this industry is going, especially with tokenization and programmability of money. Many countries are actually succeeding in linking private systems, but the effect has not been the same, and I think some people from BIS have produced papers on that nature. The effect has not been the same as the public platforms. So that's the first disruption, instant payments. Remember, I gave you a list of disruptions that are the forces that I think are going to disrupt the traditional banking system. Now we're going to the second one. The second one is the cross-border payments, the cross-border banking. And on this, we didn't have a lot of progress for many years. So I remember last time I was here, I had a slide with a multiple choice questions for the students, and the question was, what's the fastest way to take £1 million from São Paulo to London? And one of the options was by plane. And people thought that was a joke, but it was not. It was the fastest way by plane. Because SWIFT was T+2, and all the other system was T+1. So you didn't have an intraday system, and you can do a flight between São Paulo and London in about 11 hours. So we have actually improved from that time to now. We have had some new solutions being offered by private banks, private platforms. We have B2B solutions. We have some kind of closed source mechanisms that are able to do that. But the thing that I think is really important for us is that we can make a case for a global platform to link all instant payments. There was a platform that was designed at BIS called mBridge that was involved in a lot of controversy lately. But the idea was we needed a platform to connect all the instant payments. If we can have PICs connected to CHIPS, which is the European PICs, connected to Nexus, which is the Asian PICs, that there's a lot of gain from being able to do that. So the question is, why is it that we haven't been able to actually connect those systems? Why is it that we still use things that are T+1? I mean, here the explanation is a very interesting one, and I participated on this process all along. So in the first meetings when we were talking about that at the BIS, there was an idea that we didn't have the technology. So we said we don't have the technology. We experimented with some technologies. I'm not going to bore with a lot of technical details, but we experimented some technology that could link DLT systems to DLT. That was very good, very easy, very fast. Not very scalable, but it was done. And then we started to say, okay, but what if I link DLT to centralized system? It was not good. And we couldn't design a system that would be worse than what crypto does today. It was very slow when you design DLT from DLT to centralized system. Well, that technology actually exists today. Some people call it container solutions. You can now link any kind of system just as fast as any transaction you can do on a crypto platform. Okay? So we celebrated. We said, okay, we're able to do that. We can now link all the payment systems. Then we realized that it's not about the technology, because currencies you actually need to do the settlement. And the settlement is sometimes complicated because a lot of currencies are non-convertible. So it so happens that there was a technology out there also that could be used, which is called liquidity token pool, which basically that central banks put money in a form of token in a pool for the week and for when the markets are closed, and you can do the settlement. So we celebrated again. We said, okay, now we have the system, now we have the settlement, let's do it. And then we realized that we didn't have the most important thing, which was the governance. You couldn't do it without the governance, because different countries have different criteria for AML, FTC, I'm talking about money laundering. The tax system is different in different countries. So in some countries, you are taxed whether you are a person or a company, or whether you are foreign or you are local, you were born in the country. And there was one other thing on the governance that was really a barrier, which is what we call liquidity gates, which is, would you be okay if you were a country linked to a system that had no limitation? So if your citizens wake up one day and decided to transfer all the money from their bank account to another bank account in another country, should be able to do that? Or should you have some liquidity gates? So these three things were the things that, and I was heading this group at the time, these three things were the things that were in our mind. And to this day, we are not able to solve them. The last G20, which was a Brazilian G20, we really worked very hard to try to build a taxonomy. Because the only way to surpass this problem is if you have a taxonomy for a certain group of countries that agree on the money laundering criteria, agree on taxes, and agree on what are the liquidity gates that we want to have. Today, we don't have that. And that's the reason why we are not fully connected. And still, I think it's in intense debate, and obviously now with everything that's going in terms of the geopolitical, it's getting more complicated. But this can be done. The technology exists, the settlement exists. What we don't have is an agreement on the governance. And remember, this is an instant payment system. You cannot build truncations in the instant payment to recognize every millisecond whether someone is foreign or is not, or if your criteria, you can't do it. We are talking about millions of transactions in a second. You can do that. So I still think that this is something that we need to achieve. It will diminish the barrier of entry. For mid-sized companies, being able to do cross-border payments would be great, and we do need to create this solution. Now we are going to go to the third factor. So I mentioned first was instant payment, the cross-border business that is happening and is disrupting the traditional banking system. Now we're going to talk about the third factor, which is the open data. The world will soon realize that it's going to be very difficult for any kind of market to work without having some kind of open data regime. People more and more will be willing and will be able to sequester their data and to use the data. And you already have all these digital wallets out there that can capture data, you can monetize the data. This is something that is happening. And think about the first thing that I said. Eventually, you're going to have a super app. Eventually, in your cell phone, you're going to have just one app of a bank, and you're going to migrate all your data. In Brazil, you already can do that. We don't have a super app, but if you want to migrate the data from 3 banks to one other platform, you can do it. And a lot of people are doing it. In fact, as a matter of fact, we have 77 billion calls, APIs, 77 billion attempts to migrate data from one platform to the other, and it's already happening. And I do it all the time. And you start to get calls from one bank saying, okay, I see that you have this and this product. Guess what? I can do better for you. And we're now seeing that the super apps are being built, and I think this is the future. On the top of that, the central bank standardized this process by building what we call the webhooks, which is once you initiate a search, there is a webhook that continues the search until you get a match, which means that anyone can plug into the system. If you have a niche company or if you're a segmented market, you can compete. So it diminishes a lot the barrier of entry, and I think it makes it more usable for everybody. One of the things that's going to change a lot, today the banks fight for the client, but they will be fighting for the channel, because the channel is going to be just as important. If you own the super app, or if you are a channel in which business are being done, or if you are the channel in which people are migrating the data from other banks to your channel, you have a comparative advantage. So this is starting to happen already, and we see that. One of the things that's very important is there is an intersection. I think this is very undervalued. I think this is the most undervalued innovation that we have in the financial world today. The intersection between open data and tokenization has a lot of value. And people, I don't think, are seeing the correct value in that already, still. For example, imagine that you have a super app and you have a tokenized system and you buy a house. You can, make it divisible, your house. You can program every piece of your collateral against a future payment, or you can auction a piece of your house, subject to certain circumstances, or you can do programmability on things that will happen in the future, or you can make an investment and say, if this investment goes this way, then I'm willing to do this other investment. You can start linking things. So the intersection between open data and tokenizing and a tokenized system is very, very powerful. And what has results? What are the results from that we're seeing? If we were able to have that, well, much lower cost of financial intermediation, the barrier of entry, segmentation would be widely available because anybody with any kind of idea on financial service can just plug into a marketplace and start offering solutions for clients. Also, you're going to bring the traditional banking space more closer to the DeFi space. Because once you are on a platform, the platform is a common rail, and you have atomized settlement, and you have DLT layers, you can start using products from the DeFi into the traditional banking system. So instead of doing what today the governments are doing, which is pushing the DeFi system away, you're actually doing the reverse. You're actually bringing the DeFi system to a regulated environment, which I think is much better. And also the NBFI, which is today this big thing that everybody talks about, a lot of the banking activity is going outside banks. You're going to start seeing more and more this coming back to a global platform, because a lot of the tokenization can only be done if you have a common network. So being isolated today has an advantage because you can get lower cost of credit. But once you start integrating the systems, this will, I think, reverse a little bit. So that's the third point that I mentioned. The first was, again, just to remember, the first was instant payments, cross-border, open data, and now we're going to the fourth, which I think is the one that now is picking up, which is the programmability of money. And when I say programmability of money, it could be that some countries will use Bitcoin. It could be that some countries will have some kind of tokenized money. It could be that some countries will build CBDCs, and we have all these different initiatives. I think for a country like US that has a reserve currency, perhaps everybody's using stable coins on dollar, perhaps they don't need it. Some other countries will. I don't want to make the case that you should or you should not do it. It's happening, and the money is becoming programmable, and that's not going to reverse. That's irreversible. The question is what kind of programmability of money we will have once we interact these technologies. In Brazil, when we were designing our CBDC, which is called Rex, we started asking, do we need this? And when I had meetings with other central bankers, it was really hard on this debate. And I remember endless meetings at the BIS, because a lot of people said, no, we need CBDC because we need instant payments. You don't need CBDCs for that. We can do an instant payment system, and it's cheaper and works just fine. Some people said, no, we need the CBDCs for cross-border payment. No, you don't. You can link all the instant payment system. You don't need CBDCs for that either. Some people said, for some kind of B2B solutions, wholesale, we do need CBDCs. That's not true either. You don't need CBDCs for that. Actually, you have Nexus, which is a B2B system that's working just fine in Asia. What do you need CBDC for? Well, if you think that in the future, the programmability of money is going to be an important thing, and people will be able to tokenize their assets, either financial assets or non-financial assets, then you need the CBDC. You need the money that is an encryption format that will talk to the programmability of an asset in a tokenized way. And they will traffic in a platform, some kind of DLT platform. Then the question is, does it need to be public? I think there is a good question. There is a good debate around that. And like I said in the beginning, I don't know if it needs to be public, but I think it's important to go back a little bit on the debate of the CBDC, because I participate in that debate a lot. And we were a lot of central bankers in a room, and if you are in an emerging market country, you start wondering, okay, do I want to have a CBDC that changes the asset and liability of the balance sheet of the central bank? And the question is, no, I don't. So why don't I want to see that? Well, because that will probably disintermediate banks. as people switch from physical money to the digital money, you're going to have an account at the central bank, and that's going to disintermediate bank. So if people think that the digital currency is always better than the physical one, and they want to switch, a big amount, this is going to create a big disintermediation for banks. And I remember that I was one of the ones that posed that question, and the initial reaction is, well, we can limit the amount of money that people can switch from physical to digital money. And at the time, I was thinking to myself, imagine that we have that rule in Brazil, and all of the smart people realize that this is always going to be equal or more, and then everybody, try to cash out and transform their physical money to digital money at the limit, and then I have to go to Congress and explain that we created a system that the smart people are making money because now the digital money is trading at a premium. That would never work. So there was another solution that was proposed by some central bankers from Scandinavia, which is, well, you could have a negative interest rate on the digital currency, and then you can equate demand to supply. Well, imagine calibrating an interest rate for that to happen on the short term. That would be very difficult. And this question of how to do a CBDC involving changing asset liability composition of the balance sheet of the central bank without disrupting the traditional banking system, disintermediating credit, that was never solved. To this day, nobody knows the question for that. And then we were thinking about that at the central bank one day, and we said, okay, but we have a solution. Why don't we just do a tokenized deposit? Why don't the banks just block a deposit and issue a token on that? In that way, you don't have the disintermediation. And there is a lot of benefits from doing that in that system. And I remember I gave a presentation, with that idea at the BIS with all the other central bankers, and nobody really liked the idea. People said, no, this is very strange. This is just like a token deposit. And then after my presentation, Agustin Carstens, which was the general manager at the BIS, came after me and said, Roberto, I like your idea, but I think, tokenized deposit is a horrible name. So I'm going to write a paper, I'm going to call it Commercial Bank Digital Money. And I said, you can call it whatever you want as long as you like the idea. And the reality is the paper was written, and all of a sudden we have 7 central banks now that are doing exactly the same. And the idea is there are a lot of benefits from doing that. One of the main benefits is you don't need new regulation. You already have regulation for deposits. You just have deposit prime, which is a digital form of deposit. So you don't need to change a lot of the law. So it makes it very simple. One other thing is that once you insert the tokenization concept in the balance sheet of the banks, they will stop look at asset liabilities in an account way, and they will look in a token way. That's very, very efficient. Today, there are tests being done in banks in which if you look at the risk analysis, collateral analysis, funding, everything is being done more efficiently when you do it in a tokenized system than an account system. So the banks will be able to be more efficient if they look at assets and liabilities more in a token way. And this is what the DREX will do in Brazil. One other thing is diminish the friction between buyers and sellers. If you imagine that we're going to have a hyperledger bezel, which is the one that we use in Brazil, you can do others, and all the assets are going to go into the hyperledger. They are verified at some point in time, they go into the hyperledger, and then you don't have that friction because it's instantly verifiable. You can do division of collateral. You know where the assets is. We know how much of it is being compromised by previous operations, so it's very transparent. So if you buy an apartment here in the US, for example, I always give that example. A lot of people have done that. You need a escrow account. It's a very cumbersome exercise because you have a escrow account, you have a lawyer on one side, a lawyer on the other side, or buying a used car in Brazil is very tricky because you don't want to sign the check before the document is in your name. On the other side, the guy looks at you and says, I'm not signing the document before I see the money. So, all this, friction can be resolved on a DLT-like exercise. One of the things that we can do is we can create links between the private and the public programmable money, which is something that we are seeing now and now more. And I think this is kind of the future for a lot of the
developed markets. So then the question is, let's explore a little bit more some of these things that are happening. And probably I will start with stable coins, because I think it's important to differentiate between stable coins and cryptos. If you look at stable coins today, 99.6% of it is dollar-based, right? And you only have two. I mean, I don't want to go into the very technical details of everything. But it has had a huge growth. In Latin America, the stable coins are growing so much that we had to change the accountability because it was affecting the trade balance in a way that was difficult to explain. And I think Carlos was still there when we did the change. And then the question is, why is it that stable coins grow so much? Well, it's very simple. It's a very cheap way to have an account in dollar. If you want to open an account in dollar in Brazil or Argentina or in most of emerging market countries, especially the ones with non-convertible currencies, you have to have a big amount of money. You can't open an account in dollar. Now you do have these platform banks that you're able to do less, but a lot of people still prefer to be anonymous. So you're having this huge growth in stable coins. When you see the huge growth in stable coins, I think three things become a problem. And this is what we try to do in the regulation. First, you want to have segregated accounts. You want to be able to see on an account base, how much everybody has of stable coins. You also want to have segregated collateral. You want to see that if you buy X stable coins and it's based on dollar, I want to see that that collateral is sitting in a place and it has your name. And also, we don't want a lot of concentration in custody. We saw what happened with FTX and some of these experiments. So today, I think this is growing. And as long as you touch these 3 points that I mentioned, you can make it grow in an organized way. It has become a source for young people to have an account in dollar. But I think there is here a space in which the banks have not touched, which is connecting the stable coins environment to banking. So like providing solutions so that you can cash your stable coin into a debit card or a credit card or things like that. This is some things that now some banks are working on it, but I think still the banks are too much away from this innovation, not understanding that there's a lot of space if you can connect the user of stable coins and crypto to the traditional payment system. Because again, a lot of these things, they serve sometimes as a digital asset, sometimes as means of payment, but you're not really connected to the retail system yet. When you talk about crypto, I think it's a little bit of a different conversation. Today, there is this idea that you can change the regulation in a way that you understand crypto as a digital property. And this is what is being debated a lot in DC these days. I'm not so sure, what is the impact of that. But if you consider that owning a piece of the network is a digital property, it changes a lot of things conceptually. I'm not very convinced that this is going to make it be worth much more than it is today. But I think it changes a little bit the way people see the ownership. One other thing that I wanted to touch is this DeFi space. So this decentralized finance space that we're seeing growing a lot with other instruments. You now have digital currencies that are a combination of cryptos or a combination of cryptos and stable coins. And you emerge with the old concept that we have as bank as a service, but now you have bank as a service in a digital way. And I think everything is telling us that these platform banks are going to have more and more space. But then when you talk about all this innovation, we still have two things that we haven't touched. And there are two problems. One actually is a problem that we face in the development of DREX, and it's actually a problem that many DLT platforms have, which is today we do not have the technology, to have scalability and privacy at the same time. If you want to have a lot of scalability, you have to give up privacy. And this is a problem because these systems were created by people that want every transaction to be known to everybody. So we want to get this system that was created for that reason and twist it around in a way that we have privacy, at least for part of the transaction. And the solutions that are being given to that problem
will work only for a small amount of operations, a small amount of transactions. If you scale up, in most of the things, you collapse the system. So this is, I think, probably the most important thing is going to happen in the next couple of months. And I think we are very close to a solution to that. We went from token shield to 2 layers to 3 layers. I don't want to go into the technology too much here. But once you solve that problem, I think you're going to be able to have a bank that's not a digital bank. It's a tokenized bank. And I think it has a lot of different implications. The second thing that we actually haven't touched is what is the role of artificial intelligence into this new space in which you have programmability of money, you have DLTs that interact between one another. And here you can look at one paper that was written by Agustin. It's called Finternet, which is a future conceptual world in which you have many hyperledgers that interact amongst themselves. It's a very good paper. It was written by Agustin and by this professor from India called Nikelani, and I think it explores this a little bit. So some predictions for the future. My main prediction is that traditional banks will be disrupted by platform banks. It's happening already. It's going to accelerate a lot in the next 2 years. You can see examples of that everywhere. You can see Nubank in some places in emerging market countries. You can see Revolut in Europe. There is a platform in the US that's doing very well. It's called Mercury. You're going to see more and more of that because you're going to be able to give services to client at a much lower cost. The cost of acquisition of a client, the cost of maintaining a client in a platform like that, especially when you start linking to the DeFi space, linking to stable coins, linking to other instruments, I think this is here to stay. One other thing that it's also in the Finternet papers, DLTs will be more important for the process of financial intermediation. You might think it might take longer, or it's not, but it's here already. Look at what we're seeing in a lot of these new developments. It's happening already. Look at the number of companies that are doing solutions between stable coins and hyperledgers. So this is already here. So I probably end this saying that tokenization will be an important part of the financial intermediation process. I think this will actually put a big stress on the traditional banking system as we see it today. You're starting to see that a little bit, but I think it's going to accelerate a lot in the next 2 years. Thank you. Sure. So here, probably there is another question before that, which is, if you think that the means of payment will be a digital currency that won't be created by the central bank, it has a much more profound implication. If you just think that the system will be tokenized and the system will be interlinked in a digital way with either money or derivative of money created by the central bank, then it will change the velocity of money, it will change some of the competition in the landscape, but it won't change too much or won't be too profound in terms of monetary policy. Now, if you believe that people will start paying things and doing things with Bitcoin or Solana or all the cryptos, then we have a big challenge. But today, when you look at the growth especially in emerging market countries, which are using more and more the digital space, because in the digital space, in financial intermediation, emerging marketplaces are more evolved than, and I mean, here we can just go around here and you see that you still write checks in US, right? The question to you is, I don't think that, non-traditional, I don't think that digital money, not issued by the central bank, will have a profound role in terms of means of payment anytime soon, but it could happen. And if it does happen, it has profound implication. Would be another presentation. Professor Marcos has done a lot of work on that. We had the other day a seminar that we talked a lot about that. I don't think we're going to get there now. I think before that, you have a huge disruption happening just using digital forms of money that are backed by central bank money.
Okay, done?
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to introduce our next keynote speaker, Professor Leonardo Bernstein, a distinguished economist and professor at the University of Chicago. Professor Bernstein's research provides critical insights into how social forces shape individual decision-making and economic outcomes. His work is particularly relevant in a world where rapid digital transformation, evolving social norms, and new economic challenges redefine how individuals, businesses, and policymakers interact. Professor Bernstein's academic journey began in Brazil, where he got a master's degree at the University of Brasilia before pursuing further studies abroad. He then earned his PhD in economics at Harvard University, completing it in 2010. After his doctoral studies, he joined the UCLA Anderson School of Management as an assistant professor. He later moved to the University of Chicago, where he currently holds the prestigious title of Sayer Family Professor of Economics in the Ken F. Griffin Department of Economics. In addition to his professorship, he serves as an editor for the Journal of Political Economy, co-directs the Political Economic Research Initiative and the program in Behavioral Economics Research at the Baker-Friedman Institute, and is the founder and director of the Normal Lab, which focuses on understanding how individuals' economic decisions are shaped by their social environments. Professor Bernstein has made pioneering contributions at the intersection of development economics, political economy, and behavioral economics. His research focuses on how social environments influence individual choices, particularly in areas such as education, labor markets, financial decision-making, and political behavior. His work has been published in leading economic journals, including the most famous. Beyond his research and teaching roles, Professor Bernstein is actively involved in several esteemed research organizations. He is research associate at the National Bureau of Economic Research, a fellow at the Bureau of Research and Economic Analysis of Development, and an affiliate at the GPAR. One of his most influential research streams explores the role of social pressure and peer effects in shaping economic behavior. His work demonstrates how individuals often adjust their decisions, not just based on personal preferences, but on how they believe their peers will perceive them. This insight has deep implications for foreign design, policy design, education programs, and economic development initiatives. For instance, his studies on education have shown that how students' performance and career aspirations are significantly shaped by social norms. His research suggests that in many settings, young people may underperform or underinvest in education due to concerns about social status and peer perception. These findings have significant policy implications for education reforms, particularly in emerging economies such as Brazil. Another critical area of his research is the impact of social networks and media on political engagement and belief formation. In a world increasingly dominated by digital platforms, Professor Bernstein's work sheds light on how exposure to different forms of information, particularly on social media, affects economic and political choices. This is especially relevant in Brazil, where the digital landscape has a significant role in shaping public debates and political participation in recent years. Professor Bernstein's research connects directly to the themes of his conference. His work helps us understand how individual choices, shaped by social influences, impact broader economic and political systems. In an era of rapid digital transformation, his insights into how social pressures, misinformation, and network effects influence decision-making are critical for policymakers, business leaders, and academics alike. Today, Professor Bernstein will discuss the social media trap, a timely and urgent topic. As digital platforms increasingly mediate our political, economic, and personal lives, understanding their effects both positive and negative, is more important than ever. Although his presentation is not specifically about Brazil, its insights have special resonance for the country, where, as in the United States, social media platforms play a pervasive role in daily interactions. It's a privilege to have with us today a scholar whose work combines rigorous economic analysis with real-world relevance. His research challenges us to rethink how we approach education, public policy, and governments in an era where digital interactions increasingly shape individual decision-making. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Leonardo Bernstein.
Thank you so much for inviting me. This is an amazing day. Great to be here. This will take a little bit of a gear shift in terms of the topics, and thanks for the really kind words. Though this is not really exactly about Brazil, I think this is a topic that I think is pretty relevant in Brazil and basically globally. So get started. This is, I guess so. Hello? Yes, perfect. Okay, so this is the social media trap. This is based on a recent paper, and it gets started. So there is a little bit of a puzzle with social media. On the one hand, people spend a lot of time on social media, particularly young people. A teenager spends about 4.8 hours per day on social media. In Brazil, it's even higher. Brazil, I think, is the #1 in terms of amount of time spent on social media per day. There's one item that takes more time per day, which is amount of sleep, okay? After that, it's social media nowadays. So if you look generally in the population, it's about 2.5 hours per day. And they seem to really value it. If you ask people how much I need to pay you to stop using social media, you have to pay them a substantial amount of money. Right? So people spend a lot of time on social media, and you have to pay them substantially to stop using social media. So you think, well, okay, so it's probably something good that they value a lot, right? They spend a lot of time, and you have to pay them to stop using it. On the other hand, there's more and more evidence of the negative effects of social media, particularly on mental health, right? And if you look at, there's a whole discussion now about the effect it has on the youth. A lot of countries are adopting initiatives of banning phones and so on. There's a big movement. I think in Brazil as well, there's a recent movement about banning phones in schools and so on. There's a big debate now and growing body of evidence on the negative effects of social media, right? So there's evidence that they worsen mental health, and they also contribute to digital addiction. There's recent body of evidence. These are 2 recent papers in the AR making that point. So why? So why are people spending so much time, okay, and they have to be compensated to stop using something that clearly is making them feel worse? At least a lot of people are feeling worse because of that. Okay, so what I'm going to describe here is kind of a take that we develop in this recent paper, where we think about product markets as potentially collective traps, and it's particularly relevant in network goods. They're becoming more and more relevant in this digital world. So let's build the argument in steps here. In some cases, not using or consuming a product that others are consuming might make you feel bad, right? So everyone is consuming something, you're the one not consuming it, you feel worse off, okay? For example, you may feel socially isolated, okay? Everyone think about social media, everyone's on social media except you, so you feel worse off because everyone's interacting there, everyone knows what's going on. You're missing out, you're isolated from the conversation or from the memes, from the trends and everything else. So given that everyone else is using it, you feel worse off if you're not using it, okay? Then you may actually start using to avoid feeling this cost, right? Feeling socially isolated. You said, okay, I can't really afford to be the one out, so I'll join the network, I'll join social media. But you might actually prefer that the product never existed in the first place. So given that everyone else is using it, the best thing I can do is to also use it. But if I could choose, I would actually prefer if no one were using it. That's not really my choice, right? So you still use the product, even though you prefer that the product didn't even exist. The use of the product by others creates a cost to you, and the only way to avoid it is by also using the product, right? So that's theoretically the situation we're describing. So typically, when we're considering the welfare associated with the product, we usually consider how you feel compared to not having the product. So we compare you consuming the product, given that everyone else is consuming, versus you not consuming the product, instead of comparing to a case where the product doesn't exist, okay? So let's think about social media to give a little bit more flavor to this argument, okay? So consider TikTok and Instagram. Those are extremely popular among young people, right? Those are the two most popular platforms. I think it's the same in Brazil, right? They dominate among the youth. It's actually pretty painful for a young person to not be on social media when everyone else is on social media. They might experience what we call fear of missing out, or FOMO, right? They don't know what's going on, they feel this anxiety, and they might actually be legitimately excluded from a lot of social interactions. People communicate in those platforms. That's how they stay up to date with their friends and so on. So it's actually pretty costly to be the one not using these platforms. So the question we ask is, could it be that large numbers of young users of these platforms do not want to stop using them, given that others are using them, but at the same time we prefer them not to exist? In other words, is there a social media trap? Okay, so that's the question we decided to ask here. Like, could we be, this is an interesting argument conceptually, but is that empirically relevant in this important market? Okay, so that's what we try to understand here. So just to develop a little bit the conceptual idea here, right? So it is costly to be a non-user. So as I mentioned, if others are using it, it's costly for me not to use it. So the typical way that people use to measure the value, the consumer welfare associated with social media, and there are lots of papers about doing this, is how much you need to be paid to stop using social media, given that others still use it. And that will say how much you value it. So you need to pay me $50 or $100 per month to stop using Facebook or Instagram. The conclusion is that I value Facebook or Instagram a lot. You have to pay me $100 to stop using it. So if people need to pay a lot, it means that social media creates a lot of welfare to its consumers. That's the conclusion. In fact, there are papers urging policymakers to start adding this to calculations of GDP, right? To say, oh, there's a lot of value being created by digital platforms that we're not taking into account, using this type of calculation. Now, what I think it's more appropriate is to do the product market valuation. How much you value the existence of the product market, right? So many people may need to be paid a lot to stop using social media by themselves, even though they would prefer that the product didn't exist. So does that mean that the product is creating value to those people just because you have to pay them, given that they're part of a network? Okay. So that's what we're going to try to study here. We're going to focus. I'm going to show you results from some experiments we ran with college students. One of the most relevant group in terms of social media usage, similar in Brazil, this is common in every country. Among the heaviest users, there's increasing rates of depression, and they're typically associated with increasing social media usage. So I'm going to show you some results from these experiments we ran with large samples of US college students. Okay, the first thing we can do is just ask them a simple question. That's just to motivate as evidence. Do you prefer to live in a world with or without TikTok or Instagram? What we find is what I thought was pretty stark, is like, for example, if you ask Instagram users, 57% of Instagram users prefer that Instagram didn't exist, okay? So they're using Instagram, they're using it a lot, but they would prefer if the platform didn't exist. Imagine this for another product, refrigerators. 60% of people who own fridges would prefer the fridges didn't exist. That sounds kind of crazy, right? So that's the situation that we're facing right now among the youth when they're thinking about those platforms. When you think about TikTok, so you still have about 1/3 of the users that actually wish TikTok didn't exist, yet they're still using it frequently, right? If you include non-users, it goes up. So if you don't use TikTok, you really hate the existence of TikTok, right? So a lot of TikTok users also do that. Okay, so of course this is just to build the evidence with survey, just asking the question, but as economists, we like to believe in revealed preference, in costly choices, right? So we ran some experiments. I'm not going to go in a lot of details for interest of time, and I also don't want to bore you too much. But we did develop this methodology with this willingness to pay experiments where first thing we measure is how much you have to pay someone to deactivate their TikTok and Instagram account for 4 weeks. So how much, how much you have to pay to do this, right? And it's incentivized choice. There's a chance that we implement it and we verify compliance and so on. We follow how the literature typically measures that. And as I said, this has been done before, and that's how people typically stop to establish the value, the consumer welfare associated with social media. Then we do another type of elicitation in the second step, which is how much do you need to pay the users to deactivate their TikTok and Instagram account for 4 weeks if they think that a lot of their classmates, the other people in their school, will also deactivate, right? Just try to get a measure of network effects here. Like, how much I need to be paid to stop using this platform vary a lot depending on whether others are also being asked to deactivate, right? If yes, of course, that confirms that there are indeed these network effects. But what we're really interested in is the third step, which we call the product market evaluation. So suppose that now you're the decision maker. Imagine this situation where I get to decide whether my university keeps these platforms or whether I press a button and I deactivate it for everyone for 4 weeks, right? What would I prefer to happen? And how much am I willing to pay to get to be in either one of these situations? The situations where we keep things as they are, or I press a button and no one can use these platforms, including myself. So we do the willingness to pay elicitation in that scenario, and we incentivize it. Okay, so trying to simulate the situation with real incentives to see what these people would prefer. Okay, so here's what we find. So how much do I have to pay someone to stop using, a student to stop using TikTok and Instagram for 4 weeks? Well, you have to pay them quite a bit of money, and that is consistent with other findings from the literature. On TikTok, you have to pay a user about $55 for them to deactivate their account for 1 month. Okay? For Instagram, it's about $47. So you could stop here and say, here, yet another piece of evidence indicating how much value these platforms bring to people. You have to pay a person $50 to stop using them for a month. So that's a lot of value, creating a lot of welfare. In fact, that's how they're framing it, the platforms in a lot of the research. So if you keep going, we already see that if you anticipate that others in your school will also be asked to deactivate, how much you have to pay you already goes down. Okay, that's not super surprising. That's measuring these network effects. How much I enjoy being benefit I get from a platform depends on who else is on the platform. After all, those are social networks. Those are social media platforms. Now, when we try to measure how much they value the presence of the product on campus, right? Whether they prefer the product to continue or to get rid of it, what we find is that the same average person you have to pay $55 to stop using TikTok is willing to pay $24 to get rid of TikTok, right? So you get this very interesting pattern where the same person that needs to be compensated to stop using a product, given that everyone else is using it, is willing to pay to get rid of the product, right? So that changes how we think about the welfare associated with these platforms, right? Because suddenly you start thinking, are they really creating value? Are people really better off with the existence of these platforms, or are they just trapped, given that everyone else is using it, right? So that's the question we're asking ourselves. Actually, if we include non-users, even more negative. So it creates this big negative externality to non-users. Non-users of TikTok really hate the existence of TikTok and willing to pay more money to get rid of TikTok, right? So if you start aggregating both users and non-users, you start getting pretty negative numbers associated with, in terms of the welfare associated with this platform, okay? So I think that really kind of starts building this case that perhaps it's not creating a lot of positive value. If you want to think in terms of if you don't want to worry about the numbers, the values, just want to look at the directions, what we find is that 60% of TikTok users in our sample would like to get rid of TikTok for a month in our data, okay? 60%. If you include non-users, this is 70%. Those are very high numbers. For Instagram, it's about 45, 50%. So, you know, between a half and 2/3 of users actually would like to get rid of those platforms. Okay? That's what we find among college samples, knowing that those are among the heaviest users of social media. We do some other, I'll skip that quickly. We try to argue that this is not just something mechanical from the elicitation or just kind of some overall repugnance toward digital products. If you do the same experiments with Google Maps and Waze, guess what? No one's willing to pay to get rid of Google Maps and Waze. They actually like it, right? So it's not something that is there for every digital product. It's something about some specific digital product that seem to be trapping people. Now, if you ask people why is it the case that you say you prefer the product not to exist and you still use it? And we ask these open-ended questions, right? And we use ChatGPT or we can code ourselves, like the types of answers they give to, just so it's completely open-ended, we're not prompting them. And if you look at the reasons that are mentioned, especially for Instagram, 76% of them mention things associated with the fear of missing out, FOMO. They just like, yeah, if I'm not on social media, I'm gonna miss out, I'm not gonna know. If I stop using it, I'll be completely out of the loop. So things that kind of build this case that, yes, they understand that it's causing them harm, but given that everyone else is doing it, the best thing that I can do is it could be pretty rational, right? The best thing I can do is also use it. So that's really the number one motive for TikTok as well. Some people evoke addiction as a potential reason, especially for TikTok. It's consistent with the evidence that people really just doom scroll on TikTok. They just get addicted and so on. But a lot of people mentioning things associated with the fear of missing out. And then, again, if people, how they would feel if they activated social media and everyone else still did it, they also mentioned similar feelings of missing out. So, you know, if you look at the open-ended evidence, it really is consistent with our story. So I'm going to conclude, but also talk about a bunch of other stuff that we're building based on that, okay? So we find evidence based on this methodology that a lot of people who use social media would prefer social media not to exist, and they'll be willing to pay to get rid of social media. So that calls in question traditional measures of welfare associated with a lot of these digital platforms, because a lot of these digital platforms, you actually don't have to pay to use it, right? It's not like how much you're willing to pay because you have to pay a price to use it, right? So technically, they're free in that sense. But what we're trying to argue is that when you have these big network goods, of these big network effects, what could be happening is that at some point the network is so big that you don't really have a choice, but you have to enter and join the network. And perhaps people that would prefer the network not to be there actually have to join the network because everyone else is doing it. This has interesting policy regulations, and I know that this is now being incorporated in a lot of the FTC discussions because, you know, let's just say I know, and because when networks become too big, people might actually not have a lot of choice, and they might have been kind of forced to join networks. And if we think about this, a lot of times platforms might be introducing new features that might not be making the product better, but they're just making not having the product costlier. And that's the type of stuff that policymakers and regulators should be looking at, right? For example, Instagram introduced direct messaging and really pushed that in their platform. So that means that now if you're not on Instagram as a kid, you're not even going to be able to text with your friend. So that your friends, that really raise the cost of being out of the network, right? So that's one example. Another thing that we're studying now, we're putting out the paper next week actually, is in cell phone communication, right? So this is particularly relevant in the US because in Brazil, most people use WhatsApp, right? In the US, for a number of reasons, and I think that's one of them, people who have iPhones, they use iMessage to communicate, right? Turns out, if you're using iMessage, you can tell if the other person is an iPhone or is an Android, right? If you're texting with an iPhone it shows up as a blue bubble, right? And if you're texting with an Android, it shows up as a green bubble. You might be thinking, well, it shouldn't matter so much, right? So the first thing is that Apple refused to adopt the same standard of communication as Androids, right? Which is RCS. So the communication was actually worse with Androids, right? So there's an ongoing DOJ case against Apple, and Apple in the last iOS update actually implemented the same standard in the US and Europe. But they kept the green bubbles, right? Now you might wonder why is this happening? Now if just zoom out a little bit, among young people in the US, the market share of Apple in this market is about 80%, okay? So we decided to study this because our hypothesis is this was actually creating a lot of costs to not being an iPhone user. And if you look at the news in the US, there's a lot of discussion about the so-called green bubble culture. Kids feel excluded when they have green bubbles. There's a stigma associated with it. There's cases of suicide associated with that in the US. So it's like, okay, is there something to this? So we run this series of experiments showing how this creates a lot of stigma. For example, 90% of college students in the US believe that there's a green bubble stigma, which creates stigmas for Android users. They notice it's very salient. Interestingly, about 80% of Android users and 2/3 of iPhone users want the green bubbles feature to be completely removed. So iPhone users themselves don't like that, and they would like it to disappear. Apple, of course, keeps it. They don't think that the phone would be worse if you removed it. So it's a type of feature that is not making having an iPhone better, is making not having an iPhone worse. And that is extending Apple's market power, right? So you're extending your market power not by making your product better, but by making not having your product worse. You're changing the utility associated with the outside option. So iPhone users actually require a lot of money to deactivate the green bubbles. About 70% of the disutility, of the amount that they're required to deactivate iMessage, about 50% of the value of a camera. If you ask them how much you need to pay you to just become green for a month, okay? And then when we run these experiments, choice experiments, we see that the Android market share would go up about 46% if Apple got rid of the green bubbles, right? So it's really, really creating market power, not by creating utility to the users, or by creating disutility to the non-users. So here's another example of these really big companies, big tech companies have these big network effects that might actually be creating a lot of market power, not necessarily by making people better off. So it's just another example here that we have. Now, another thing that I wanted to discuss is like, we could have a whole discussion here about regulation, right? Oh, okay, what should we do? Should we ban these products? Should we ban social media? I don't think that's necessarily the solution. And as a Chicago economist, I was thinking, okay, well, there's some issues with the market, but the market can come up with solutions to market problems, right? So the obvious solution to the social media case was like, okay, there's a coordination problem here. We have a prisoner's dilemma where people stuck in an equilibrium here like to move to another one. So if you take this lesson seriously, what needs to happen? We need to create a coordination tool. If it's hard for me to use social media less because everyone else in social media, it would be easier if I could coordinate with other people. That didn't exist. So I was on sabbatical, and I was like, okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create an app. So I decided to create an app that allows people to coordinate and spend less time on social media. So my original goal for the sabbatical was to write a book. Instead, I launched a startup. And we raised money, and we developed this app called NOMO instead of FOMO, no missing out. It's like just to show people join these challenges with their friends to spend less time on social media. So it's easier because you're not doing it alone, you're doing it with your friends. And we gamify, we do a bunch of stuff like that. And the interesting thing is that the app not only helps people spend less time on social media by coordinating with their friends, but it also helps them spend more time elsewhere, right? So it's just shifting time from social media or doom scrolling to other activities. So they win these challenges, they get points, they unlock rewards. And that becomes a business because a lot of brands also want to gain access to people's time and are struggling because of social media. So these brands pay us to gain access to people's time, right? think about the movie industry. You're Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers spends $1.2 billion per year on social media ads. That's how they get people's attention. And people are not going to the movie theaters. Why? Why? Because they're on social media. So a lot of industries are funding their own irrelevance by buying ads on social media, right? It's a pretty cruel business, right? So that's why when I have a call with these companies, it's pretty easy to get convinced them. Said, you know, instead of taxing people's time to be the middleman in terms of getting their attention, I'm going to charge a negative tax rate. I'm going to free up people's time and send it your way. So anyway, I don't want to pitch too much. Anyway, but that's where we've been up to. And we've been doing campus trials in the US. This is the one we did at UCLA, where you get all these people dressed like thumbs, you know, to free the thumb, and the kids get crazy with that. So we actually showed, you know, for example, at the University of Chicago, that it really works. People really stop using, cut down the usage of TikTok and Instagram when they are in those challenges. And more importantly, we measure pretty big mental health improvements. So when you look at people who actually spend 2 weeks using these platforms just cutting to less than an hour per day, we see, for example, the incidence of feeling of depression goes down by close to 50%, for example. So really, they seem to be trapped and spending a lot of time on things that are making them feel worse. And simple things like coordination tools, there could be market solutions to these market problems. We don't need necessarily to rely on excessive government regulation. So that's how I wanted to finish here. Thank you. Schizophrenic monster here, right? Two very different topics.
Thank you, Leonardo. I think it's absolutely fantastic what you presented. I wondered what is the role of the price system here, because you in a way you create incentives and disincentives. And I think it's pretty striking that the people that are not using outside of the network, suffer a negative externality and are willing to pay, so others would stop using it. But it's like a cause arrangement where they can actually pay to derive what seems to be the societal best outcome. And the other thing is, preferences are what they are. And we're not in the business of being the great educator of people's preferences, right? To which extent, the green versus the blue banner that identifies the user, that creates a little bit of discomfort of those that have Android versus Apple, that should actually be involved in that business, it's what it is, it's a preference, whether you should, be involved in that business at all, from a preference formation standpoint.
Great questions, thanks. On the first one, it's pretty hard to create this side market, right? Because you have, the problem is that the only way to become affordable is to be able to bribe a lot of people together, right? Which is a little bit what we're doing with the app. It's like creating the coordination. Otherwise, you have to pay each person a lot of money to stop using it. But what we found interesting here related to this is the fact that people are aware of the trap, right? Even young users. For some people, the most surprising thing is like, well, they're actually pretty aware of the situation and they're willing to pay to stop it. On the second one, yeah, I'm not trying to say, hey, we need to just ban those features, it's a problem. All we're trying to say is that indeed there are cases here in which market power is being sustained by unambiguously lowering the welfare of users, right? Of the population. So there is an ongoing case, DOJ, and that's actually a central part of the case now. The antitrust case with Apple is the green bubbles. And that kind of contributes to that discussion, which is, hey, you have a lot of market power at first, and you might be kind of making that market power be extended, not by making a product that is better, but by making the experience of not having a product more miserable. So again, it's just a discussion. I think it's relevant. And I think people creating status signals with products, that's one of the oldest things. If you wear like a Rolex watch,
there's a signal there, but you know, the problem here is a combination with market power, right? If you are Apple and you have 80% of the market and you can really stigmatize the 20%, that becomes potentially something to pay more attention to. That's all.
I'd like to thank you for the insightful presentation. Although I do have a practical question as for the app. Can you please explain the difference? How does your app differ from the feature that Instagram currently has, such as limiting activity after a certain time that is in advance had been set up?
Yeah, so that's... So what the Instagram is doing is already in response to some of the litigations that are ongoing. And yes, I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. They're doing it at night, right? From 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. or something for under 16-year-olds, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's just a feature that allows for coordination. It's not just you. I mean, there are a lot of time blocking apps, right? The reason why they don't really work so much is because people understand the problems. Like just giving me a tool to limit my use, yeah, that helps in the margin if I have self-control problems. But if I need a coordination tool, I need more than that, and that's where we're stepping in. Yeah. We can talk about maybe the technicalities offline. Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Not about Brazil, but it's relevant in Brazil.
No, it was very. I was very intrigued by your presentation, and I have 2 kids, so I was thinking. I always thought, you know, kind of trying to think this is in utility function form. So there is like a marginal disutility as you start increasing the usage. So what if you did an experiment that said, not you don't use it or you use it, but everybody can only use for 2 hours? Because I think for a lot of people, they like it to use it, but they don't like to have to use as much to be as influent to the extent that that actually is an impairment on their life. So trying to see what is the optimal amount of usage and if people would be willing to migrate to that solution as an intermediate solution that you suggested.
Perfect. That's exactly what we do with the app. So we have, it's not about blocking, it's about a challenge where it's less than an hour per day and you coordinate. And there's another one that's 2 hours, 3 hours. Is that to move move collectively to different equilibria. Exactly. Because look, we're not Luddites. We think technology is good, right? I mean, some social media usage is good. That's why I think like banning phones, I don't know, there's a lot of good things that you can do on your phone. So it's just about helping people coordinate to where collectively they'll be better off. This is exactly what we're doing. Yeah.
Thank you. So very interesting presentations. I want to ask now to Roberto. No, Roberto, before you were mentioning that a limit to innovation is maybe you can kill the banks, no? But it seems to me we are going to a financial system which we have highly regulated banks, and all the banks are extremely regulated. And at the same time, now we're creating a lot of innovations to undo what the banks used to do, no? And we have the functions of the banks operating somewhere unregulated. And you were at the central bank. At the end, if there is a crisis, the incentive is to bail out everybody, no? Or if you doesn't matter. I'm thinking on money markets. They were not banks, but when you have a crisis, you cannot allow institutions to go down. Don't you think that we are going towards this system of highly regulated banks and the non-regulated institutions, but at the end, the problems of moral hazards that justify regulations are there? How are we going to deal with this? And especially from the perspective of a central bank.
Okay.
When the crisis
That's
starts.
a good question. So first, I don't mean to say that I think the banks will cease to exist or will be fully disrupted. What I meant is, if banks don't move and the platforms start to take their business away as it's happening, then that might happen. but this is if banks don't move. Now, banks are moving. You see a lot of banks are investing in platform. A lot of banks are actually creating banks outside to disrupt their own bank. And you can see that, in different places. So it's more like a lot of the traditional banks will become non-traditional banks and will join this platform. One other thing is, this is not true for the whole banking activity. This is true for retail. So if you look at a lot of the banks and you separate IB, which is investment bank, from retail, what I said only influences retail. For example, if you look at return on equity on a bank in US and compare to Europe, in US is relatively higher. And we had endless debates at the BIS, why is it that the return on equity on US banks are higher than Europe? Obviously, the European CEOs would go to the meeting all the time complaining that the regulations were to blame for that. Well, I actually did a little bit of a study on that, and that explains only a small part. Most of the difference between the returns on equity of US banks and European banks is IB. Investment banking. Investment banking is very big in US, and it doesn't exist in Europe. By the way, 70% of all the investment banking activity in the world is done in US. So again, the disruption of the platform banks apply more to the retail business to the wholesale business. And there are banks that are actually reinventing themselves, fighting different niches. So I'm not here preaching that the banks are going to be disrupted and it's going to be a problem in the financial intermediation. On the contrary, I think the platform banks are actually going to force the banks to be more competitive, and the open data system will actually create segmentation in the financial service in a way that the clients will be better served at a lower price with more competition.
Quickly to know, what's the average transaction amount that you're talking about or that you're aiming at when you're trying to open up the retail banking transaction fully integrated? We haven't been able to integrate healthcare, which is probably as important as banking. Are you talking about transactions in the order of like $100, $200, or you're talking, what's the top of these transactions like? Because there's a lot of regulation in the middle that can't be skipped, right?
If I understood your question correctly, on the instant payment system, what is the average amount of the transaction? Okay, so in every instant payment system, there is a similar pattern that happens. It starts on P2P with very low tickets. And as the system evolves and people gain trust of it, the ticket size starts to increase. You start to have P2B and eventually B2B. When you look at Pix, it started almost solely as P2P, and the ticket was very low. Then you started to have P2B, and now you're having a little bit of B2B, which means that the ticket size is increasing. But in Pix, we have a ticket size of millions of reais. It happens. It's not very often, but it happens. But the average size has increased a lot. I don't have the exact number in my head, but it has increased by at least 10 or 20, around 15-fold. So it is increasing.
Roberto, what do you think would be challenging for starting this kind of PIX thing here in the United States, where they still use fax when we have email? Sometimes they prefer fax machines. And money order, something like money order, and you pay like $20 for a transaction, very small ticket. What do you think are the challenges in this market?
Okay, so I guess the question is why US haven't reached a stage of evolution in the payment space as to have a lot of instant payment system working as well as in some other place like Brazil and India. But there are a lot of reasons. But when you're putting together a system like Pix or UPI in India, there are a couple of things that actually help you in the beginning. So if you don't have a lot of banks, it helps you a lot because there is a coordination exercise in the beginning. So when you have a case of Brazil in which 5 banks own 80% of the deposits or something like that, then once you coordinate with the 5 banks, everybody else is going to join because nobody's going to be left out. If you have a place or country in which you have 2,000 banks, then it's more difficult. The second thing is whether the regulation allows you to use mandatory rules. So I go to the banks and said, okay, this is the new system of payments, and by the way, you have to use it. It's not optional. In some places you can do that, like Brazil. In some other places like Colombia, you can't do that. And so you have to try to use moral suasion and convince the banks that actually they have to gain from that. An exercise that was done in PIX is when we first thought about the system, we knew the banks would lose money from charging the fees of the transaction. It was around 20 billion reais, more or less, give or take. So when the banks look at that in the first place, they said, I mean, we would never do that on our own because nobody wants to, just, lose 20 billion in transactions. And one of the debates that I had with CEOs of banks, and I said, but you're not seeing the thing here. We're going to change the system. You're going to eventually make money from that. Nobody believed in that. And I actually made a bet with one of them, and I said, if in 4 years you're not making more money with PIX than you're losing from what you're charging on the transfers, then I was wrong. Because at some point in time, some of the banks, they thought, these guys are creating a system that is just going to replace one payment system for the other. And that's not what we're trying to do. We were trying to do a payment system that was a rail, that was programmable, that would generate inclusion. So 71 million people open bank accounts just to have PIX. So you get fees from accounts that are open. You start having products that you can put on PIX, for example. Now the banks realize that they don't need Visa and MasterCard in Brazil. Pretty soon they won't need them. They can do the credit card function within PIX. So it's going to save a lot of money from the bank. So the hard part is to convince them that they're going to be better off in the future because they're not seeing the way from here to there. That was probably my biggest challenge.
So I don't have time anymore for questions, so I suggest we have a 10 minutes break for further questions, and we'd like to thank our keynote speakers. So don't forget, we have a last panel just after the break.
It's very Chicago, I think.
It's not a regulation. If you just steering incentives in the right direction. It's smart because, as you said, there is an element of entertainment, there's an element of information, but we just can't stop. And it just eventually saturates the problem. If you were to go 15 minutes, but you were busy enough to stop, okay, I got information. Você gerou outro elemento. A little bit of entertainment.
Everyone stop, cut down.
It's a coordination problem.
Tem um outro problema. A caneta da meta dele. Como no CBD 2 ministros dele, o Espelho fala que pode ajudar nisso, mas já virou uma coisa que ninguém falou aqui no palco. Que é incerteza da meta futura. Aquilo foi um movimento que estourou de 3 dias e nunca mais voltou. Ele pode falar que não, mas ele tem um bloco aí que ele pode falar que pode.
Metade Instagram, metade coisa.
Muito importante.
But the network value grows exponentially. The optimal market is a corner solution. Converges e converges.
Obrigado, hein? Alô? Quem?
Cadê o William?
Verdade? Malo, né?
Isso me paga a mim, mas eu me sinto full. There's the fear of missing out. I'm not missing out anything, mas no one is out there.
Mas em termos de switching, o pessoal switch muito mais narrowly, sabe? O Facebook é muito, looks much more like a monopoly if you do the right experiment. Pagou grupos, networks. E aí o resultado é que eles eram. They switched to another social platform. Então eles. Yes, yes. But alone they switch much more broadly. So the market efficiency, depending on the usage. Então, interessante.
Third one, yes. Fazendo a ordem. Ó, você pode ficar aí nessa. Ok. So I'm not sure. So now we have the last panel of the conference about social policies and institutions. So Bruno Fairman from FGV will coordinate this panel. Bruno.
So thank you. It's a great pleasure to introduce this last session of the conference on institutions and social policies. I'll make a very short introduction so we have more time for questions, discussions after the presentations. And we have an amazing panel of distinguished academics with extensive work on Brazil. So we have Cláudio Ferraz from Vancouver School of Economics and PUC, Sérgio Firpo from INSPER and the Ministry of Planning and Budget from Brazil, William Maloney, Chief Economist at the World Bank, and Nércio Menezes Filho from INSPER and University of São Paulo. So we start now with Cláudio.
Oh, is this a click? Oh. Okay. You're going to tell me when. Okay. All right. All right, great. So thanks. So now we're going to switch gears here. We're going to go into micro. We're going to go into a little bit of institutions and a little bit of politics as well, which I think is kind of like key to understand what goes on in Brazil. So I have like 18 minutes or something. I'm gonna have to try to do like 3 things. First, I'm gonna talk a little bit about what I think has been interesting and important like innovations that has happened in Brazil in the past 40 years. By the way, this year is 40 years of transition to democracy in Brazil, and many things have happened. Then I'm gonna show you some figures, some graphs, trying to understand how do we make sense of things that sometimes do not happen. Like where are the bottlenecks? What are the like policy and political failures, and why do they occur? And maybe conclude with like how I view, maybe I'm gonna say something that then Sergio and Aercio, I'm gonna probably reinforce again. So it's always easy to start on the negative and pessimistic side, but if you look back and you go back to when Brazil transitioned to democracy in 1985, a lot of amazing things really have happened, especially if you look at innovations in the political system, innovations in institutions, innovation in governments. Here, there's like a list of things. I'm not gonna go over all of them, but just for example, something as fiscal responsibility law was something that at the time was pretty revolutionary, like going back and make states and municipalities, for example, not be able to spend and have debts as much as they have. All the web of horizontal accountability, like controller's office, public, Ministério Público, like public prosecutors. The fact that you made the bureaucracy become professional, and there's like a concurso público to go into the public bureaucracy. It's not only like political appointments that you can bring your families and friends. So the huge decentralization that occurred, devolving like mainly education and health to municipalities, but not only. So these are like amazing things. Portal de Transparência, Freedom of Information Act, and now you can like get access to like actually make governments accountable for how they spend the money. None of those things really existed. And those are like pretty amazing things. I have done a lot of work in one of like a pretty big institutional innovation, and it's actually, I think, a good example of how sometimes things that are really good and work well get dismantled by the government. I think this is a great example. So this is the lottery that was implemented like many years ago in the first administration of Lula to actually monitor and audit corruption in states and mainly in municipalities, which had pretty big effects in kind of like making governments more accountable and reducing corruption. So this is a figure from a paper that we have just showing, for example, one thing that first time I did this figure, it's kind of mind-blowing, which is how we have been able, for example, to prosecute and convict mayors for irregularities associated with corruption and irregular use of money and things like that. A lot of it comes from the reason why this is related to the audits is also a lot of the information that, for example, prosecutors and judges have to go after corrupt politicians really comes from auditing accounts and making sure that people are doing the right thing. These audits have had like many different effects. Now there are like tons and tons of papers written on this. We have an old paper that shows actually that when you make information available through these audits, voters actually take that into account and punish corrupt politicians. But there's also, for example, pretty nice work done by Colonelli and Prem looking at the effects of audits on firms, showing that, for example, when you have auditing a municipality, that you're cracking down on corruption, that takes away the corrupt firm but allows new firms that were not corrupt and not willing to pay a bribe to get contracts with the government to enter and really grow in that municipality. So pretty massive effects that they find there. Now, of course, not everything is kind of like roses. Many problems remain in institutions and government and political systems in Brazil. Some listed here, right? Some are things such as, despite having a law against vote buying is widespread in many poor municipalities in Brazil. Fiscal responsibility laws that a lot of us took as something that was given has been like pushed back a lot. Lack of state capacity, like, yes, you decentralize to municipalities, but then many small municipalities, they don't really have the capacity to manage resources, to do contracts, to implement like policies they're supposed to be implementing. Corruption prevails in many different places. So it's a big list of things that, of course, we can improve. The problem of many of these things is that it maps on the perceptions that citizens have on institutions and well-functioning. So this is just, for example, how many people, share of people from Latin barometer that trust the Congress. And you can see these like ups and downs that have been going on. Of course, there's a big up there, 14, 15, after Lava Jato and all the corruption scandals. There's a lot of volatility, but in general, always like a third of population in Brazil, they don't trust, they don't like politicians, they don't trust the Congress, they don't like the political system. Okay, many of these choices, they are results of an equilibrium. This is a political game, they are results of an equilibrium. So what I'm going to do is try to convey the two sides of this equilibrium and how we got like to the places that we got. So on the one hand, one thing that sometimes you don't realize is that what the democratization did in Brazil is that basically brought twice the amount of people into the political market. And by the political market, what I mean is before the democratization, before the '88 Constitution, illiterate voters could not vote in Brazil. In fact, Brazil was the last country in the Western Hemisphere of allowing illiterate voters to vote. So we had like a massive increase in new people coming to the political market. Then this got reinforced, and there's a nice paper by Thomas Fujiwara that shows this. This got reinforced when we implemented the electronic voting, because despite the fact that illiterate people could vote in Brazil, many of them would have their votes completely nullified because they didn't know how to write. So the electronic voting, as shown by Thomas in his paper in Econometrica, is a nice setting where you can see like the large effects that enfranchisement did. And one of the consequences of that, and this is data from Latin Barometer on respondents when you ask people, for example, what are your priorities, is a big shift in terms of priorities. So if you go back, for example, even like 20 years ago, a large share of people will respond that the priority is to decrease poverty, compared to, for example, I just put one example here as a comparison, which is like healthcare. And you can see that this completely changes over time. As governments were able to fight poverty, and poverty rates like decline over time, then of course, you put way more attention into issues such as healthcare, such as education, such as crime and violence, and other type of like priorities that citizens and voters have. It is true that corruption became a big thing, and still a big thing. It goes, again, up and down, depending on when you look at. But corruption is something that's still widespread, and is something that if you ask citizens if they care about it, it's still like right there pretty big. So this is kind of like on the voter side. On the politician side, what has happened is and this graph stops in 18 and is only for deputies, for congressmen, for deputados federais, but you can do it for like any type of politician. If you do it for vereadores, for example, this is even more extreme. More and more people want to run for office. Now, it's not the case that if you look at like the type of people that are running for office, at least if you look at like, for example, education as a proxy for like quality, but you can look at other characteristics, it's not that the system is becoming more equal. It's not that the system is becoming more representative. It's not that it's becoming more equal in terms of gender or race. It is that more and more people want to run, maybe because there are like more rents to get out of the system rather than necessarily get like more. And one of the consequences of the combination of like more interests needed to be represented, the political system that Brazil has, which is a system where there are very low barriers to entry in terms of like a formation of political parties, have been this explosion of the number of political parties over time. This is a graph by political scientist Jairo Nicolau, looking at the effective number of parties represented in Congress that has really like exploded, right? So this makes really difficult for a president to manage coalitions, as probably most of you know very well, especially the ones that have been in the government, and implement policies and the bargaining and how expensive it is to manage those coalitions. The final piece of this kind of like dynamics is how expensive it has become over time to run political campaigns in Brazil. And because it's very expensive to run political campaigns in Brazil, the firms donating to politicians became, up until it was forbidden after the Lava Jato scandal, kind of like an increasing trend, like way more firms and more money going into politics. And of course, there has to be like some quid pro quo of that we see many times in political scandals and other things that we have seen. I want to make the point here that the consequence, the way I view the consequence of this kind of like 30 years of dynamics, and this I think is especially true in the past 15 years in Brazil, is a combination of two phenomena that go together. On the one hand, and probably Sergio and I are going to talk more about it, huge implementation of redistributive and inclusive policies. Many examples here, Bolsa Família, Fundeb, Minha Casa Minha Vida, quotas, early childhood development centers, Programa de Saúde da Família, Family Health Program, etc., which has really created like redistribution channels and enfranchise socially like a lot of the population. On the other hand, on the productive side of things, a lot of like targeted policies to very special interest groups, firms, through subsidies, tax exemptions, tariff protections, market concentration, etc. So, and this has happened exactly at the same time. Now, if we look and you take a photo of where we are, things look in many dimensions pretty good. Like poverty has collapsed absolutely since like the 1980s. Years of schooling have increased significantly, for example. Child mortality has decreased a lot. So all those things are things that when you look at like those development outcomes, we should be proud and we should be happy about. But the elephant in the room, and probably like everyone has seen a figure like this, is really the fact that like productivity, no matter how you measure it, like labor productivity or even like TFP, if you like account for capital and labor, but the famous comparison here is like, for example, that people like to use is Brazil against South Korea, right? Which is a pretty striking kind of like comparison. It's not only Brazil, like other middle-income countries suffer from the same malaise, right? Like Colombia, for example, has also stagnant productivity, but it is pretty striking given like, for example, the amount of investments in education that has happened in Brazil, the fact that really like productivity hasn't really moved. And this is like, I think, the big question in order to understand economic development in Brazil and like the future. So why? So let me put three things here, and then I'll conclude. This is from some work that Arias Ortiz and co-authors have done in the IDB, and one of the hypotheses, and again, probably Sergio and Narsho know a lot more about this than I do, but one of the hypotheses is what they call this mismatch that exists between what you're producing coming out of, for example, of university in terms of qualifications and the type of jobs that are around. So in this heat maps here, what they have is a nice comparison between the type of degrees that people are having at universities and the type of jobs that there are on demand on the other side. So, for example, the darker colors here, the more blues and darks, are like positive versus negative mismatches. So you're creating more businessmen that you need in the market, or you're creating less health professionals, for example, that you need in the market. So that could be one idea why you have low productivity. Well, because you have a qualified engineering that's like driving, for example, an Uber instead of like being an engineer. The second reason has to do with like the connections here between firms and politicians or political power. Again, going back to this idea that there's a lot of favoritism in the way that policies are implemented. You can think of credit, you can think at public banks giving money, you can think of subsidies, and those things are not necessarily given to the firms that need the most. It's really misallocation of resources, a la kind of like Chiang Kai-shek and pit cleaner type of work, right? You're not giving on the margin to the firms that really need, but rather on the ones that are politically connected. And the third thing is that something that we don't talk, I think, enough in Brazil about it, is this trade-off that exists, and especially now that industrial policy is again on the newspapers and on magazines and policy arenas, is this trade-off that exists between helping firms and allowing for market power. And the negative effects that market power have, both in terms of products, but also like in the labor markets, in terms of monopolies, that creates a lot of like misallocation. And of course, those things are correlated with, as some of the literature has shown, it's not surprising that those things are also correlated with like political power. So the connection between political power and market power, there's like some nice new work done on this for the US, but that shows that those things are pretty big. And we have examples in Brazil where that's also the case. So let me finish 30 seconds, just what I think are some of like the challenges ahead, things I have not talked about, but I think are really central. One thing is this trade-off between kind of like accountability, corruption, and innovation. Like anyone, when I talk to people that have worked in the government, and maybe Sergio can talk about this, I don't want to put him on the spot, but what everybody complains about is like, look, I have these amazing ideas, but if I do something a little bit different, horizontal accountability, TCU, et cetera, they're going to come after me, they're not going to be allowing me to implement. So there's this block of policy innovation that the way that all these institutions were designed, like when we transitioned to democracy, was exactly to curb corruption, but not every innovation is corruption, and you're curbing innovation. And that's an issue, and we have to deal with that. We have to think, how do we deal with that? The second is the huge policy gridlock that exists in Brazil with the growing polarization, right? Like, so that's happening in many countries. Brazil is not unique, but the level of polarization that you have right now in Brazil, political polarization, makes sometimes policy implementation extremely difficult. We have to think about that. That is linked to, although Leo didn't talk about social media and politics, but that's definitely linked to issues about social media. It's linked to issues of fake news. It's linked to issues of the media, the traditional media disappearing, and people getting like information from different places. How do we aggregate preferences? How do we make people talk to each other? And finally, the big issue of like checks and balances in a democracy, which is like a big topic. In Brazil, we're seeing like that every day. Like the Congress doesn't want to do a policy. The Supreme Court is coming in and entering an arena that's supposed to be the Congress. How do we deal with like those balances, still maintaining democracy, but having like different powers, having checks and balances? So of course this plus, we had already in the morning, climate change, I think are, in the environment and the Amazon, I think are the kind of like the big issues that we need to think.
Okay, so thank you for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here. So before I start talking about what I'm planning to talk about, which is the relationship between formality and the Bolsa Familia program, right? Which I think connects with what Claudio just mentioned about low productivity in Brazil. And I hope that, and I ask you also, we're going to talk about that today, which, I mean, the connections between informality and low productivity are well known to most of us. So we have to think about the policies that we have, right, that may have this byproduct that reinforce informality, which is a negative byproduct. But let me say something before, which has to do with my role in this SMA, which is Secretaria de Monitoramento e Avaliação de Políticas Públicas in the Ministry of Planning and Budget. So the Secretariat of Monitoring and Evaluation of Public Policies. So we have, that's a new secretariat which didn't exist before 2023, and has the mission to look at the quality of public spending in Brazil. So we can think of one way to think about the quality of public spending is thinking of that as a weighted average of the quality of public policies, right? And the weight that we use is the budget share for each policy. So if you are able to have this catalog of or portfolio of public policies and evaluate regularly all of those policies and attach a quality measure for each of them, then you can, right, have a single index representing the quality of the public policies in a given moment. So what you're doing now, we are evaluating those public policies. We are still not able to cover all policies that we have in the country, but we are now developing a tool to be able to do that in an annual, on a yearly way. So that's something that we are doing. So when you think of how can you increase the quality of the public spending, so one thing is, okay, we can improve each policy once you have an evaluation of those policies, right? We can propose recommendations in the direction of redesigning those policies in which you see that they are not working well, okay? So that's one strategy, which is basically to evaluate and then propose redesigns in order to improve those policies. Another way is to affecting the weights, right? The budget weights that you have. So you can improve the quality of public spending, right, by assigning larger weights to those policies that were better evaluated than those which are not. So this is more difficult to nowadays to change, because you have to think that that involves that involves a much larger number of actors that would like that would be affected by those budget movements, right? But we are in the direction, right, of doing that. We are evaluating, proposing recommendations to change those policies, and also trying to have this to affect the budget yearly. So that's the goal of this our secretariat. But let me go back and give an example of, it's not a typical evaluation that you have, but some product that we developed and gave to the Ministry of Social Assistance as one way to think about how Bolsa Família could be affecting one thing that's quite important, which is informality in Brazil. You know that, let me see. Okay, so let me go back here. Yeah, no, that's right. So, we all know about Bolsa Família, so we probably skip that. So there is a recent change, right, in the eligibility criterion for that changed to 218 per month the income per capita to make you eligible for the program, and also the way that the benefit is calculated. So everyone is basically making at least 600 a month, and then if you have children below 6 years, you receive 150, and if you have children above that, or if you're a pregnant woman, you're going to get plus 50. On average, the ticket is about 720 reais per month, the Bolsa Família. And today, right, there are many advancements in this Cadastro Único that covers 94 million individuals, and it's now connected to other databases in Brazil, especially those covering payments from pensions and also the formal employment, highs. And there is a thing that's not necessarily new, but because CAD Único is now able to connect to other data sets, that became very important, which is this protection rule, in which if a family exceeds the eligibility criterion, right, the 218, the family can still be covered by the Bolsa Família, receiving half of the benefit if the family income per capita is below half minimum wage. Okay, and it lasts for 2 years. Okay, so a little bit of context here. So Bolsa Família has expanded its coverage. Now it's covering about 1/4 of the country population. 51 million people are in a family that receive the program. And this is very interesting because there is this whole discussion about the incentives for beneficiaries to not participate in the labor market. So when you look at first the working age population comparing beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries, you see that the demographic component is different between beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries. So basically, in 2023, I'm using PNAD data, okay, from Census Bureau in Brazil. So 85% of non-beneficiaries are in the working age, whereas beneficiaries are 68% in the working age. When you look at the participation rate, labor participation, you see that there is this difference today about 9 percentage points, right? It's 64 for non-beneficiaries and 55 for beneficiaries. Employment, right? When you compare, when you calculate the unemployment rate, right, is also larger for beneficiaries, right? 100 minus those numbers indicate that, for example, for beneficiaries, 16% unemployment rate in 2023, but for beneficiaries is 6%, okay? And one thing that's quite striking when you look at the differences is the informality gap. The informality gap in 2023 is more than 33 percentage points. So it's really huge, okay? Okay, but those are just descriptive statistics. When you compare people that have the same characteristics, right? When you run a regression control for observable characteristics, those gaps, they get very close to zero, right? So a gap that was like 9 percentage points, right, of participation rate, it actually changes the sign, right, and becomes 2 percentage points, right? So most of the gap is explained by differences in observable characteristics. Okay, that's an important thing. So the participation rate that you see and that you see in the media, people saying that Bolsa Família does not create the correct incentives for participation, is basically because, I mean, those two groups are very different, right? In the Bolsa Família, you have low-skilled individuals who are younger and that explains why they are not participating in the labor market. Then you go to employment, right? And you also see that there is an employment gap, right? In favor of non-beneficiaries, right? So non-beneficiaries, they have a higher chance of being employed, right? But then when you control for observable characteristics, again, this gap goes actually very close to zero in 2023, okay? Okay, this is good news in the sense of it doesn't seem that there is a large burden from Bolsa Familia in the labor market participation or in the unemployment rate. But then when you go to informality, that's quite different, okay? So informality is basically, as I said, 33 percentage points, right? But the unexplained component of this gap is very high, and it's increasing over time, okay? It was 7 percentage points in 2006 out of 27, right? So 1/4, and now it's 19 out of 33. So it's basically 60% of the gap cannot be explained by differences in observable components, okay? So that might have a consequence, right? Because I mean, if this gap seems to be increasing, right, and the unobservable part is increasing over time, it has to do with the program itself, right? It seems that there is something from the program that's increasing this informality gap. Well, we know, or you have guesses of what's going on, right? I mean, one thing that's important is to look at the probability of being in the program given your before transfers income, okay? And here we are only comparing people who are matched, okay? So on an average, the probability of being, and I'm doing one-to-one match, so the average probability of being in the program here would be half, okay? And then when you compare 2006 with 2023, we are doing a much better job in putting people who should be in the program, okay? Which is basically people that are below, when you look at 2023, below the first vertical line, okay? The probability is about 80%, so we are covering well, okay? And we see this decrease, right, which makes sense. And for the second vertical line, you should expect, if there is no problem in terms of putting or not including those who do not have to be there in the program, that would be 0, but it's about 20%. So we see that we are doing a much better job now than in the past. And that has to do with the fact that we are able, using the new Cadastro Único, to see at least the formal income. But then when we look at the informal income, well, we expect that people who are in the program, right, would be having a larger share of informal income, and that's true. But the key message from this picture is that it's actually now a much larger problem than in the past, right? If you see the gap between the blue and the red line, it has widened over time, meaning that now when you look at the beneficiary of Bolsa Familia, about half of their income comes, or before transfers, income come from informal jobs. I'm only comparing people here who are employed, okay? So it seems that those rules, right, to be included in the program may be inducing informality. right? So can we measure that? How does Bolsa Familia is increasing informality, right? By encouraging a shift from formal to informal, so you can keep your status in the program, or keeping people in informal jobs, all right? And also, can we make the question about, is informality itself inducing people to get to Bolsa Familia because they're low productivity workers, so they may have a higher chance to getting in this cash transfer program? And the first question, which is about the impact of Bolsa Familia on informality, right, is basically answered by looking at those two rows in which I'm comparing the probability of having an informal job in the next year. So here I'm using the longitudinal aspect of PNAD continua. So the probability of being informal, given that in the previous year the person was informal and was in the Bolsa Familia, right, is 4 percentage points higher than for those who were not Bolsa Familia, okay? So in this gap is basically constant over time. So the probability of keeping informal, right, is higher if you are a Bolsa Familia beneficiary. If you are if you are in a formal job, what is the chance that you transit from a formal job to an informal job, right? And it is it's larger, right, if you're Bolsa Familia. It used to be 3.6 percentage points in 2012, and now it's about 6 percentage points. So an increase more than double, okay? So Bolsa Familia may be inducing people to either stay informal, or when they transit, or to increase the chance to transit from a transition from a formal to an informal job. I'm finishing, yeah. So another question that we pose is whether informality itself is inducing people to stay or to reach the program, right? So the second line there, when we compare those two differences, which is basically the 0.013 in 2015 to 0.002, is basically saying that the probability of entering the program, right, if you're not a Bolsa Familia beneficiary, right, is higher, right, if you were an informal in the past, right? Which, I mean, makes sense in the sense, I mean, because as I mentioned, if you're informal or low productivity, you're probably be more vulnerable when gonna need to have a cash transfer, right? But that's much higher when you look at Bolsa Familia, someone who was in the Bolsa Familia red, right? Instead of 2 percentage points, it's about 18 percentage points, right? So Bolsa Familia kind of reinforce this aspect of, if you're informal, then you're gonna end up needing to be in the program. So what can be thought about how to solve this? So many things are on the table. One is to actually think about the protection rule and ways that you reduce the gap or the cost of being formal, given that we are only able to observe the formal income, right? I mean, if you were able to use PIX, I'm kidding, okay? But totally kidding. But if you're able to use information about informal income, right, then of course that would be a way to reduce this gap between formal and informal, right? But we have no way to observe income from informal jobs. Another thing that we can think, right, is if this program, if this cash transfer was in a way transferable or portable, right, in order to reduce labor costs, right? If part of what I receive, I could actually use to get a formal job, right? If I receive 700 and my employer, informal employer, is going to pay 300 just to hire me to contribute to Social Security, right? Why not transfer part of that as a way to reduce labor costs? So that's it. Thank you very much.
Normally the World Bank ends the party, but this time Purnaya has to. I will try to be relatively quick and painless given where we are in the evening, but thank you all very much for the invitation. This has been a very interesting day. I'm going to toss out some ideas I've been playing with because I have smart people here who can tell me I'm hallucinating. But I'm increasingly interested in questions of risk. I have been for a while. And this will get back exactly to this issue of distribution. That is the topic, part of the topic of this session. Why do we care about risk? First of all, it's in all our utility functions. People are supposedly risk averse. The World Bank should, in theory, have average level of income, distribution of income, and some measure of labor market risk if it were to vary substantially across countries. We don't. Second, human capital is an asset. Any investment in an asset is going to take returns and risk associated with it. Tom Krebs in the QJE 2003 calculated that if you dropped US risk from where it is to zero, you'd get the equivalent of 0.5% increase in growth in terms of welfare, and you would get an increase in investment in human capital that was equivalently large in terms of welfare gains. Risk confuses measures of mobility. If you look at the mobility literature by the poverty crowd, it's often done with transition matrices, and the summary statistics are usually some correlation of period 1 income with period 2 income or period 1 status with. But you can think of that as not really getting at what we need. If I just took all our incomes and then randomly reassigned them over the next year, well, this is probably the wrong crowd, but take society as a whole, we would certainly get a lot of measured mobility or a lower correlation, but obviously that's pure risk, and that enters negatively, so that's not a social good. But the fourth point is it also confuses our measures of inequality. We can take two extreme views. I mean, there are multiple, but just take these two. One is where T0, some of us are born really, really well off in society, and some of us are born really bad and poorly in society, and we have a lot of evidence for that. In the region, we know we still have some of the worst education scores, PISA scores, for primary and secondary education, especially conditional on our level of income. There's a lot of evidence that that is a model we should be thinking of. But suppose it's actually more like we all start kind of equally, but then there are a lot of shocks in our economies to each individual in the labor market, and those accumulate over time. And that at the end of the day, what we're measuring with our Gini coefficient or our tile statistic, which is where I'm going to go, that's what we're picking up. And if you think that's what's going on, and there's evidence from that, and Deaton and Paxton is the classic article in 1994 where they did it for the United States, but it's been replicated. But it also has very different implications for kind of policy, because if it's really just all in T0, that the inequality is, well, then Bolsa Familia makes a huge amount of sense. We just do whatever we can to equalize opportunities at the beginning. If, in fact, we're all starting at the same place, but we're all in Silicon Valley, and we're all rolling the dice every day, and that's what we like to do, we get from, then, okay, the resulting inequality, that's you've chosen a risk-return trade-off and a point on that frontier, and that's where you are. So the question is Brazil just riskier? Or is it, all in the beginning? Problem, ideally we do this with panel data, but we don't have consistent panel data across the developing world, and that's what I wanted to get, is some comparative measure. So following Deaton Paxton, let's assume our income process has a unit root component that is giving us permanent shocks. Simply said, any bad shock or good shock that hits you gives you a new line from which you're going to get additional shocks up or down. And the nice thing about that is that the property of a random walk is that the variance associated with that process increases linearly over time as a function of that, it increases linearly over time. And so it implies that cross-sectional variance increases with cohort age. And that is, in fact, what we see in Brazil. Right there, that's the variance of income, and it's pretty linear in age. Okay, so then the question is, how does that compare with other countries? And you can just see, you don't have to study this carefully because I'm going to show you a better graph, but just see that in Latin America, this kind of linear relationship holds pretty well across a, and this is a third of the data points we have. So let's take a look at how it looks when we actually plot it. And what's interesting in the United States is down here. Do I have a pointer? That's the United States. Okay, so remember Krebs was saying if we can drop this from there to this, we get basically 1 percentage point of growth's worth of additional welfare. Honduras is like 4 times, 5 times higher. Brazil is slightly over twice as risky, if you associate that, if that's what you want to believe it is, than the United States. So that's a lot. But this also suggests that everything we're thinking about, should we care about risk? Yes. Could this possibly distorting our income distribution statistics? Yes. Just to give you a feel for what might be driving this, because I don't have time to go into it, but here's like self-employment. This gets back to our informal folks, because we know we have something like 50% of our labor force is in some form of self-employment or quantapropismo, I don't know how you say. And we find that it's basically twice, the risk there is about twice what you find among a salaried worker, okay? And you look over here, this is the share of our labor forces in self-employment. You see that declines steadily over time. So you get twice as much risk, a lot more of our workforce there. That's a candidate. Same thing happens with agriculture. Same thing happens with mining, which is 5 times riskier. Not really sure. So that would seem a candidate. The only problem is that using Sergio's decomposition techniques, actually we explain maybe 15, 20% with the compositional effects, and most is coming from this kind of thing, which isn't significant in the present case, but in several other categories, it is significant. So there's something else that we're missing, and I've saturated this with a whole bunch of other things, controls. It's still there. There's within category declines in risk with development that I have no good hypothesis about. So, skip that. So, are we unequal or risky? So here's a back of the envelope exercise that I did. On the vertical axis here, we have the tile statistic, or teal, depending on how Germanic you want to be, calculated by the World Bank, and that's using household surveys, and it's the household inequality across households. What I've done with this x-axis is we've constructed the tile indicator using our measure of each cohort risk, right? So the property of the tiles you can add up. It's very easy to decompose, and you can construct your tile just by adding up the risk in the various different categories. So I create a tile statistic just using my estimate of risk for each country. And you can see that the correlation's like 0.63, which isn't bad given it's a different data set and a different way of constructing it, family versus individual. So I'm going to say that what I'm going to do, the exercise I'm going to do is not completely stupid. It is okay. So what happens now if I just swap out my measure of risk for the United States measure of risk? Well, all of a sudden, Brazil's not looking so bad anymore. You're actually looking kind of less risky than, less unequal than the United States, simply because you had twice the labor market risk or more than the United States did. The other thing that messes us up in these inequality measures is this also suggests that age composition matters too, because if variance is increasing with age and I have a lot more old people, it's going to look like I'm going to be a lot more unequal than, in fact, I am. And you can see that in many cases it doesn't matter that much. All of Latin America is, of course, younger than the United States, so we should be cranking up our inequality statistics by that. Some cases like Guatemala or Peru, it's a lot. Brazil, it's a little bit, but not so much. But then if I just control for the risk measure and the age composition, I'm really left at that point with, given the construction of our statistic, with just the initial distribution of T0 distribution when we start measuring this, which I think is age 16 or 17 or something. And now Brazil is riskier than the United States, but I'm sure you haven't been tracking the axes, but it's much less than we would have thought. So all by way of saying, it's really hard to know what our distribution measures are telling us if you think that we are really measuring risk. And even if we're not measuring risk, then there's something else that's causing this linear increase in labor market variance over time that we have to tell stories about that may again lead to different policy conclusions than let's transfer a lot of money to poor people. So just one thing, is some of this inequality coming from good risk? So let's just say that I hadn't done Sergio's decomposition and I believed that having a large share of the self-employed was driving my result. Well, we know there's endogenous sorting between Silicon Valley and bureaucrats like me in Washington, D.C., who, until maybe recently, believed that it was a very secure job. So what do we know about all these guys who are in self-employment in our countries? And in Mexico, 66% of people who were formal salaried and who I next find at the end of 5 quarters in informal self-employment say, I'm doing it for more flexibility and higher incomes. Okay, so they say they're doing it for welfare improvement. So they're taking on risk voluntarily. Brazil with his Penage, but this is ancient history. This is before he was born. This is like, I don't know, like 98 or something. I was doing this. But 62%, they said, I don't want a formal sector job. I'm happy. So if this were driving our labor market risk, and that was largely responsible for our higher inequality in Brazil, then what we're really saying is people would prefer to be self-employed. That's a riskier activity. People can afford to be self-employed in poor countries because the opportunity cost of being self-employed is so much lower because formal sector productivity is so low. So all I'm telling you with my very high Gini coefficient is that I have a lot of poor people who want to be self-employed. So that gives us a totally different look about how we should be thinking about inequality. Just to confirm that, those responses to questions are not completely hallucinatory. These are transitions in Mexico from self-employment to formal and formal to self-employment. And what's interesting about them is they're pro-cyclical and they're symmetrical. That's to say, it's not people are born, they're in the informal sector, they move to the formal sector and they die. It's not. Yeah, 1 second. And so what you have is that people are rematch. People are searching for opportunities in both sectors. In a boom time, there's accelerated rematching between both sectors. So that again suggests it's voluntary. And in Brazil, we did see that from 83 to like 1989 before there was this reform, the constitutional and commercial reforms, which suddenly broke that pattern. But again, there was this pro-cyclical thing. So the story I'm telling about the voluntariness that the Penage, I'm not sure what the PMA, the Penage was telling us, but that story was also holding. All right, I'm ending here just because productivity, I have a feeling, is really the answer to our informality problem. We've had this series going on for about 10 years now on various aspects of productivity. So we're getting near Easter. They make great presents. So thank you very much for your time. Doctor.
Okay, so I'm the last speaker of the last panel, so thanks for waiting. And I'm going to talk about, I'd like to thank the invitation to be here. And I'll be talking about education, so challenges to improve education in Brazil. So we have many challenges in Brazil. I'm a bit more on the pessimistic side, despite all the advances we had in the past. We have a few things we don't know how to solve for the future. And one of the main challenges, quality of education is really low in Brazil. So kids don't learn a lot in schools, both public and most of the private schools. The quality of education has been improving only very slowly over time and for the lower grades, but not for high school, for example. We have had very slow productivity growth for the last 4 decades. So this is a huge problem. Inequality is still high. On the bright side, we have had good social policies in the last 40 years, and Claudio noticed a few of them. So we have like Bolsa Família, health, the SUS, Sistema Único de Saúde. We have many transfers and pensions. So we have done a good job in terms of social policies. And now we have to think of one of the main drivers of future productivity, which is how to improve learning in Brazilian schools. So looking a bit back in terms of history, I guess one of the main problems of Brazil, most of our problems like inequality and criminality and productivity have to do with the fact that we haven't invested in education in the past. So if you look this from 1940 to 1970, for example, this is the share of adults with high school, and this is the US. So this was the great leveling up, where inequality in the US started to decline. They had about 25% of adults with high school, and then in 1970, it was about 50%. And this is the share of college in the US. It hasn't improved a lot back then. But this is the share of people with high school in Brazil. It's like 2%. And it remained under 5% until 1970. And the share of college people is like basically 0.2%. And in the 1970, when we won the World Cup, it's like 1 or 2%. So basically, almost no one had college or high school education throughout the 20th century. And only a small elite. And I think this is behind most of our problems from them, you know. So this is a big mistake. Some people say it was intentional, but let's not get into that. So, but since the 90s, we have improved together with all these social policies we implemented. So like this is the share of people with high school. It's only 20% in 81. And then and this is like 22-year-old guys, so that we get on the margin, the new generation. So you can see that the share of people with high school jumped from 20% to about 60%. And the share of people with college, it remained like pretty low and stable until the 2000, but then it increased. So nowadays, if you get a youngster who is 22 years old in Brazil, about 90% of them either in high school or college, so as compared to 30% in 81. So most of the kids now go up to high school, and some of them go to college. So in a way, we've recovered from the big mistake we had in the past. However, as I said, they don't learn a lot in school. So this is like test scores in Brazil. We have a really good national evaluation system. And these are people in high school. This is the grades over time. So we can see that the only small improvements we have are in the fifth grade, so elementary education. Okay? In the 9th grade, we are now up to the same level where we were in 95. And this pointer is not working very much. But in high school, which is the green, we are actually with lower grades than 30 years ago. So, and of course, you know that in international test scores and PISA and TEAMS and many of them, we are amongst the lowest performing students in the world. Okay? So basically, very little learning in schools. And one thing I did was I look at the change in the PISA score before and after the COVID pandemic. And to see, because the schools were closed for almost 2 years in Brazil. So I wanted to know how much did the kids lost in terms of learning before and after the pandemic. And here, let's start with Sweden, for example. These are the overall students. The blue are the poor students, and the orange are the rich students. In Sweden, they lost about 20 points in PISA, especially the poor guys who need the school the most. In Portugal, about 20 points, and equally done in the poor and among the rich. In Brazil, they lost only 5 points, and the poor didn't lost any knowledge in schools before and after the pandemic. So basically, they didn't learn anything, and the schools were closed for 2 years, and they remained with the same grades after the pandemic. So this is amazing. It's like 15-year-olds, and only the rich lost some points in PISA before and after the pandemic. So the rich lost more because of the school closures than the poor. And the poor basically didn't lose anything. So this is a dramatic effect showing that we have a huge problem in schools in Brazil. And one thing that I find interesting is to look at the grades during the PISA scores, because we know we downloaded all the computers answers at PISA in 2015, and we know in each question, just from the start of the exam, we know if the kids opened the question in the computer, if they got it right or wrong, etc. So we can follow the behavior over time. And the order of the question is random, so it doesn't get more difficult or easier over time. And here's Finland and Korea students. So you start the exam, the Koreans get 60% of them get the first question right. And then it fluctuates a little bit, but there's no tendency over time. Okay, they're always there. Like in Brazil, they start the exam, 40% of them get the first question right. So it's a gap of knowledge of 20%. But as the exam goes on, the Brazilian students basically give up, and they don't answer anything. You can see that they don't even open the question in the computer. And then there's a break, and they get some refreshments and then start again. But then it drops again. So the gap between Koreans and Finland and Finnish students is much greater by the end of the exam than in the beginning. So I think this reflects some lack of persistency, of will, of drive to do, because the PISA test score is not worth anything for the students. But even then, the Koreans and Finnish, they're always there trying, because it's a very competitive education system. Okay? So I interpret this as a part of a social-emotional problem as well with our youngsters. So I think this is very bad. So the consequences of this low-quality education system for the youth, I think, is really dramatic, because most of them don't acquire the skills and abilities that are necessary for good performance in the labor market. Okay? They fail school several times, they arrive at high school older, they drop out, and most of them, you get like 25 to 30%, let's say a third of youngsters in Brazil, they are always transiting between informality, self-employment, unemployment, out of the labor force throughout their lives. They have no perspectives in the formal labor market. They don't have perspectives of a formal career, of a successful career. Most of these guys go to crime, for example, as an alternative. So they don't have these career prospects for the future. Okay? And it's like we lose like 3 to 4. If you think of a football team, we We lose 3 or 4 out of the 11 guys in the process. Okay, they just give up. So this is really bad. And when you compare education and productivity, for example, you see that here we see years of schooling, and this is over time, okay? And this is labor productivity. So the productivity we have in Brazil now is basically the same we had in 1981. Okay, so there was no increase in productivity from 1981 to 2019, despite a continuous increase in years of schooling through the process, which I showed you in the first graph. Okay, so that's a paradox, because we expect that higher education will improve productivity of the youngest, and this will transfer to the country. We have some drop in the beginning, then some stability, a little bit of increase, but then it dropped again. So one important question we have to answer is why hasn't this increase in years of schooling translated into higher productivity growth? You know, it might be that the quality of education is so low that they don't learn a lot in schools. It might be that you have some institutional problems that affect productivity that may have outweighed these gains in education. But I think it could be a topic for the next seminar because it affects lots of countries, not only Brazil, lots of Latin American and South American countries. Okay? So one possible solution to improve education is early childhood development. So there is a huge literature in recent years focusing, it's an interdisciplinary literature focusing on the importance of the first 6 years of life. Okay? This is where the brain develops faster, is where kids acquire their social, emotional, and cognitive abilities. So it's a very special period in their lives. Okay? So if you look at, this is before birth, this is the first year of life, and this is the following years. So when kids are born, they develop these sensory pathways like vision and hearing, and then language, and then higher cognitive functions, which is like delays, thinking about persistency, exactly the social emotional abilities that they lack in PISA. Okay? Everything happens in the first years of life. Okay? Higher cognitive functions a bit later on. But this is like a window of opportunity. For example, if you don't learn a foreign language in this first year, it's very hard to learn it without an accent later on, okay? Because the brain thinks you never use these neurons of Chinese and it's basically deleted from your brain. So you only learn this later with an accent. So we should take care of kids in the first, especially 6 years of life, to protect them, to allow them to develop their abilities so that they can go well in schools, okay? So investments in early child development, many economists have shown this, especially Heckman, and they have the higher returns in the long run, okay? Because you avoid many problems that happen later on, okay? So maybe Brazil is not protecting our kids in the early childhood as we should, okay? Just to, by way of concluding, we have many programs in Brazil, like education, Bolsa Familia, cash transfer, health. We have lots of them, but they don't talk to each other. So we don't have a national ID that we could use to try to understand if the same kid that is in school, he's also getting the Bolsa Familia program. And he's also getting the visiting from the health program. So we don't know if many kids are getting all the programs or if some kids are getting all and the others are getting nothing. So in order to evaluate and to focus and be more effective, we should have use the CPF, the national ID, in all ministers, in all social ministers, okay? Nowadays, each minister, each secretary, each minister have a different ID. So we don't know if João is having if the guy who is receiving the same program is your own or not. So we should use this as a way of improving our identification. Okay, and after we have a better early childhood program, then we have to improve the quality of education in schools. I think this is the most important thing we can do in Brazil, and it's not clear yet how you should do it. Many people have tried different things in different countries. I don't think there is a consensus on there's no bulletproof. But recent reviews have said that you have to do many policies at once. Okay, so there's no one single thing that's most important. You should combine different policies like full-time education and incentives for teachers and many other things you do should at the same time. And we have a good example like Sobral and Ceará in Brazil. They have very good education. Like Sobral is the best performing city in terms of quality of education in Brazil until the 8th grade. It's in the interior of Ceará. Spends very little as compared to São Paulo and Rio, but have much better test scores than São Paulo and Rio, for example. And they did a package of policies and continuing policies over time. So there was no change in the secretaries over time, so it's the same path over time, so this was very important. Okay, so just to say one last thing, that the college classes are increasingly remote. So in Brazil, nowadays, there are more kids in college learning remotely than presential, including pedagogy, which forms the teachers who will be in schools in the future. So they can graduate without being presently at the school, for example. Okay? So this is not good news for the future of our quality of education, if it's only online that they are getting this education. So just to conclude, Brazil has several challenges. I mean, let's be clear that we have done a lot of things in terms of social policies in the last 40 years. Like the social welfare system in Brazil is good nowadays. But we haven't developed the other side, which is productivity, which is quality of education, which is growth. So that's where we should focus next, okay? Early childhood is fundamental. Policies to improve learning are necessary. The early child development policies must be intersectoral, so you should have policies in different areas with the same ID number. And this is the only route to reverse Brazilian historical delay is inequality and improve productivity growth. Okay, that's it. Thanks very much.
Okay, so I think we have some time for questions. When someone tells me that we need to stop, then we then we stop. So it's up.
Well, I'm going to start with the questions with the risk of doing it wrong. So just shut me off if you feel that. So regarding Claudio, I was surprised that there was a macro section emphasizing taxes, distortions, and so forth. And also it could be the influence of China. So I don't know if you see Brazil 20 years ago was sort of leading to industrial sectors that were more productive, and eventually that, you see, so as to call it the China effect. But we should also recall that there was a productivity puzzle in the US, and nobody was able to fix it, or at least nobody was able to give a good story. Regarding Sergio, I think that, you see, those programs are look very generous for the bottom 24% of the population. So I was wondering whether you're thinking of reducing the price or reducing or putting some sort of restrictions. Like, for instance, in Spain, the unemployment benefit goes for 18 months, but we cannot give you for life or something like that. So it looks that in all these programs, there are some incentives to, I mean, the bar was too high for the program. And the question is what sort of incentives we do have. Regarding Naercio, I was, you see, as economist, I wasn't sure about how much Brazil is devoting into expenditures in education and whether they are investing properly or not. So that was, well, Bill's was very informative in the sense that, yeah, it's good to know that there's not so much risk in Latin America, given, you see, as compared to the US, that... What's that? Right, but you see, there is a lot of risk also in the US. Okay, well, these are my little things, but probably some other people may ask quickly a few things, and then you respond. Yes.
It's probably all. While I was listening to the 4 presentations, of course, I kept thinking about, we talk about Brazil, but Brazil is a whole continent and very large regional disparities. So the question is, I imagine you have data on regional disparity for everything you talked, and how much that reflects different ways we should look, even in public policies for different parts of the country. And 2, also in this question is, looking through my eyes, there's a big gender disparity also in all the questions put forward. And I didn't see it reflected, so I do think this is also something we should look more specifically in. So regional and gender disparities.
Thank you all. Been a great panel. But I have a specific question for Naercio. In terms of the issues in education, I mean, is it that we don't spend enough, or we don't spend in the right things, or the agent of spending is the wrong agent? I mean, it should be more the private sector than the public sector.
Yeah, I think probably can start answering.
Yeah, so the question about the value of the benefit, yeah, you're totally right in the sense that when compared to the minimum wage today, the average ticket of Bolsa Familia is half of minimum wage, whereas like 4 years ago, it was 1/5. So from 20% to 50%, it's an increase, and it might induce those behaviors that you don't want to lose, right, the benefit because you're going to get a formal employment, because the value of having benefits is much larger now. About gender and regional, yeah, I think, I mean, it's well reflected here, right? Gender disparity and racial as well. And but yes, I mean, from PNAD we can construct data, or can use from PNAD data that we could have segregated by regions, by the 5 regions, or even the states, right? And also by gender, right? And typically what we see, right, regarding Bolsa Familia, is that informality is much larger in the north and northeast, right? For the gender, I don't have in my mind the answer now.
Okay, so starting with, so the question about like productivity and misallocation and all that, I think the deindustrialization occurring in Brazil is very linked to trade liberalization when it happens in the 1990s. That was like where the big deindustrialization starts. And then of course the rise in agriculture is linked to like the boom of China, absolutely. Not necessarily the other stuff that I talked about, right? Like I think one of the big things that I think happened in Brazil was how Brazil responded to the 2008 crisis with a big expansion of like BNDES and public banks coming in, potentially linked to this idea that we needed like national champions and all that industrial policy through credit that really permeate what happened in Brazil in the past, whatever, 15 years. Right? So I think that really changed a lot of like the dynamics in that sense. Regarding like gender and regional, yeah, in everything that I talk about is there. If you bring in political economy into the story and the way that the government functions, the bureaucracy, Brazil is an outlier in terms of, I mean, despite the fact that there is a quota, for example, for women to run as politicians, it is an outlier in many dimensions, even when you look at income per capita, in terms of the lack of representation of women in politics, in women in top levels in the bureaucracy, the same as it is in the private sector. And I think many of the reforms that have been tried to like make it better, it doesn't really make it better, right? Because as many other things, the political system has a way to adapt to that new reform. So I actually have a research project on that, for example, trying to look at, okay, when the Supreme Court said you actually need to give the same amount of money for women that are going to run, then you actually, proportional to the quota of 30%, will really increase the finance campaign that women have to run for office in Brazil. Basically, they were able to bypass that, shifting the money like to other people. In the end, you get like very little effects in terms of increasing the electability of women, right? So same thing, a lot of the things that I talked about in terms of regional disparities, a lot of the problems are really magnified. If you start talking about clientelism, corruption, where that fails, if you go to the northeast and the north part of Brazil, those things are completely magnified. So absolutely, there's a lot of variation when you talk about corruption, for example, as well. So yeah, maybe we need like 3 more days to discuss those things.
Just one quick thing. If we don't control for sectors, women appear to be slightly more subject to risk, actually more than slightly, than men. But the minute I start putting in sectors, they actually are pretty much the same.
Okay, in terms of gender, I think in education nowadays we don't have a gender problem. If we have any, it's favoring girls instead of boys. The boys are doing worse in terms of education than girls in recent years. So in terms of regional thing, the quality of education is lower in the North region and Northeast. But we do have like cases of Ceará, for example, which is doing a really good job despite not having so much money. So there is some regional variation in test scores, but it doesn't, like, there are some cases of really good education even in poor regions. So it seems like it's more like management than resources. And this answers a few of the other questions. In this 20th century, we did invest very little in education, but since the 90s with Fundeb and the new programs, we have increased a lot spending in education, like 3 times per student in the last 30 years. But the test scores haven't improved in the same way. So it does look like it's more a problem of management than a problem of resources nowadays. And I think the main problem with management is that the education system in Brazil is very decentralized. So we have like 5,000 municipalities, and each municipality has its own education system. And they are independent. They can do whatever they want. And some of them don't have any incentives to improve their education. The returns to education are very long-term. The political returns are very long-term. You have to fight with unions, with public servants to implement the measures that Sobral did. So I guess because we don't have a national system of education like we have in health, this makes it more problematic, more difficult to solve, because you have aligned incentives with 5,000 municipalities, plus the states that are responsible for high school. So I think it's a coordination problem. But nowadays it's not a money problem anymore.
Great panel, by the way. Quick questions, follow-up questions actually for Sergio and Aércio. For you, on Bolsa Familia, on the regional differentiation, Bolsa Familia basically pays the same for everybody. And the purchasing power in São Paulo is much different than in the Northeast. Maybe this could explain this part of this gap, and would you recommend, this is your position basically, an adjustment on that in this direction, or on the program, or not? I would like to hear about that. And for Naércio, on our panel we talk about expenditures and the linkage, the rigidity of the budget, and one of the things would be expenditures on education connected to tax, so the 25% on taxes. Would you be in favor of that to continue, or that would be a problem? I would like to hear about that, because this is a very, very important issue today in the country.
So I think it's going to be very difficult politically to implement something like that. And remembering that, minimum wage is national, and there is a little bit variation across states, right? They have some state minimum wages, but they differ very little to the national minimum wage. So I think it's something that it's not on the table because it's so politically difficult that no one is discussing that.
Can I just complement quickly? But I think, as I understand it, many states in Brazil, they actually complement the Bolsa Familia, right? Because I think the Bolsa Familia is kind of like a lower bound, right? So rich states, for example, Rio, they had like a top up on the Bolsa Familia. I don't know if São Paulo also has, because I think it's viewed as a bottom that then richer states complement. The value is probably not enough for someone, and some municipalities as well, yeah.
In terms of the rigidity, just to explain, all municipalities have to spend 25% of their revenues on education. So this goes to a fund, the Fundeb, and it's redistributed, but basically 25%. And I don't think I'm in favor of allowing this to be flexible. For example, you run the risk that some municipalities will decrease a lot the spending on education, and favoring other things that are more visible for the population, like infrastructure and bridges and this kind of stuff. So what I would do is to allow a little bit more flexibility with the joint spending in health and education, because people are getting older and the health expenditures are increasing, and there are less kids because of the demographic transition. So we think of having this budget overall, health and education, and the mayors can change this composition between education and health. But I think it's a bit dangerous if you say, oh, there's no minimum now, you can spend whatever you want in education, that some mayors would just slash the budget, and this will suffer the poor kids in even more in the public school.
Education would be becoming paving roads. Right?
Exactly. Like in the old days, like this, we had this series and novellas where they had these mayors who were very old-style politicians, and they wouldn't do investments in health and education at all. So there is this risk. At least a minimum amount of expenditures, it should be regulated.
But there are intermediate things that you can do. For example, I think, Ceará has this ICMS where you actually pay more based on performance, right? So, like, for example, education and health, if the municipality is doing better, it gets like extra money. So you could put together some type of incentive where part is fixed and part is variable, where you incentivize dynamically increasing quality, for example. And Serra did that very successfully.
Yeah, you are partially optimistic. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Exactly. No, there have been some improvements. Yeah. Yeah. No, there have been some improvements, but I don't think they are nearly enough.
Well, Aloysio has papers for everything. Well, the speakers did a great job, and they need to be entertained with a great dinner. Please, I see you a bit tired, don't drink too much wine, but just in case. Before that, let me say hi to Alan Herbert, that is probably recovering at home, but he deserves a lot of credit for planning this event. And also to XP, we were really excited to contribute with you. And as you can see, we have tried to do a great job for the business community and for the nation. So regarding I'll take a picture with you later, but regarding the restaurant, just want to say three things. One is at 8:30, there are too many restaurants called Gracianos, so please look at the address, the right one. And third, that many, not me, but many of the people here, they have transportation. So we believe that transportation is not an issue, that you see, we can all commute and go to the restaurant. Well, thank you very much to everyone. Thank you. It was good. It was a great performance. Thank you so much.